just realized what that looked like when I started doing it. That was fucked up. That is not cash money. That's like 2% cash money. Only 2% though. Only 2% cash money. Full cash money. Cash money dabbing. Real. Shout out to dabbing. Shout out to dabbing. Oh, I was gonna start this stream with a different song, but now I feel like we have to do this. I was gonna start with your favorite Martian, but I think this is probably funnier. Let's hit this shit, dude.
Alright, square root of 25 equals 5.
I hate music videos that start with skits. I hate it. I hate when music videos have lore in them. Well, I only hate them when I'm trying to specifically listen to the song.
9.
Chilling with hair tie, no makeup with some sweatpants on. You know I can always be that guy. You can think about me all night long, but I think you need something to think of me. Something that will keep you warm and show you we can be more than just this. So baby, if you are not ready for my kiss, then you can wear my sweatshirt.
Actually, what are the chords to this? I wonder if the chords are easy.
Girl, you can wear my sweatshirt.
Sweatshirt chords. Oh, that's like so easy, it's insane. It's so actually easy. All open chords, which is good for me because I suck. The strumming is always like dun 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 dun. Like it's. I could probably play Sweatshirt right now. I'd have to cut my fingernails, but I could probably play it right now. I'm not gonna, because I'm not gonna do that. Put my fat nuts in my BS mouth. That's pretty gay, dude. I'm over here stroking my dick. I got lotion on my dick right now. I'm over here stroking my dick. I got lotion on my dick right now. You can wear my sweatshirt. All right, so we're gonna fight this guy in Dark Souls today. I have several strategies I would like to try. One of which I saw on I was looking up like Jacob's Artorious strategies, Dark Souls 1. I saw something that's so stupid it might work. I might have to cheese him. That's kind of no fun, but I might have to do it to him. We're gonna just hop right. We're just gonna jump into it. What up? I'm Philip DeFranco. Let's just jump into it. Calling it now. Kamen Unami L. He hasn't even shown up yet, dude. He doesn't usually show up until like mad late. But he's autistic. Doesn't matter. I'm working late because I'm autistic. Glad I missed a stream to see you're still stuck on the same boss. I'm going to change that today. Ooh, Steam Zombies vs. Vampires Fest. Is there anything good on sale? The Telltale game... I was going to say Telltale Walking Dead is only $1.50, but it's only for like I think it's only the first season. Vampire Survivors. Hell yes, dude. Hell yes, my bitch. All right, what are we doing? The Gray Hill Incident. 750. Fuck yes, dude. Anyways, what are we doing? Playing Dark Souls? Dark Holes? Alright. You can wear my sweatshirt. Fuck Steam for not putting The Last of Us Part 2 on sale. Part 1's on sale, but Part 2 isn't. Part 2 is still new. Newish. It never does the stinger. never does the stinger, does it? All right. We're going to beat this guy. We might have to cheese him, but we will beat him. There may be some cheese. I've been playing Balatro. I've heard very good things about Balatro. I'm hesitant to try it because it costs money. And I'm a cheap bitch. Alright, so do I have this? I do not have what I think I have. Okay. I have the wolf ring on, that's the poise. Alright, we're gonna give it a couple tries, just normal. Just see if I can pull out some sauce real quick. If not, I may or may not have witnessed a cheese strategy. On while I was looking up strategies for this the other day. I may or may not have found the key. It gets good when you stop taking your schizophrenia medicine. Hell yes, my bitch. My thing with Balatro was, one, it costs money. Two, I know I'm the type to get, like, just aggressively addicted to it. It's going to become an issue. I tried getting into Skyrim this weekend. Off stream. This is like the third time I've tried to get into Skyrim, and I just, like... I think I have to play a little more, but... It's completely unrelated to Balatro. I don't know. I finished Halo Wars, so I need like a new game to like. I need a new like RTS type game, or like just that kind of game where you can just kind of sit around and listen to like music or whatever. That's the type of game That's the type of shit I be on. That's what I do on the weekends. Is I just do nothing. I play one game, and listen to fucking podcasts and music and shit. Those are my types of games. Games where I don't need audio. Balatro probably falls under that category. Thanks, dude. No, thank you. Oh shit. I got him. He got the buff though. You say that you're not into games like Stardew Valley. I tried playing Stardew Valley. I didn't like it. Well, I did not like it. It's just like Stardew takes a lot more effort and attention to play. Yeah, I need something I could just like not pay attention like I can like only occasionally pay attention to. Like I'd be like Bloons Tower Defense. I'd go crazy on Bloons Tower Defense because like there is a level of strategy to it, but it's also like there's a certain point. You get to a certain point where you're just like, all right, I'll just set up my guys and then just like add like 7 more songs to the queue or whatever. Only the goats don't understand. You truly feel like a Season 4 Farmer Rick when you play it. I'm in Grimes. I'm Dick Slimes. But yeah, I'm trying to get into Skyrim again. I know that's not like an RTS or like kind of a turn your brain off, listen to things kind of game, but like I've been playing Skyrim while just like listening to music. I will say it's definitely a better experience than I recall. I've also never played it on PC. Because every time I've played Skyrim before, I tried it twice. I played it on the 360, which I got for free, and then I tried it again on the Switch. I couldn't get into it either time. But I have it on PC. I'm playing it on PC. PC is a little bit better. What's up with the Total Drama title? I just finished Revenge of the Island, and honestly, I didn't like it as much as I thought I would. I don't know. That was I saw on Twitter somewhere that they're doing like Total Drama Island Fortnite Roblox mini games or something. Like they're doing like an officially licensed tie-in with like not Fortnite. Well, yes, Fortnite and Roblox. Not like Fortnite skins, but it's gonna be like there's like a Fortnite game mode or something. And they use like a disgusting looking render of what's his name? The host, what's his name? Chris McClane and Chef. There's like a disgusting render that they use for them. I'm like, that's hilarious. Chris O'Neill. Yeah, Chris O'Neill from Money Plays. He's the host of Total Drama. I'm your host, Chris McClane. Yeah, look up Fortnite Total Drama Island. It'll be the most disgusting render you've ever seen. It looks, you know what it looks like? It looks like when you in like the 2000s when you would look up like Simpsons but real. Simpsons in real life, and it would just be like these disgusting, grotesque renders of the Simpsons, but with like realistic textures. That's what it looks like. It's so gross. But I was very productive today. I was very productive. Fusion Fall. Yeah, like literally, like if he was in Fusion Fall, he would probably look like that. I always forget that Adventure Time was in Fusion Fall. Because it's really, because Adventure Time is so emblematic of like that 2010s era of Cartoon Network. You always associate it with like Regular Show and Gumball. And like all the like Steven Universe, all those shows of that era. But people also forget that like Adventure Time premiered before any of those other shows. So like there was a brief time in like early 2010, maybe late 09, where like they were putting in they were in their like official merchandise. They were putting Finn and Jake in with like Chowder and Flapjack into their branding. It just didn't. It's like a really awkward transitional period. Oh, that was the worst possible situation. Great. I'm alive somehow. Not anymore. All right. I don't think I'm saucing this guy. Hypothetically, if I took all my armor off, how much faster would I roll? Because that's really what this comes down to, is how fast can I roll? Alright, that was pretty quick. How do I unequip? Can you unequip? Why is there not a speed stat? That drives me nuts that there's no speed stat. I guess it's your weight. Like if you put on light armor, it'll be like, alright, less weight. Low-key feel like ranting on why I'm indifferent about Revenge of the Island, but you probably have no memory of it. Revenge of the Island, that was like season 4, right? With the new cast. I have vague memories of it. Alright, you know what? Fuck it. Wait, can I get back to this? I'm guessing I can come back to this bonfire. I can warp back to this one, right? Before I do anything stupid, can I warp back to this? I imagine yes. Look at this feller. Alright, know what I'm gonna do? Alright, I'm gonna try this. Here we go. We're gonna put on different. I'm gonna put on way lighter armor. I don't know what I'm matching here. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, look how fast I can roll. Alright, I don't know what armor I just put on. My defenses are probably way whack. They're so out of whack, probably. But I feel like I'm going faster. I'm definitely moving faster. Fucking God. Are we serious? My problem with it wasn't the new cast. In fact, they were one of the good parts of it, but they didn't really have time to develop or have meaningful interactions because the season got chopped from 26 to 13 episodes. Yeah, I can see why that would suck. Especially if that cast was just as large. Then you have to, like, vote 2 people out an episode. I don't think that was the case, though, was it? I don't remember. I don't remember shit. All I remember was the finale. It was the nerd versus the jock. That's all I remember. It feels so weird being able to move so fast. I'm so used to, like, slow movement. We're doing it. We're going hard. The cast was actually smaller, which isn't a problem either, since Action's cast was smaller, and they made it work well with introducing the aftermath and having non-elimination episodes. I fuck with it. I fuck with the idea. Oh. See, that's the problem with this strategy. If I get hit, I'm so destroyed. I can dodge faster, but I still can't really get hit. Aftermath. Shady / aftermath? Hang on, I'm gonna Google something real quick. Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, we're gonna try this a couple more times with this build, with this stupid ass armor. Because I think if I sauce it up correctly, I can go sicko style. Another problem Revenge had is it really felt like the writers were trying to keep one-upping the seasons, but didn't know how, and in the process lost what made the show great. What do you mean by that? You have to be more specific. But the very general criticism. Like I kind of see what you mean. Like they're kind of, like they up the insanity a little bit. Like which would in theory be a better idea, but in practice not so much. I don't know. I don't remember much from it, so I'm not gonna pretend like I know what I'm talking about. I haven't seen my character's face in a while. I guess it doesn't matter because he's hollow. It doesn't matter. Oh yeah, look at that. That's what I'm trying to dodge. I'm trying to dodge that. Oh, he's running away. Which means it's time. One more. Oh, nice. We canceled him. Oh, dude, we're saucing this guy. It's not when that happens. Oh, that was actually really good. Season 1 had a comfortable vibe to it. Season 2 was flashy with movie themes. Season 3 was the grand season around the world. And Season 4, going back to the island, it lost the comfortable vibe. It's a bit ironic, isn't it? Replacing all the fun character interactions and moments, they went for big gags with toxic wasteland animals and challenges. I know if to be general at first and go into depth what I mean, because the character, oh, I feel you. Got you. Word. No, I could see that why that would be annoying. Because you'd think, you know, returning to the island, you kind of get that Season 1 vibe again, but, like, it didn't. Like, it was the location of Season 1 making you think it would have that vibe, but then it has, like, the Season 3 vibe or something, you know? I get the idea. These guys can trip. I didn't realize this was Super Smash Bros. Brawl. I've been playing a lot of Smash 3DS recently. I have nothing to really add. I just mentioned that. I don't know why. That game is, you know, okay, you know what bothers me about Smash 3DS? This probably applies to the other Smash games. Is, like, there's so many different, like, game modes and things to do. Ah, fuck. That, like, but they're all buried in, like, 8 different menus. So it's like, what is any of this? You know what I'm talking about? Not even the Season 3 vibe. Season 3 was still grounded and had great character interactions and time to develop since it had 26 episodes. Season 4 just couldn't do that. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I want to do a big Total Drama rewatch one day. That was stupid. Why did I do that? You are a rat, sir. I think this might work. If I can not cheese it, but if I can sauce this, I might not have to go the cheese method. I might not have to go to the cheese room. We was in the motherfucking cheese room. I would if it was legal, if I knew I wouldn't get copyright claimed for it, I would absolutely do like a total drama rewatch on stream. Because that would be fun, just like each stream. Because like I haven't seen it in like 10 plus years, so just like each stream being like, just making, you know, guesses and predictions what's gonna happen. Something I love about the reboot season they did is that they did go back to that comfortable vibe, but out of the writer's control, they still have to do 13 episodes a season. That is fucked up. You can't really do a show like that with only 13 episodes. You need those extra episodes to kind of breathe. I get the vibe. Type shit. I feel you. No, this is good. If I can keep up some sort of, like, you know, momentum here, I can sauce this guy. Oh, they made Gwen a baddie though. I would like to know the character's canon ages before I comment on this. 16. Oh, yeah, I'm not commenting on this. Oh shit. One more. Ah. Alright, he got the buff. That's not good. But I could still make this work. I just have to dodge everything he does. Except, okay, don't do that. I got a little overzealous there. I'm doing better. Being able to dodge that way quicker. I was younger than when the show started. That's fair. No, I won't lie. I had a crush on her when I was a kid. Facts. Alright, what am I doing? Ah, rat bastard. Alright, I'm not really taking much more damage than usual. It seems. At least not from those guys. And we're gonna sauce this guy. I think I could sauce this guy. We're gonna sauce this. Can I get some? Let's throw some sauces in the chat. Everybody, throw some sauce in the chat. I should make that an emote. That would be cool. Not on this channel. Not on this channel because I don't have this channel's not monetized. Maybe I throw it over on Twitch. Just be like, if I ever return Twitch, which I might start just multi-streaming these bitches. Oh my god. Ugh. Heal now. Oh, you're a rat. Yeah, one more. What? No, dude. Hitting him. No, you know why it didn't work? I have to hit him with a running start. Because when I hit him with a running start, it does extra damage. But if I just hit him 2 standing hits, it doesn't do the same amount of damage. So I think I'm just under that threshold. That's fucked up. We're gonna hit him with like a wide swing or something. I don't know. What? You could do that? I don't even know. I wasn't even. What? What did I just do? I did like some weird overhead move that I'm like, I've never fucking done that before. What the fuck was that? What did they make Chef a baddie? It's funny when they call him transgender. That's pretty funny. My name's Chef. It's like the movie Chef starring Jon Favreau. Shout out to Chef. Shout out to Jon Favreau. So stupid. Bastard. Alright, dude. He's playing with me. He only did it just enough times. Alright, that was bad. That was a bad run. That was a bad run. I can definitely sauce this guy. Does armor even make that much of a difference? Because he's been hitting me like basically the same amount of times that I've been taking basically the same amount of damage ever since throwing on random fucking shit armor. I mean, I'm guessing it makes some difference. It has to. Otherwise, it wouldn't be there. Why does it feel like it makes no difference? All right, let's get crazy. I have to activate. I have to lock in real quick. Total drama. Penis. What if they called the total drama penis? And all the characters just stuck their fucking willies out and started stroking. You know what I'm talking about? What if it was porn? That's fucking comedy gold. Alright. I gotta lock in. I'm going sicko mode. Hey, what's up, guys? It's me, Drake, the rapper. I'm going sicko mode. Oh. That was way delayed because I'm stupid. It would have been a good time to heal, but, you know. Turns out I'm retarded. Okay, not what I was going for. Alright, don't do that. Drink. Is the cheese strat in the room with us right now? I haven't even gotten to the cheese strat yet. I have to go grab some. I have to grab some items for the cheese strat. I gotta grab some items for that. Some items that I thought I had that I don't have, I have to go find. I know where they are. I don't know if it's even gonna work, but I saw it on the internet, so it has to be true. I'm gonna try it without cheese for like a little while more. Like maybe another hour or so. I'll try it no cheese, and then we'll start lactating after that, I think. Because I've been doing better without my armor weighing me down. I can dodge a lot more effectively. Like, genuine question, like, does armor actually do anything in this game other than weigh you down? Because it feels like it doesn't actually protect you against anything. Like, or is there just, like, a certain level, like, a certain point where it's, like, diminishing returns? Like, I'm a high enough level. Like, what is even my character right now? I'm level 85. Like, is there a certain point where that's just... No idea. I usually play the game with no armor so I can fast roll. That's fair. I might have to just... This armor might even be a little much, honestly. I have noticed that it's a very common thing I see on, like, tutorials, is just people playing with 0 armor. I guess that's part of the meta. How? That was really bad timing. Oh, dude, we can... I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. How do I take off armor? Oh, here we go. Unequip item. That's putrid. You don't need armor if you could just dodge all the attacks and is the line of thinking. That's fair. We'll just go and neck it. We'll go and buck neck it. I'm going in buck neck it. Well, I guess this ring is kind of useless then because I have a poise ring on. That's not going to really help me. This character is grotesque. This looks like a character I would make on purpose. Like, I know I designed, like, they gave him the haircut and stuff, but, like, I feel like, even if I could design the rest of them, I think I would make the rest of them red. This is what Jesse Pinkman would look like if he kept doing meth. Alright. We're going, and this is the buck naked strategy. Like, look at that. Like, the amount of damage I took there was, like, negligible compared to what I was taking with armor. That's crazy. I think the buck naked strategy might be this might be the meta. This might be the new meta. Oh, wait. Is he doing it? No, he's doing a different thing. Alright, maybe not if that happens. I might be retarded. I might be retarded. Stab that, I'm retarded. Stab that, I'm retarded. Right. What up? What up, Chris? That's what Nick would look like if Charlie shot him with a heroin needle instead of a gun. It took me a second to realize what you were talking about, because I read Nick and I thought Nick Mullen from Cumtown, because I was listening to Cumtown right before this. I'm like, what? I'm like, oh, Nick from Fear the Walking Dead. The better question is, when wasn't Chef a baddie? Here's an idea: Breaking Bad 2D fighter. That would go pretty hard. I would play that. There's enough of a lovable cast of characters for that to work. You know what's crazy? If that game existed, Gomi would be like the most broken character somehow. I thought you were hesitant to read that because you saw Nick and thought I was going to get you. I'm cautious of it. I'm always cautious of accidentally saying the N-word. Speaking of Walking Dead, I've been watching Dead City. It's like only just kind of okay. I have to start working on the World Beyond video soon. I have to start recording it. The script's been done for like a week and I just haven't started recording it because I'm too fucking busy. I got like, dude, I got a million things done today, video-wise. It's like, I haven't been this productive in a while. Because I filmed like 15 YouTube shorts. That'll last me for the next like 2 months probably. I rendered out a video and rendered shorts for that video, now that I think about it. I got another video that I already recorded last week, cut down finally to like a rough cut, so now I have to just start like, you know, throwing clips on there. And I did something else. Oh, it was the stream. That doesn't count really. Soon I gotta do I gotta start recording that World Beyond video. Oh my god, I have no fucking stamina. Alright, sauce. That's a new one. Has he ever done that before? It's not ringing a bell. It's not ringing a Drake bell. One more. No buff for you, dumbo. Dumbo? What was that? I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. Heal now. Oh. Ooh. Heal. Fuck. Get up. He can't even get up because I'm stuck in his sludge. You smell, dude. Oh no, he's doing it again. He gets it. He gets it off this time. Fuck. Alright, just don't get hit. I got hit. PTSD Hank, end of series Hank, or pre-Salamanca twins Hank? Who's your pick for the fighting game? That's like how all the Dragon Ball fighting games have like 5 different versions of Goku. You gotta have like 10 different versions of Walt. 5 different Jessies. 6 Hanks. And Gomez is the most broken character for no reason. No, you know who the most powerful character is? It's the little kid that Todd shoots. and kills. Give me wheelchair Hank. Wheelchair Hank is crazy. I've been watching a lot of Family Guy recently. Because I've been doing this little TV project thing, so it has random episodes play. So I'm like sitting there watching my version of Adult Swim. So I've been playing like old Family Guy, and I'm like, yo, I forgot how funny this was. I forgot how funny old Family Guy was. Anyway, the wheelchair thing reminded me of Joe Swanson. I'm like, I forgot how much Joe wasn't really in the show very much for a while. And then he just kind of became like the wheelchair joke guy. Marie's assist attack will be her stealing some of your meter. Oh, so this is like a 3... This is like a Marvel vs. Capcom 2 type beat. This is like a 3v3 fighter. Alright, I like it. Somebody should make a Marvel vs. Capcom 2 mod that just replaces all the sprites with Breaking Bad characters. That would be actually so sick, it's insane. They're not rocks, Marie, they're minerals. It's called furry hentai. Oh, alright, I dodged the wrong way. I should have dodged to the right, not the left. Actually, dodging to the right's a pretty foolproof plan against this cracker. Ah, shit. He's gonna get the buff. I can't get him. A racist Hank be like, they're not black people, Marie. They're... That's awesome. Alright, so I really can't let him get that buff. Skylar's assist will be her singing happy birthday. It stops the entire screen dead. It stops the timer. It stops everything. You have to sit through that scene. The whole point of the assist is like, will it make the opponent kill themselves or not? Like, will the opponent forfeit and shoot themselves in the head? Ted Beneke's assist. He headbutts you. I watched that scene recently with like cartoon sound effects over it, and I'm like, that's so funny. Because I forgot how stupid that scene was, because he just runs and trips and falls, like, for no reason. There's zero reason for him to do that. Ted's death animation. Him trip, that's his death animation. We're on the same page. Badger and Skinny Pete are one character. They're like Duck Hunt Dog in Smash Brothers. They're one character. Hector's assist is him blowing up. No, that's his special. That's like his 3 meter special. Like, he builds up 3 meters. The character does die when you do that, but it does mad damage. You are a bastard, sir. Lalo and Nacho DLC. The Better Call Saul DLC. I saw this this meme recently where I'm like, they should do a Better Call Saul prequel about Mike when he was like a corrupt cop, but just have it be played by Jonathan Banks. today. Don't like de-age him or find a younger actor. It's just current day Jonathan Banks playing like a 20-something version of himself. It's like when Always Sunny does flashbacks and it's just like Danny DeVito in a wig. You're a bastard. You suck so much, wiener, dude. You suck double wiener. Floating Jesse's an OP character. That's his ult. That's his 3-meter. Injustice, but it's Breaking Bad. Get with the program. We're doing Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Breaking Bad vs. Better Call Saul 2. A New Age of Meth. They add what's his name? Oh my god, what's his name? Howard. They add Howard. His special is he gets shot in the head. Oh, you know what they do? You know what? When they have you know how Dragon Ball Fighters has like dramatic specials, where like if it's like you're Gohan versus Cell and you take out Cell with your special or something, it plays like a cutscene that's just straight out of the show. They should do that with Breaking Bad, where it's like if you're Lalo, if you're playing as Lalo and you beat Howard, it does a version of the scene where he shoots him in the head. Jesse assisted. James assist is Jane's assist is shooting meth into you or heroin. Yeah, I'm gonna shoot up meth real quick. And the sequel's a crossover with The Walking Dead. Hell yes. Mike's ult is being able to dox the opponent. When you're playing online, it gives your opponent's actual IP address. It bypasses every VPN. Oh, that was dumb. There's not a single VPN that's secure enough for it. All right, try me, pussy. I can dodge your attacks now, dweeb. What up, pussy boy? Jesus Christ, if I didn't have my shield up, it would have been a yikeski. That would have been a good time to heal, actually. Oh, well. Oh, dude. I feel so powerful being able to dodge this now, and I wasn't before. Alright, I shouldn't have done that. Alright, let's chill. Hey guys, it's me, Ned Leeds, here from Spider-Man. Oh, cunt. Oh, that was bad. Alright. Jump out of the way of that. Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not if I do that. Alright, one more hit. He should... One more, come on. Ah! He got the buff. Oh! Yamcha gets his lick back on Nappa in one of the dramatic finishes by throwing a Cyberman at Nappa and blowing him up. I'm telling you all, I could beat a Cyberman. Tuco's specialist when he beats up his crewmate. Tuco's assist is he does damage to the other characters on your team. So having the premise of Howard's ult resulting in him dying to a gunshot. Yeah, it doesn't do any damage to the opponent, he just kills himself. No, he doesn't kill himself. He gets shot in the head. It's so stupid. I like the idea of just like presenting this idea to like, you know, a group of developers or something. Like, oh yeah, we're gonna do a Breaking Bad fighting game, and you kind of show off the proof of concept to these developers, right? You're like, okay, so like here's Walt's move set. Like, you know, he's got a basic regular punch. You know, his one of his specials is he takes like the little tiny little bomb he builds and just throws on the ground, and it stuns the opponent or something. You know, all these like little references to the show or whatever that like it would look like an actual move set. You throw Jesse in there and give him like, you know, whatever Jesse does. But then you start just getting stupider and stupider with the concepts. It's like, oh yeah, Howard's ult is that he gets shot in the head by Lalo and dies. Chuck sets himself on fire. That's a good one. Just all these other stupid fucking movesets that make no sense. It's just characters killing themselves, and it has zero benefit to the team. That's really funny. Somebody should make a mod of Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Any Marvel vs. Capcom game for that matter. I prefer 2 because that's like the best one. Chuck immediately starts spazzing when the match starts. Oh, what about Gus? What's Gus's special? Gus's special, he goes, oh! And half of his face blows up. He's not even the one that explodes in that scene, but like that's the special. Oh, we're just gonna go straight with that, huh? Alright, Artorious. Or like Fartorious. Artorious thugs. It's boundin' biggie. Alright. I missed. You're a rat. How did you quick a what? I am not spamming. Bring back the Harakiris from Mortal Kombat? The fucking what? Huh? What? What the hell is that? What the hell is that? I am not spamming. I know he used a special. He had 2 bars of meter. One after Magna Carta. That doesn't even make any sense. They're just suicide moves. Yeah, they're all just suicide. The whole game is just suicide moves. Or moves that do not benefit the team at all. Oh, they're suicide moves. Instead of a fatality, you kill yourself. Oh, that's what those are. Okay. That's stupid. Why is that a thing? That's actually really funny now. Mortal Kombat has never been like... It's never been my favorite fighting game, I'll tell you that. I'm not much of a fighting game guy, but like... Mortal Kombat... I feel like Mortal Kombat got away for far too long simply on just like the gore aspect, which, mind you, is very cool. But like the gameplay of those games never did it for me. Like they're like too slow to me. Every Mortal Kombat game that I've played has been way too slow. Which, you know, you'd think for somebody like me who already sucks at fighting games, I'd be like, oh, I want them slower. I like them a little bit fast. Like the new Street Fighter 6 is like... That's a pretty good speed for somebody retarded like me. Like Marvel vs. Capcom 2, there's no universe in which I get good at that game because like it's too fast for my tiny brain to handle. Fuck. I've never seen anybody actually successfully do a fatality except in, like, compilation YouTube videos where it's, like, fatality compilation. Alright, since I'm... Does the poised ring... This ring doesn't even do anything if I'm not wearing armor, right? If that's the case, I should try something else here. Boosts item discovery, improves balance on poor footing. The crit chance might be my best bet. Boost defense when HP is low. Boost defense versus physical attacks, that might be useful. I don't know. We'll stick with what I got for now, but if I find that it becomes an issue, I don't know. I haven't played the newest one since I don't have a PS5, but I think 11 proved in the slow gameplay when I played it. I don't know. There's never been a Mortal Kombat game that I was like, this is satisfying. It feels it's slow. It's slow to a point where it's boring. Injustice is kind of like that too, because I know it's the same devs. Injustice was kind of like that too, because I remember playing Injustice. At least like a demo of it or something. I don't fucking remember. I remember playing that like on a 360 back in the day, and I remember like I'm like, this is just like, this is a little boring. I'm not gonna lie. But you know, what do I know? I'm not good at fighting games anyway, so like, what does it matter? I forget which Mortal Kombat I had. There's one I had as a kid. I fucking forget. I think it's Mortal Kombat Deception. I think that was the one I had. And obviously I've played like on emulators and shit, like the original one and shit. But have I? I might have played like fucking shitty, like remade, edited versions or something. I don't remember. Killer Instinct is another game like that. I remember Killer Instinct was free on like fucking Windows for a little while, so I'm like, alright, I'll pick this up. This is back on my like, old PC, back when I had no money to buy games, and I would just be like, alright, whatever's free, I'm getting that. Like, I think they made the new Killer Instinct free on, like, the Windows app. Before, you know, they were really pushing, like, Game Pass and shit like that. They just made that free, and they had, like, the Battletoads in it, so I was like, alright, that's cool, I'll just be the Battletoads. Killer Instinct was like the slowest fucking slog of shit I've ever played. What gets me about the slow fighting games is that like the really good players know how to play them fast. And they can just juggle the shit out of you. That's what drives me nuts about them. One more. Yeah, get out of here, bitch. You ain't buffing nothing today, baby. I'm dead. Okay, I'm not dead, but might as well be. Don't do it! Alright, whatever. This is good enough health. What you doing, pussy boy? Fuck. Oh, what the fuck I tried to do there. Shit, I'm dead. Wait, I'm alive? Okay, I'm not alive anymore. Apparently Injustice was much slower in the 360 and PS3 than the PS4 Xbox One version. Well, is that slower as in, like, frame rate, or slower as in, like, gameplay? Because I mean, like, the gameplay itself is slow. I don't know. I'm not smart enough to really have a fucking opinion on a lot of this shit, so... I'm not experienced enough with fighting games, really. I like fighting games more for the vibe really than I do like the gameplay because I'm not good at them. Like Marvel vs. Capcom 2, I love looking at that game. It's such a visual imperial. Why was I saying imperial? What? It's such a visually appealing game that it's like, all right, I don't even like I don't like playing this, but I like watching other people play this. You know what I mean? I like looking at this game. Or like Street Fighter 3, Third Strike, where it's like it's very it put the street in Street Fighter, where it's got this very like hip hop inspired soundtrack. All these fucking characters that are like kind of a little like more, you know, hip hop adjacent. It's got that hip hop influence in that game. What the fuck did I play recently? As in like a year ago. Might have been Street Fighter vs. Tekken or Street Fighter Cross Tekken or something on like the PS Vita. That had a cool vibe to it. Actually, it might have been a Marvel. What was it? It wasn't. Had nothing to do with Marvel. It was like Capcom or Tekken Cross Capcom or something. I don't remember what it was, but I remember Mega Man and like Pac-Man playable fighters in it, along with like, you know, the standard affair, like, you know, Ryu, Ken, Cammy, Chun-Li. Dark Souls 2 gameplay is a lot slower, so look forward to that. Yeah, I'll look forward to that in fucking 5 years. Smash Bros. It was not Super Smash Brothers. I'm gonna look it up right now because it's driving me insane. Oh my god, what was it? It was Tekken X Capcom? Okay, it was Street Fighter X Tekken. So Street Fighter Cross Tekken, technically. Hold on. Guest characters. Yeah, Mega Man, Pac-Man, Toro, I don't know who that is. Kuro, don't know who that is. And Cole. Cole from Infamous were all guest characters. But then they had like the classic Street Fighter. Okay, so I was right. It was Street Fighter Cross Tekken. I played a little bit of that. That had a cool ass vibe to it. What the fuck is this? Touch the sign of the Gravelord's servant? No, I don't want to invade this guy's world. Fuck that guy. Ah, shit. Bastard. Vocal percussion at a whole nother level running through my mind. I don't know why the fuck that stuff popped into my head. Every day I wake up, I hit him with the... You know what I'm talking about? Hey, no, Pac-Man. Drugs are bad. Damn, right into me. Okay, I got a little zealous there. That was my own fault. I consider a run successful. Maybe not successful, because it would be successful if I killed them. I consider a run not a waste of time if If I survive longer than it took me to get there. That's how I consider a successful attempt. Sauce. I'm getting sauce. I wake up and I pull out the sauce. Oh, did I ever talk about the fish tank video I put out? I don't think I've talked about this. So I put out the video about fish tank spin-offs. And this one actually kind of blew up a little bit. This kind of caught the attention of the fish tank community a little bit. Which is a little crazy. I wasn't expecting that to happen. But that was pretty sick. I was getting new followers left and right. Some of the people who were on the shows were like, "Hey yo, what up?" I talked about, what is it? I talked about ADL and segregated. And the video got promoted by both Greg and John, which is like the two polar opposites of like the fish tank realm, which is kind of crazy. Like, that's kind of sick. I think one of the contestants from ADL also was like, "Ayo, sick vid. Hit that motherfucker!" Ah. All right, I can't let this fucking guy hit me. And then I let him hit me. Fuck you. Fuck you. What up? My name's Pussy Steve. I'm a guy named Steve, and I got a fat fucking puss on me. I like the premise of a guy named Pussy Steve. You're just a guy with a pussy. Would you do a celebration jerk off if Sam Hyde follow you no matter where you were? Oh, you know what else is crazy about that? Fucking Dave, one of the guys on The Cell, he was in one of the spin-offs. I mentioned him. I'm like, yeah, Dave's the goat. He took a screenshot from his phone of the thumbnail of the video. It's like he took I put out the tweet with the thumbnail on it. So what he did was he went on Twitter. He opened up the image of the thumbnail that I posted, just that, screenshotted that, so it had like, the black bars around it. And then he took that screenshot and then tweeted it at he replied to a tweet from Sam Hyde from talking about Fish Tank from like a year ago, from like last year, maybe not a full year ago, but it was like 2024. And I'm like, the fact that Sam Hyde might have seen that is crazy. Because he would absolutely make fun of me. I know it. I'm the exact person he would make fun of, for sure. Call me this shit because my mom almost flushed me down. Pause. Nothing wrong with having a pussy. Ain't nothing wrong with being a guy with a pussy. But it was pretty. I've gotten a lot more. I've gotten a lot of people from like the ADL team for some reason. Not well, I guess some of them DM'd me, but like just hitting me up, being like, "Yo, I got some fucking some intel. I have the real answer for why the show sucked or whatever." It's like, all right. Sam Hyde when Sam Scene shows up. I don't know. I heard those things bleed. Those things bleed. Sounds scary. Like, yeah, dude, pussies. Pussies are a little scary. They bleed. It's a little weird. It's a little gross. A little gross that they bleed sometimes. Luckily, I like the taste of pennies. So. Luckily, I just like the taste of pennies, dude. Fuck. You motherfucker. You're a rat, you're a rat. I tell you, I say. Didn't Trump do something funny recently? I don't remember. Motherfucker. Fuck you. He's doing it. One more. Get him. No, I had no stamina. Yeah, okay, what the fuck? If a study came out that said pussy tastes exactly like dog meat, would you ever eat it now? What does that even mean? That's disgusting. I don't know. Maybe. Because I don't know what either of those things taste like. Maybe it's delicious. I don't know. Maybe the Chinese are onto something. That idiot fell over. What a fucking moron. What a fucking stupid idiot. I smell my own pussy, I wake up. I smell my own pussy, I wake up. I smell my pussy, I wake up. Chaos didn't. Don't forget, Matt's a virgin. Yeah. Pretty sure Trump added Kanye's cousins to the Constitution. That's true. He did that. He said, I love cousins. I love this song, Cousins. I love what he talked about giving his cousin head. It made me think of my daughter Ivanka. Have you guys ever seen what Trump has said about his own daughter? It's crazy. It's insane. It's insane what he said about his own daughter. He's like, yeah, I would absolutely. If she wasn't my daughter, I'd hit. Probably didn't use those exact words because, you know, he's like 85 years old, but. I would say the same thing about his daughter too. Based. He said some crazy shit. I don't know. Well, I guess everything comes out of Trump's mouth is pretty crazy, for better or worse. right, we're gonna destroy. I'm gonna destroy this guy. We're gonna go. I might go destroyo mode real quick. I want to look at my character's face real quick. I don't remember what his face looks like. That's right, I gave him kind of like a big nose and like a small chin. Trump's final message as president will be him singing the HH chorus.
2 pints of the quay quay. It'll leave me in a trance. I'm talking about euphoria. I ain't talking about a man.
Nitrance don't help me, it just put me in a trance. Didn't Joe Biden get ass cancer or something? Yeah, he's got dick cancer. He has dick and ball cancer. No, I think it's... No, I think it... Is it prostate cancer? No, yeah, he has prostate cancer, so it's like dick and ass cancer. I check my ball every day. Every day I'm in the shower, I have to check my balls for testicular cancer. I have to make sure I don't have testicular cancer because I cannot lose a ball. Make sure you check your balls for testicular cancer every day. Prostate cancer is like the male version of breast cancer, basically. The only difference is that, like, when you have prostate cancer, nobody cares. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's really ironic where, like, you know, this is why you need to have prostate exams. I don't need to be doing that. I don't need to be having nobody stick their finger in my butt. I'm not. Listen, I'd rather be a straight man who's never taken anything up his butt than know whether or not I have prostate cancer, all right? Like, I think if I had cancer, I think I would know. You know what I mean? Imagine how emasculating it must be as a man to get breast cancer. Like, I'm sure that happens. I'm sure men get breast cancer. I'm sure that's a thing. But it must be, like, really annoying to be just, like, telling your friends, like, yeah, man, I have cancer. Oh, what kind of cancer? It's like, breast cancer? It's like, what are you, fucking gay, dude? Like, if you told your homeboys that you had breast cancer, they would absolutely call you gay. Like, what, you have fucking titty cancer, you idiot? What are you, a chick, dude? Alright, let's relax. Shit. It's an annoying move because he tracks you with it. Either that or I'm just dodging it wrong. Yeah, I think I'm just too close when he does it. Heal now. Walter White, but he gets breast cancer. I would let the cancer just kill me at that point, I think. Anarchist motherfuckers, and they find out they have a prostate. It is since men have breast tissue in their pecs. So I mean, yeah, but like I feel like it's statistically less common for men to get breast cancer. Like women have more breast tissue, obviously, than men do, so they're more prone to breast cancer. Like, yeah, obviously a man could get breast cancer, but it's like, you know, at the same time, it's like, you have breasts, dude. What are you, fucking fat? You have fat moobs. I love the word moobs. It's so fucking funny. Big old sweaty moobs. No, like if I was a man and didn't want to get called gay for having cancer, if it was breast cancer, I would just say I have, like, you know, testicular cancer. No, that would have proof. There'd be proof of the testicular cancer because they could just cut your ball off. And they could just be like, haha, I have physical proof that I have one ball. I was like, well, that's just no fun.
Joe Biden has ass cancer. I think he may be gay for that.
It's amazing how much better I am at this game. Doing all like the pro meta strategies. He hasn't done his I got him to half. I got him to half. He didn't try to do the buff. That's weird. That was pretty good though. The real reason Boogie won't prove that he has cancer is because he's embarrassed he has breast cancer. That's why he can't answer what kind of cancer it is. He can't share a diagnosis. It's because he has breast cancer. He doesn't want to be called gay. Even though he's been called everything but gay, probably. I think Boogie2988 might be one of the only guys who hasn't been called gay on the internet. Because people make fun of him for a lot of things. They make fun of him for being fat, a liar, a simp. You know, you can make fun of him for a lot of things, but I don't think anybody would be like, yeah, he's gay. I bet you know why I kept calling you a masochist for fat rolling the entire game. That what they call it? They call it fat rolling? That's funny.
I did not give Joe Biden his ass cancer. That is fake news. That is what the liberal media wants you to think.
It turns out when you play games correctly, you're good at. It turns out you're good at games when you do them like the right way. It's like, you know, it's like competitive Pokemon. It's like, oh, it turns out you're good when you aren't using like shitmons. And you're using like actually, you know, Pokemon that are actually good. Ah, fuck. That was retarded. Do it again? No. Boom. That's a confirmed hit.
Bastard. How did you miss that? You rat bastard.
Oh, we got him on the ropes right now. He didn't get the buff. We're good. Okay, we're not good because I just fucking killed myself like an idiot.
I did not give Joe Biden ass cancer. I only went through his penis tip. I never touched his butt. I only touched his penis.
I'm gonna try, actually. I'm gonna change this ring. I don't think this... If it boosts poise... But I don't have armor. Does it matter? Oh, we'll just keep it. Because is poise dependent on armor? I don't know why I got the impression that it did, but we'll stick with that, actually. That's fine. I know poise makes you, like, not recoil at attacks. Like, when you get hit, it lessens the recoil, but, like... It's additive, not percentage. Okay, that doesn't answer my question. I don't fucking know, I'm retarded. Look at my character, dude. He's so stupid looking. I forget what he looks like when he's human. It adds poise, doesn't matter if you have none or not. Okay. So that's actually good then, that I have this. So we'll keep this on. Can you sauce me 3 times? No. How did I not hit him? That was whack. Oh. Oh, fuck my ass. Shit. Fuck. I don't know why I went that way. I knew going to the left would fuck me, and I still did it. That was fucking retarded. It was straight retarded. Alright. Come on, we can do this. I can sauce this guy. I'm going to give myself an extra half hour. I'm going to give myself half an hour. I will give myself till 10 p.m. Upon which point I'm going to try to pull out the cheese. We're going to have to go to the cheese room. We're gonna have to go to the cheese room. We was in the motherfucking cheese room. But I'm feeling a little confident. I'm feeling slightly confident I could kill him. I can kill him. I feel like I could sauce. I feel like I could sauce this right now. Oh, you know what my character looks like? He looks like that meme of the guy who's trying not to cough. He's like trying to hold in the cough. That's what his face looks like. Or no, that guy who stares at babies while sweating. You know what I'm talking about? Don't look up the cheese caves. If you ever feel like you're doing bad in life, just remember you don't have the cheese touch. It could be worse, yeah. There was a girl in middle school who had the cheese touch when I was a kid. She was just gross and nobody liked her. She was just gross and annoying and nobody liked her. So we're like, oh, we have the, I'm not gonna say her name. It was like the her name touch. It was like the cheese touch, basically. I'm dead. Yep. I was too far away when he did it. If I can get him to do that against a wall, like I did that time, like last time, I think I'm good. I think I can sauce. Hang on, is his dick and balls hanging out? No, he's got a loincloth. Okay. I make my own cheese. From where, dude? Your fucking foreskin? White people love cheese, dude. You are a cunt. I spread it on a cracker, and I'm not talking about saltine or Ritz. I might down a sleeve of Ritz crackers this stream, low-key. I'm low-key running out of snacks upstairs. But we got a whole fucking... I might fucking down a sleeve of Ritz today, dude. Can I get a... Oh, yeah. Buy hot Cheetos extra hot. You know what's crazy? I don't think I've ever had Flamin' Hot Cheetos. Alright, I'm like trying to get the fucking green back. I don't need the green. I don't... God damn it. So like that was I was trying to get the green back for no reason and then I fucking killed myself for it like a retard. Alright. We're gonna lock in. We're gonna lock in. We're gonna lock in. Apparently, so in a hair loss update, this is the hair loss update. Welcome back. Welcome back to the Norwood update. Hair loss update. So I was using. I'm gonna bash their product now. So I've been using Hims for the past 2 years, basically 2-ish years, and that worked for a little while. But I think my body got used to it and it stopped working. And just today, my mom told me, completely out of the blue, I didn't ask for this, she just kind of did this. She's like, all right, cancel that. I got you Rogaine. Like, straight Rogaine. I'm like, all right. Which is probably more powerful. So we're going to try the Rogaine. I'm going to try going off the Hims for a little bit, see what happens. It's probably just going to recede my hairline. And we're going to try the Rogaine. You should put a raw onion on your bald spots like Cobra. Yeah, no. Take off the hoodie. No. I don't think so. You know what's fucked up? I was filming YouTube shorts today, and I'm like, I gotta wear a hat. I can't look at myself like this. Hit me with the 2 ski. Can I hit the 3 ski? He hits the 3 ski. Bam. Literally, I dodged that way too early. I have no clue how I actually dodged that. Fuck, that was retarded. Drinky, drinky. No, he did it. He got it off. Just run. He hits me once until that buff wears off. If he hits me once, I'm fucked. Yep, dead. The day Matt shows up on a stream bald will be a great day. I will never show up bald. It will not happen. That will not happen. Bald is not an option. However, I'm not going to get a hair transplant. I refuse to do that. I have a thing against elective surgeries. The reason he will not show up bald is because he will kill himself once he goes bald. Honestly, low-key, yeah. Here's the thing, I could probably pull off bald if I wasn't also skinny, you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't have as much of an issue going full bald if I was like, you know, if I was like a bigger dude. I could probably get away with it. Because, like, that's an archetype of guy. It's like, you know, big, fat, bald guy. You know, Stavros Halkias. People in that realm. People of that caliber. I don't know, I like how Stavros Halkias is the first one I could think of. Stavros Halkias. A bunch of WWE guys, like big, bald dudes. Bruce Willis, buff bald dude, you know what I mean? There's a lot of variations of bald dude, but none of them are tall, skinny, bald dude. I look like a fucking... I look like a skinwalker. I look like the Fresno Nightcrawler. You ever see the Fresno Nightcrawlers? They're like giant white pants that walk around. It's pretty sick. That was fucking retarded. It was double retarded. Matt is Chuck during his courtroom breakdown. I am not balding. No, I am balding. I am balding. I'm just trying to stop it. I'm not denying the fact that I'm obviously balding. Because Chuck tried to deny it. He tried to deny that he was crazy, but he was obviously crazy. Huel's tier 3 special is he eats the other character. Better fuel Huel. Dude, I would watch the absolute fuck out of a Huel spinoff. Kim's special showing her feet. It's like you ever play it's like in Smash Brothers Brawl. I think it's Brawl. I forget which Smash Brothers one it is, but like Peach's alt Final Smash, I think it's called. Like she just covers the screen in like peaches and shit. It's like that, but it's with Kim's feet. So stupid. Fucking bitch. I just took a bunch of unnecessary damage for no reason, so that's great. Heal up now. Can I get a 3-ski?
Yeah, baby.
Alright. I don't know why they didn't hit me, but okay. Fuck. I got cocky there. I got a little penisy there. I said, cocky want boing boing. What's up? My name is Steve Pussy. Hello, sir. Please help me. I wake up. My poo-poo come out. I fall down. I fall poo-poo. I love poo-poo. Hello. That was just straight up racist. Like, poo-poo caca in my ass. Who's gonna... Somebody give me a topic. Somebody give me a topic. I feel like if I rant my way through this, I can cop the dubski. If you grew a vagina under your foot, would you fuck it? That's a fantastic hypothetical. If I grew a vagina, it's like there's a vagina on the bottom of my foot, like it's one of them foot fleshlights. You ever see those? If I could bend my leg like that, yeah, probably. I'd fuck the footussie. The problem is I'd have to bend my leg that way, and I don't know if I'm that flexible. Can I get the 3-ski? Can I get the 3-ski? Pop! Fuck. One more. Oh, we did it. We canceled it. I'm God. I might be God. Hey guys, God here. Welcome back to God. I did not intentionally roll into him, so I don't know why that happened. Oh, he's doing it again? Nope. No, sir. Oh, dude, we got him. Dude, we got him. I'm not, okay, I'm speaking too soon. I spoke way too soon. Okay. I almost shat my pants. I'm shitting myself right now. There's currently shit in my pants right now. I'm not kidding. I'm afraid to hit him first because like. One more. Canceled. You're canceled.
You're canceled. I'm Donald Trump and you're canceled. You're fired.
Oh shit. Come on. Get up. Can I hit it? Can you hit it? Ah. This is nerve-wracking. Let's go! Dude, that was an accident. I didn't even mean to attack him right there. That was a complete accident. Huh. I like straight up hit the bumper by accident. And I'm so lucky that ended the way that it did. 50,000, I think it's enough to level up. I'm going back. Oh my god, I'm horny right now. You would have died if he wasn't. If he didn't. That was so close. He would have killed me. He would have killed me if it wasn't for that. You fucking retard. All right then. Well, I guess the naked strat. Wouldn't the clip be constantly stimulated when you walk? Yeah, probably. It'd be pretty convenient just pissing out of the bottom of your foot. That would be fucking awesome. I would absolutely piss out of the bottom. That would just lift my foot up. No, that'd be kind of annoying in public, especially like if you're wearing like shoes. You gotta take your shoes off and your socks off just to piss. Oh my god, of course these guys are gonna be like fucking uber aggressive. For no reason. Dude, fuck you. Alright, I don't have time for this fucking insolence. Ugh, I'm fucking sweating right now. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it turns out fat rolling is apparently bad. Alright, so this fucking shit. I almost fucking jumped down there like an idiot. Alright, I'm guessing if I hop down here, it'll be... It's gotta be somewhere around here. There it is. Your mother was correct about him. Man, fuck you. Granted, it has been underneath a hood for several hours. So it's gonna look thinner, but it's already fucked up, so... But yeah, fuck hymns. They're fucking useless. It worked for like a year, and then it stopped working. Pretty sure hymns cause us Alzheimer's. Pretty sure that's not true, but if it is, I don't really care. If it is, I don't give a fuck. I don't really give a fuck if I get Alzheimer's. Ignorance is bliss. I know, you know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm saying? You listen, no amount of like, fucking melodramatic YouTube videos like, oh, the fear of forgetting, and it's like a video about fucking Alzheimer's. It's like, that's really gay. Yeah, let's go with that. Yeah, alright, fuck armor. Who needs armor? I didn't even get to do the cheese strat. So my cheese strat was basically I found out there was an armor set that has just like insane poise. In the video I saw, this guy had this big armor set on. I think it's called Havel's set or something. If you played the game, you know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about, but if you played it, I'm sure you do. But apparently that it has like insane poise to the point where like this guy was just standing there in place with this armor on. He was getting hit, wasn't reacting. He was just spamming his heavy attack. Artorious is cool because you can experience everything for the first time over and over. It's actually kind of sick. I thought you grabbed Havel's armor, or did I just make that memory up? See, apparently that's what I thought too, and then like I looked at my inventory and I didn't have it. I know where to get it. So if I want it, I can get it pretty easily, but... But now this is good, so now there's time to explore. I probably shouldn't do this with 9,000 souls, but what the fuck else am I going to use these things for, so... Oh yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Who are these guys?
You, is that not the soul of the man who fell on this spot? He was a dear friend. I wish to pay proper respect with that soul. Would you be willing to part with it?
Give Soul of Artorious. Should I do this? If I say no, will this lady kill me? But do I need this soul for something else? Is this a good idea or a bad idea? No comment? I'm gonna fucking Google it, you piece of shit. Dark Souls give Artorious soul. Yes or no? Okay, so it looks like you can... Looks like she give you weapons if you give it, or you can kill her and get weapons and her armor and use the soul to make the Abyss Greatsword. This guy just says kill her immediately and pillage her things for the glory of the Mongols. I mean, at this point, I don't even really want any of that. So, like, I'm just going to say no.
Yes, of course. I must not be presumptuous. Artorious would not have approved.
I'm sure that's true.
What is it? Something else? Have you changed your mind?
No. I just wanted to read this.
With me.
I'm just going to walk away. Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh, what the fuck is up here? Enter the gazebo. What does that mean? Well, like, I know what that means, but, like, what does that mean? Hope. What does that mean?
What does that mean? I don't know what he means. He's being very cryptic. I don't understand.
Is that a penis? No. Whatever this thing is, it looks very phallic. Sounds like a feller is playing with swords over here. Charmer ahead. What does that mean? I don't want to read your fucking message. I already read the message. It's locked. Okay. So I guess I'll have to go through that. Should I go... What do I do? If I go through that... I'm scared to go through that gate, because every time there's a white gate, I know something bad's going to fucking happen to me. Look at this.
Look at that. Soul of a hero. That's me. I'm a hero.
Nah, another boss right after a boss wouldn't make any sense. Purple Coward's Crystal. What the fuck does that mean? Battle of Stoicism Gazebo. Oh, so this is like multiplayer shit. The Plaque of Legends. Okay, so this is just useless. Okay. This is useless to me. Onward. To victory. Try humanity. Enemies ahead. Ah. Bars. That's what I'm talking about. Be wary of stabbing in the back. I don't like that. No? Okay, no secret. Okay. Oh, look, it's the guy that, what's his name, was trying to kill. Or that he did kill, actually. And then there's just a bunch of these guys running around. It's a whole village of them. These guys look like they're even gonna bother me. Oh, yeah, they are. Dude, they're like chimping out. Ooh, they drop large titanite shards. I could use those. Well, I guess if I'm doing the naked run, I might as well not even bother trying to upgrade shit. Or like upgrade armor anyways.
I love exploring. I love exploring in the video game.
What the fuck? Check out this motherfucker. Oh, whoever they are, they're fucking dead. There's a feller. If it's a naked run, then why are your clothes still on? Shut up. How about shut up? In the words of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Shut up, bitch. You know what? Oh, you know what? Okay, that's what these guys reminded me of. You guys remember the time lords from Rick and Morty? They got like big clam heads. That's what these guys remind me of. I'm like, these guys look so familiar. I can't put my finger on it. It's like they're the time guys from Rick and Morty. Hello, it's me. I'm Rick and Morty. That's my name. My name's Rick and Morty. My legal government name is Rick and Morty. Alright, dude, you wanna fucking relax? I'm getting this slight impression that this is gonna be a mimic, and I really don't want to fuck with it. Imminent mimicry. Yeah, okay. Not gonna bother then. Fuck you. Not even gonna bother. Dark Souls, but I'm butt naked. Oh, that guy has magic. But he's probably also a massive pussy, so... Fuck! Alright. Well, these guys are easy, so I could probably get down there pretty quick. I can speed run this. Feller back here, dead. Honestly, I bet if I just sprint. Okay, I shouldn't have done that. I was gonna try to sprint past them, but it's like, yeah, it seems like they're a little too fast for that. Bloated head. That's what my penis. That's what they call my penis when I get a big old boner.
They say, oh, he's got a big bloated head up there, doesn't he? He's got a big old bloated head.
Alright, dude. You wanna fucking relax? My cracker. Chill. Relax. Oh, that's nice. I hear just screaming in the distance. That's very epic. Actually, I don't even need to go down there because I already know what's down there. This fucker comes out. Oh! Fuck! Dodge them, you fucking idiot. Why are you still alive? Well, there goes all those souls. Oh well. It's fucking, what was it, 15,000? I can get that in fucking 20 seconds.
I don't give a fuck.
I shouldn't have ignored that sound that I heard. I should have been like... Alright, well, since they have nothing to lose, basically, just sprint. Let's just sprint straight towards it. See how far I can get doing this. How many of these guys are going to just jump off the edge and kill themselves? In their pursuit of me. Another pro tip, combat without lock-in is easier because you can dodge 8 directions when locked off. Interesting. Well, I like knowing where my guy is, so like I like being locked in. Fucking bitch. Alright, I should probably kill those assholes at the very least, because this guy fucking throwing his shit at me is going to be a pain in the ass. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Buck-Nyeket run. I'm Buck-Nyeket. Locked on with my cock out. You're gonna rock out with this cock out, dude. Fuck yeah. As I was predicted, a bunch of them just are running off the edge and killing themselves, so that's good. Alright, you know what? Fuck y'all motherfuckers. Come on, hiney holes, let's fucking go. He stands like, you guys ever see that video of Jack Doherty, that fucking streamer retard? Who was like, just going in front of people, like, just antagonizing them while his bodyguard protected him? That's how he's standing. He's standing in that position. What happened to the other one? Did he fall off the edge? Is he gay? Like, what did he do? Oh, he gay? He gay or something? He gay? Fuck you. Die. Bastard. He was depressed and gay. Alright, dude. You're gay. Give me your shards. I want all your shards. Despair ahead. Oh no. Rubbish. Where'd this guy come from? Gayville? Depressed and gay? Choose a struggle. It looks really evil down there, but it looks like that might be a... Is that a bonfire over here? Can I get up there? No. Oh my god. There's a fucking shit ton of them. These guys are scary. They're like Walking Dead zombies. They're like they're kind of not scary one-on-one, but then like a bunch of them, it's like, ah, shit. Come on, cunts, try to fight me. Let's go. Come on, pussy. Let's go. What are you gonna do? How are you gonna be bi and still get no bitches? It's crazy. Bisexual Joe, that's what they call him. Oh, I can't even jump over the edge here and just like fucking do a fucking crank move. I don't know why I called it a crank move. Yeah, I'm over here fucking cranking my hog right now. Ugh. What the hell is going on down there? Peter, what the hell? Might be a good idea to, No, I can't reach him like that. I can't reach him like that. Why did it become Chinese for a second? You ever just wake up and sometimes you're just like, you know, I gotta be Chinese for a second. Uh-oh. Alright. Well, these guys are on stairs, so I could fight them a little effectively. Oh, these guys are poison? Oh no, that gas is poison. Holy fucking shit. This place is kind of scary, not gonna lie. Doing his Kamehameha. Fuck you. I'm retarded. Since when are you like not when since when aren't you bitch made? I was under the impression that you were bitch made. What the fuck? Son of a bitch. If I get killed down here, I gotta go all the way back. There better be a bonfire down here, and there better be one fucking quick. This place is fucking scary. Oh, what the fuck? He jumps down? Son of a bitch. Kamehame. Ah. Alright, how about I just do this and kill you? Yeah, you suck and you're gay. Dark fog. What the hell is that? Alright, well this area's clear. I've pretty much made back all the souls that I lost earlier. Liar ahead. What'd that mean? I don't fuck. I mean, he's gonna spit some facts. He's gonna spit some bars. I don't think there's even a bonfire there. I think that's just on fire. Try light. Need light. Light Yagami. What if his name was Light Gag on me and he was like, I'm gay? That's what he's... Where's those fucking lanterns that I had earlier? Bonfire without the B. You mean on fire? It's a bonfire. Now turn the lights out. Alright, well, let's just fight this fucking idiot. Liar ahead. Be wary of trap. Bonfire ahead. Oh, is this a bonfire here? Luigi's last name is I'm a gay. Luigi, I'm a gay. Free Luigi. Alright. If I open this, is this a fucking mimic? Yup. Fucking bitch. Don't kill me. I'm gonna fucking rape. I should have known that liar ahead meant fucking goddamn mimic. I should have fucking known. Now I gotta go through all that again. Probably gonna die 8 times getting there. Fuck it. Have fun re-killing everyone. I will. I will have fun. This is a video game. You're supposed to have fun in a video game. Now, big downside, of course, is I have less flasks because that's not upgraded. Fucking idiot. Why did I do that? Why did I let myself get hit? I'm just gonna run even faster. And I ran so far, I'm gay. What the there's a thing on top of this. Where is it? This is supposed to be. At least that's the impression that I got when I looked at it and saw a fucking item from above. This is a trick item. Where the fuck did you even hit me, con? Alright, he fell. I fell tower, more like he fell tower. Yeah. Light Amage. Why did I read that as Luigi? I read that as Luigi for some reason. I read Luigi's last name as I'm a gay. But it's Light Yamage. He is a little fruity. Light is a little fruity. He's got fruitcake tendencies. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with being a big old queer. Surprised that actually hit him, I'm gonna be honest with you. Alright, we can sauce these assholes again. No fucking bap, dude. No bap, we got this. Sup, fuckers? Oh look, another friend has joined us. I should not have let him hit me. I should have fucking... Alright, I have 2 fucking flasks left. I cannot take damage. Oh, you know what I should do? How about this? How about this? This is activating retard mode. If vaginas grew on foreheads, do you think it would be a social norm to wear bandanas? Oh, absolutely. However, I think it would be really weird to fuck one of those. Sorry, I'm just gonna fuck your head dosie real quick. Babe, can I fuck your head, babe? Are you gay? Quit pointing at me like the fucking monkey from Family Guy. Alright. It says bonfire ahead. There's gotta be a way to make that a bonfire, no? Imagine having to piss and you have to stare down into a toilet. It'll like, if you don't wipe, you gotta like wipe your head every time, or otherwise it'll like, it'll drip down in your face. It's fucking gross. Damn, this place is a shithole. Why do I hear little girls screaming, dude? This is fucked up. You are a rat bastard. I hate you. All right. Oh, wait, no, this is where I was before, you cunt. Fuck you. You absolute rapist. Fuck you, dude. Well, at least I know I could pretty safely just kind of sprint past a lot of that. Yo, if people had head doses, that would be like... That would give a whole new definition to giving head. You know what I mean? How would the pussy forehead work? Would it be like, would it be vertical or horizontal? Like, would it go this way or would it, like, be sideways? Imagine falling asleep and actually golden showering yourself because you had a dream about peeing. You absolute massive bitch. I hate this fucking game. You stumbled at Epstein Island. I had fucking 23,000 souls. That was I mean, it doesn't fucking matter. Who cares? I'm level 85. I'm probably way over leveled for this game anyways. Actually, I'm 86 because I leveled up after I killed fucking what's-his-nuts. What are you, a fucking gay? Get away from me. Don't touch me. Fuck it. We're gonna kill this fucking mimic. My name is the fucking mimic. Oh, yeah. Fucking pussy. Very good. Carving. What does that mean? What's up, pussies? Alright, drinky drinky. Fuck. Not gonna lie, I was kind of hoping to dodge that. Don't you dare! I hate you with every fucking fiber of my goddamn being, you absolute rat bitch. I've never actually... I'm gonna think of it, I've never pissed myself. As an adult. I don't think I have ever pissed myself as an adult. I've absolutely shat myself as an adult, that's for damn sure. I've never pissed myself as an adult now that I think about it. Which, you know, makes sense, because it's like, you know, I'm an adult. I shouldn't be pissing myself. You are a cunt. Don't touch me. You fucking subhuman. Actually, you're not even human. You're a fucking eldritch fucking deity with 8,000 eyes. The beast of 1,000 eyes has sucked your balls. That one savior from The Walking Dead that said it's really hard to piss your pants on purpose always had me curious if that was true, but I don't want to piss myself to test it. Honestly, same. That was the thing on on Fish Tank on season 2 because they had like the beef bells. One of the beef bell challenges was first person to piss yourself wins. I think Airsoft Fatty won that. Fuck off. This guy's a cunt. I got sick recently and shat and pissed myself a little bit when I was asleep. That's actually gross. That's pissing and shitting yourself as an adult is crazy. Like, you could do one or the other, not both. I love seeing those Reddit posts where it's like grown adults being like, pissed myself tonight. The piss stain looks like Among Us. It's like, you're just gonna admit that? You're just gonna admit that you pissed yourself? Don't touch me. Turn around, queer. Alright. I had no control, I was sleeping. You know what's crazy? I've stopped myself from having wet dreams before. Is that weird? Cause like I'll be having like a, you know, a wet dream. I could feel it starting. I'm like, uh-oh. Like, uh-oh, it's about to start. It's about the coom is about to coom. It's about to coom out. So I just like, nope. I force myself to not come because I'm like, I don't want to fucking wake up with cum in my cock. Ooh. Gimme fucked. Diabolical bitch. Alright. Your wet dreams are the only way you're getting pussy. Who said I was getting pussy? The wet dream. I think it's really fucking weird that we call them wet dreams. It's kind of a gross name if you think about it. It's like, yeah, man, I had a freaking wet dream. It's like, what, you a fucking sex pervert? What's wrong with you? Ever dreamt of yourself being bald? I actually straight up the other night, I'm not kidding. This might be a little bit, revealing a little too much. I had a dream last night where like I was just like kind of like shooting my fingers through my hair. I don't know why I said shooting. Where I was just kind of, you know, stroking my fingers through my hair as you do. And just like a big fucking clump came out. I'm like, oh no. I went, oh dear. Alright, well, here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna go right behind this mimic, and I'm gonna do this. Get fucked. Crest key. This is not a bonfire, by the way. I hate how this game fucking lies to you. That wasn't a dream. That happened on stream. No, it was. No, it did not. You know how I know it was a dream because it was like... It was like a fucked up amount of hair. Like, it was an amount of hair. It was an amount of hair that was like... Absolutely no way did that happen. What's the point of putting this down here? Best thing you can do is when you lose a clump is make a hair cake video. I should do Hair Cake 2, the sequel. I finally got time and started reading the Walking Dead comic. Hell yes. Bars. Alright, let's find out if what I'm about to do is retarded or not. Ooh. It's one of the deleted streams. No, it wasn't. It was not. I know what reality is. Speed of reality. Have you guys seen some of this? Oh, fuck off. You had to do the fucking longest jump. Have you guys seen some of these like these new AI videos that are coming out? Where they're like borderline hyper realistic. This shit is getting scary out here, bro. Fuck you! You bastard cunt. Well, I have a key now, and the key leads to something. I think I know where it leads, so the question becomes, do I go back and get all that? Or do I just go to this key? Actually, I don't even remember where it is now. Fuck. Why did that do more damage that time? What the fuck? Alright, quit following me. It was up there somewhere, but I don't remember where. Alright, well at this point I'm just gonna go back and get my shit. Just explore that fucking lower level, because fuck it. Fuck. That's really bad timing on my part. I know where that key leads, but I'm just like fucking... Fuck you. I don't like you. I don't like you. Quite frankly, I don't even respect you. Alright. Of course, you gotta hit me. Is it the wizards that laugh? Are the wizards the ones laughing right now? You dare laugh at me. I became a wizard and you laugh at me. Fuck. Should not have struck first. That was stupid. Rick Grimes, if he was ticklish. We're the ones who laugh. Gore. We're the ones who laugh. Gore. Just give me this and get away from me. Get away! I don't want to deal with you. I don't like you. I think you're gay. I think you're gay and smelly. Okay. Well, now where do I go? Well, I'm not going that way. Fuck that. Oh. I just became Chinese for a second. This is the bonfire. Okay. Fire. Bars. Alright, now let me see if I can figure out where that key goes. I know it goes somewhere, because I was at that door. I just don't remember how to get to it, because I'm stupid. You gotta kill this guy. No, you gotta kill one of these guys down here. Alright, we'll just one by one it. Fuck it, I don't care. Get away from me, you're black. Whoa. Let's calm down. Did I say that? There's no way I said that. That sounds like something I would say. Ironically, of course. I'm not a fucking heinous racist. Oh, I think I know where it is. I think it's down here. Yes, okay, it was over here. Gotta kind of go down this little spiral. You did say it, did I? Yeah, I would believe that, yeah. Wait, am I retarded? Don't answer that. Oh, it was over here. I'm fucking stupid. Okay. It wasn't even in this area. It was fucking... It was up back where, fucking Jacob Sartorius was. It was where Jacob Sartorius had his sweatshirt. If Rabba creates and doesn't destroy, does that mean Rabba created racism? Probably, yeah. I'd believe that. You didn't say black, though. You used the N-word. Silly me. Dun, da, 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 da. Well, I have 2 humanities on me, and I kind of don't want to waste them. So, I might... Oh, look at me. I'm a naked man. I might just kindle this for shits and giggles. Because I'm going to probably die and lose these humanities anyways. I'm buck naked. Anyways. Go up here. Because I have a key. That I'm going to assume opens this door. Now I'm scared because something is going to kill me. What the fuck? Oh, it's a fucking guy. What's up, homie? You look like the guy in Orlando.
Thou must be the one who freed Artorious. An old friend he was. Thanks to thee, he left this world with honor intact. And here I am, retired and blind. Of little help to thee, I'm afraid.
What you got, dog? Dung. You've got a bone, prism stone, a hello carving, and a thank you carving. Oh, you could buy shards from him? That's sick. Goes great arrow. What else does he do?
Dragons shall never be forgotten. We knights fought valiantly. But for every one of them, we lost 80 of our own. Exhilaration, pride, hatred, rage. The dragons teased out our dearest emotions. Thou will understand one day. At our twilight, old thoughts return in great waves of nostalgia. Farewell, human. Lead thy life as thou seest fit.
You got it, dog. I'm gonna look at my character real quick. He looks like a fucking mongoloid. Look at him. He looks like a fucking chimp. He has chimp face. That's pretty funny. All right. Well, I have 27,000. I'm gonna probably lose all of it. Is there anything special about those arrows he sells? Not that I've been using fucking arrows at all, which, by the way, that reminds me, I'm going to remove this and fucking put a different shield on. Honestly, there's no reason to use any shield other than the one I already have. Fuck, it doesn't matter. Waste of time. Ooh, that's a little bit scary if I do say so myself. Alright. Well, I'm guessing there's a boss in whatever that area is, so I'm gonna walk over here. I'm gonna get raped. I got raped. I just immediately got raped. That's awesome. Hashtag free rape. What? What? What did I just say? Starlight when she joins the 7. Hashtag free rape. That's crazy. What up, nerd? Trying to hit me with the Kamehameha? How about you get the Kamehameha fuck out of here, bitch? Fuck! Alright, I can't even kill. I have to kill these fucking assholes. And then to get into whatever that area is, which I'm assuming is a boss that's gonna fucking rape me. I'm gonna get raped. I'll wake up every day. I'm about to get raped. This place really reminds me of that starting area. Where there's like the guys above firebombing you. It's very reminiscent. Oh, I gotta actually go down there to get my shit. I didn't even get it. Oh, you bastard. I just had like an anime fucking monologue right there. You bastard. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm shitting right now. Oh, they're puppy guarding my fucking... You're not even fast enough. You should probably unequip any weapon shield you're not using. Yeah, dude. I'll get right on that. Hit him. What are you doing? Hit them. I'm sitting here spamming attack and he's not doing anything. Alright, well now I could probably... Well, now that I died closer to the stairs there, I can do this a little more efficiently. I don't know, I think those souls are probably lost fucking forever. I'm probably never gonna get those back. I'm probably gonna die doing something stupid in the way there and fucking lose all of them. I mean, it's 30,000, it's not even enough to level up. I'm level 85 anyways, do I really need to be a higher level? I'm probably way over leveled. But like I suck at the game, so it's like kind of evens out. Fucking you are fucking white. This is autistic. What's up? I'm Nickelback. Why am I just did the same thing again like a retard. I knew they were good. I knew they were charging up their Kamehamehas. And I just stood there anyways. Kamehame. Jewish Goku be like, oy vey, oy vey. Jewish Goku hits you with the oy vey. You know it's fucking Jover. Alright, at least only one hit me that time. You're gay. And they're following me up the fucking thing. Alright, dude. You wanna fucking chill? That is straight up silly. That's straight up goofy, dude. What time is it? Alright. Perfect timing. We'll do this a couple more times till I am satisfyingly retarded. Ah, fuck. I have to wait. Watch these assholes kill me with something stupid. Don't fucking die. Don't fucking die. Jesus Christ almighty. That's racist. Is it? What are you gonna do about it? Oh yeah, it's racist? Well, I'm black, so... What are you gonna do about it, pussy? Why did that do more That's so inconsistent how much damage that does. Sometimes it does like half, sometimes it did like that. It was like my whole fucking health bar, basically. Don't do it. Alright, do your Kamehame. Kamehame. You suck so much dick, it's insane. Fuck you. You are a rat. These guys suck. Fighting one of these guys is annoying enough. Fighting two of them sucks major dong, dude. It sucks fucking straight cockles. Why did I die down here? I didn't even come down here. Why did it drop my fucking thing over there? That doesn't make any sense. And they're still shooting me. This is insane. Whatever. Eventually something dumb is gonna kill me. I'm gonna lose all those souls. And at that point, I'm just gonna try sprinting past him just to see what happens. Because if there's a boss behind there, which I'm assuming there is, it's gonna be a pain in the dick and balls to get to every single fucking time. How can he slap? This is normal enemy placement in Dark Souls 2, by the way. Fuck me. Why does my thing keep spawning all the way down here when I'm not even dying down here? I'm dying, like, up here. And what's crazy, hip-hop producer Wake Up Filthy. He was tweeting about Dark Souls the other day, and he's tweeted like, yeah, Dark Souls 2 is the best one. I'm like, I have not heard good things about that. Mr. Filthy. Wake up, Filthy. Alright. I'm gonna heal. We're gonna fully fucking... Alright. You are gay. Alright, I win. I win. I'm goated. Gimme whatever you got. Whatever you got, gimme. Green Titanite. Perfect. Well, whatever's in there, probably a boss. That looks like a boss room if I've ever seen one. Maybe a mini boss, because it looks like a guy. There's a guy standing there. Oh, yeah, that's a guy. Sub, chief. What the fuck? What am I looking at here exactly? Oh, he's kind of a puss. Okay. Fuck. Why am I retarded? Get him, get him, get him. Ooh, I almost shat. I need to see your boss. No, you don't. Leather gauntlets. What time is it? Ah, fuck. Well, I made it this far. But I'm highly considering just kind of cutting my losses and fucking just going back. Where does this go? Oh! Good thing I was paying attention, because that would have been really gay if I died to that. Oh, it's going down? Oh, there's a bonfire there, though. There's gonna be guys that come out of this. Pause. Okay. Not the worst situation I've ever been in. Okay. There's a perfect stopping point. The original Dark Souls 2 probably isn't egregious, but Scholar the First Sin version is just enemy spam. Fire. Bars. Alright. Well. That is this is certainly really gay. But that's a good stopping point. Alright, perfect timing. Alright. So at least I don't have to go through that gauntlet again, those fucking jag-offs. I almost unplugged my headphones that aren't even being used. Alright. Next time, more exploration. Next time on Dark Souls. Next time on Penis Ball Cream. What up? I'm Penis Ball Man. That's what they call me. That's my name. My name is Penis Ballman. Pooping in my hand and jacking off. Oh, hell yes. Okay, we got some fucking bangers lined up, it looks like. Alright, I have to take a massive piss. It's your boy, Mr. Piss. Alright, what are we doing? I'm gonna go pee. And then I'm gonna get AIDS and cancer in that order.
Diabetes, that's me. Hey guys, diabetes here. I am diabetes.
All right, pause, bars. Actually, let's put on the wide cam. I don't use the wide cam enough. Actually, maybe not. Can I watch you piss? I want to set up. I want to get like a second phone just specifically for streaming. I'm gonna just like whenever I leave, I'm just gonna walk and stream. There's never gonna be a moment I'm not on this stream. It's actually hot. I really shouldn't have the sweatshirt on.
Hello, sir. Please help me. I'm white.
What if the help me I'm Indian meme was like, hello sir, please help me, I am white. Please sir, I'm white. Sir, please help me, I am white. That's so stupid. I can't tell if my legs are cold or not. It's kind of not really cold in here, but it's also like not particularly warm. I don't know. I'm gay. All right. I'm just debating if I want to go blanky mode. I might go blanky mode. I might go retardo mode. I'm gonna have to go fucking absolutely stupid on them. You know what I'm saying? All right, fuck it. Fuck it. Blanky on the leg. Blanky on leg only. We're going a leg. This is leg only blank. This is your pure leg only blank. Alright, can you fucking diabolical cunt? You do not get stuck in the wheel. Wheelman. Shout out to Wheelman. Vin Diesel Wheelman. Wheelman. Shout out Dumbsville. Wheelman. Wheelman. That's so stupid. Alright, Redditors. I have to put earbuds in. I cannot hear the video. I can't hear the video. Alright. I'm double retarded right now. Alright, Redditors. Let's hit the scoop ski. I'm gay and retarded. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen. What have we today? We've got the generosity. We've got
when you hear the name Cool
silence. The bully behind a cool cat. Is this gonna be a cool cat documentary? I mean, this has kind of been done, but we'll see if this guy has an interesting take. We have a funny haha meme, which I'll pull up in a moment.
Picked up and
then we've got 8 dumbest decisions made by the Walking Dead characters. Hells yeah. Well, let's start us off with a funny haha real quick.
Elvis Presley, like, you should know that Jeffrey Epstein, like, these people are already fucking dead. Why are you? Adolf Hitler! Holy shit, you were right, they were alive!
I love that fucking meme. That meme format. It's a good meme. It's a good meme, bro. I tell you. I'm actually gonna. No, I'm not. I don't know what I was gonna do. I don't know. I was gonna. All right. This is the biggest threat to society. Shout out to the Joker. The Joker, if he had Down syndrome, be like the Sloker. The Joker, if he was Mormon, be like the Soaker. You guys familiar with soaking? Anyways, let's get into it. What is the biggest threat to society?
Man allegedly went too far when he was told his Little Caesars pizza was not hot and ready.
We're rocking the Chip Ahoy cookies today.
He's a monster. He's not a human being. He's a monster.
Drug addict, a psychopath,
Killer.
and I hate it so much. I hate it.
They said wanted, dead or alive.
Overnight growing national unrest.
This edit is crazy.
What's going on in Miami, bro?
They need to stop him.
I've talked about childhood books in the past video of mine, where I went over, what do you think? And during the making of that video, I purposely left out a book. A book that I also read during my childhood, specifically 3rd grade. And this book confused me back then, because the kids' books I read were very simple and sweet picture books that would either have a message or show how good and friendly we can be to each other. but only in their universe. That can't exist in ours. And unlike any of those, this book didn't display any of that. Instead, it showed something else. Someone sinister. A person that doesn't kneel to any rules.
Me, literally
that
me.
Book was no David.
My name is David. Dad, I want some ice cream. David, that is my name. David, I want another. David, where is my ball? I'm running out in the rope. There is a car, and it is going to hit me. Ah! My name is the fucking mimic. Oh, yeah, my name is the fucking mimic. Oh, yeah. I always saw these books on the shelves, but I don't think I've ever read them when I was a wee little lad.
Main character, David, was a force to be reckoned with. In fact, there is no reckoning. He's an unmovable object, the villain of villains, the evilest evil. Imagine Homelander. There you go. And you might be asking me, my guy, he looks 6. How is he that bad? And 2 questions like that is why I hate people who judge books by its cover. Okay, maybe you can judge that book, but David is a monster! Well, not really, because he's a kid, but it's about what he will become in the future. And if you don't remember or know the war crimes this kid committed, I'ma show you. I've read all 8 books of this series, and I will show you all the highlights of him being a clown or a jackass, and I will convince you that he is baby Joker. But let's not be biased. Let me show you the highlights of him being good first, so you can form your own opinion. So, here you go. Oh wait, there are none! I'm gonna begin with the OG No David. And he's already starting off his legacy.
That's an
with
iconic
killing
book
goldfish.
cover for damn sure.
Man, they're the snack that smiles back. Why would you kill them? No, David. You see this story is being seen in his mom's perspective, and it's always her saying, no, David, but just letting him do it. He's reaching for the cookie jar, and you ain't doing nothing. Smack him out the chair. Then he tracked doo-doo in the house, so he has to take a bath. This is the dirtiest bathwater I've ever seen. Then he goes running out butt-ass naked in the street. Like I said, he don't care. He don't care about no rules, no laws. He doesn't care about public indecency. That's just another law he can break. Then he continues to do more nefarious activities. But the worst one was definitely him breaking the vase with a baseball bat. This man is doing bad in practice in his own
That actually made me flinch. I actually flinched. That's autistic. That's straight autistic what I just did right there.
Deliberately. Look at his face. Look at what he's looking at.
I mean, anybody with teeth like... Fuck. Anybody with teeth like that, absolute fucking menace to society. I've never seen somebody with teeth that were fucked up like that wasn't a fucking psycho. They call me the Joker because I'm racist. You want to know how I said the N-word? Because I am gay. What am I doing?
Knows what he's doing. And of course, he breaks the vase and gets a timeout. Like, that's gonna do anything. Then his doormat of a mom sees him with a little sad face and is like, "Oh, David, come here." Takes him out of timeout and then says, "I love you, David." The end. What? That's it? That's all you gonna do?
What fucking lesson did he learn? He didn't learn to not be a dickhead. Fuck this kid. All the hate that people give to Caillou for some reason, they should give to this fucking asshole. I don't even understand the Caillou meme. The Caillou meme is so retarded. It's like, oh, what if he's like fucking Caillou is a dick? What if we fucking hate Caillou? That would be really funny. Fuck Caillou. Imagine being a grown adult and recognizing Caillou as a thing. Imagine being a grown adult with no children and knowing what Caillou is. I only know what it is because it was like on when I was a child. But all the hate that Caillou gets, give it to this fucking little bastard. They call me the Joker, but I'm not joking. I'm yoking.
He wasn't even punished. She really believed those crocodile tears. He's faking it. He ain't sad because he broke the vase. He's sad that he got caught and got in trouble. He ain't sorry. This dude intentionally broke the vase with murder on his mind. And what the mom does is shrugs it off and hugs him? Man, beat his ass! That's the only way his evil behind's gonna learn. but you rewarded him with your love and affection after he broke your great-grandma's vase and her ashes were in there too? It's crazy, man. I know when David is in high school, he gonna be treating his mom like those memes of when you visit your white friend's house. Then the felon continues. In the next book, David gets in trouble. Does he now? Big shock.
It's about damn time.
We start the book off with this page. I didn't mean to. You're riding a skateboard in your house. What you think was gonna happen? Plus you got that big smile on your face. You meant it. It was an accident. Bruh, this is the first 2 pages, and I'm already calling the police on him. I couldn't deal with this kid. This man belongs in juvie. He ain't normal. And then you have this dude walking to school in his undies. This boy just wants problems. And all the kids are laughing because he's the class clown. David, just be glad you're in elementary school. Because in elementary, everybody will be laughing with you for wearing your undies to school. While in high school, if you did that, everybody's gonna make fun of you and bully you for being a clown.
And depending on how old you are, you might even be tried as a sex pervert. David and Matt got the same hairline. Fuck you.
What you deserve. Then we go to class, and he's already starting something. My dog ate my homework. And the side kid's laughing like... But the girl ain't having none of David's jokes. She giving him the side eye like, this nigga lying. No dog ate his homework. But the thing is, David wasn't lying. Because if you look out the window, the dog is there eating his homework. Unbelievable. That's probably the first time he ever
That
told the
monkey is
truth in
literally
his
me,
life.
the Joker.
So you know
The
what
Joker
David
monkey.
does as revenge to
I feel
the
like
dog
Tigress
eating
in this
his
video just to make
homework?
that banger
Well,
joke. Fuck
a
you.
few pages later, this nigga gone eating the dog food in front of the dog. What a
What the
man.
dog do?
Even the worst villain wouldn't do something so bad. So despicable. Even the dog looking at him like, why would you do this? And you know what David said? I was hungry.
I've always wondered if dog treats taste good.
No feelings. No respect. No emotions. This boy is not human. He continues to commit acts of terrorism throughout the rest of the book. And by the end of it, his mom confronts him for being a piece of shit. And so David says, I'm sorry. And he's forgiven. That's it. That's all. That's the end of the book. You know.
Somebody should curb stomp this fucking child. Like with the amount of ferocity they do in American History X, just fucking that same level of anger. We need to curb stomp this child. Maybe the thought just came to me mid-chat, mid-video. Or maybe you should all fucking shut the fuck up. Fuck y'all motherfuckers.
I'm noticing a pattern here. I'm noticing that no matter what this kid does, he's always gets the long end of the stick. He always wins. Even when he's wrong, he wins. He's the greatest supervillain of all time. And he's like this in every book. Like, here's him cutting the line. Who do you think he is? Here's him spelling his name with doo-doo in the snow. What's wrong with you? And cursing in front of his mom? Kids aren't supposed to be...
Oh, what did he say? What slur did he say? He absolutely said the hard R for sure. He absolutely said the hard R. Absolutely. His dad was probably watching NFL and was like, "Get this fucking off the field." He had the Burger King crown on. "Get that back on the plane." And the kid was like, "Oh, you could say that? That's a word? I'm gonna say it." Either way, you cooked him and his hairline. Fuck you.
He cursing, dumbass.
Well, my
And then he
hairline
says,
was cooked long
well,
before.
Dad says it. Well, I might not know your daddy, but I don't think you should be repeating the words he says. And in
We
almost
had the
all
same
8
thought. It was the fucking Burger King guy.
books, he keeps up this behavior with no change. So it ain't even worth going over each book. I'm showing you what he does in each book right now in the screen. He doesn't change. This kid is a criminal, a lawbreaker, a swindler, a rogue good-for-nothing baddie. What? And what does he get for it? A Merry Christmas. Absolutely outrageous. This kid needs to be apprehended immediately. Because if we keep letting him get away with this, it will be too late. In conclusion...
They got his ass. David fucking got his ass. My name is David. Dad, I want some ice cream. David.
David. Jump back, kick back, flip around and spin.
My name is David. Dad, I want some ice cream.
Oh, there's like a fully,
David,
this guy made a fully animated version.
David,
That's sick.
I want another. David, where is my ball? I'm running out on the road. There is a car. And this is going to
Real. Where's the here?
Hey, I'm tripping, I'm sliding, I'm riding. My name is David. Dad, I want some ice cream. David, that is my name. David, I want another. David, where is my ball? I'm running out on the road. There is a car. And you just go to
I can never, every time I hear the My Name is David thing, I feel like it belongs over the fucking Kendrick Lamar thing. Because it's like, it fit, that was the this was the first I'd heard of the My Name is David meme, was the fucking Kendrick Lamar version. I want this little, hung up by jumper cables. Jumper cables is crazy. All right, I'm gay. What are we doing? All right. So this is the bully behind Cool Cat, featuring internet historian. I could not think of a worse fucking title for a video ever. We're doing Cool Cat, which was this. It was 2019, which was like, that was like 3 or 4 years after Cool Cat was like relevant meme in the fucking YouTube zeitgeist. And internet historian is in it. Internet historian fucking sucks. So my hopes are not high for this one, but I'm in it for the lore.
Okay, you're probably thinking of 3 things: Cool, Cat, and god-awful movie that gained infamy after being featured on a couple of prominent review channels. But there's a dark side to Cool Cat, one rife with unlawful copyright takedowns, Twitter tirades, and an ego inflated to its bursting point.
You got pumped up, you got deceived, and you got slapped, and really, you got treated like a little punk bitch.
Me neither.
Kids are just bombarded with hate, with bullying, and now you know who to direct your hate toward.
I'm gonna start, by the way, I'm gonna start downing this fucking sleeve of Ritz. Ritz Cracker Activate. ASMR. I haven't heard of Cool Cat ever, deadass. Basically, I mean, I'm sure he'll give like an overview of it, but basically, there's this guy, Derek Savage, who he did a he makes like these like low budget movies trying to like teach kids about like important issues like school shootings. That's probably the most egregious one he did, but like just general stuff that like you would, you know, like Barney would do, right? And he has this character called Cool Cat. And he does all these different movies with the Cool Cat character. He's trying to make it like a thing. A bunch of YouTube reviewers were like, they like found it and were like, this is crazy. I think it was like I Hate Everything had an arc about it. I feel like YMS did it. Like Your Movie Sucks. I feel like he was involved at some point. Fucking, oh my god, what's his name? I just had him. I had Monkey Jones. They were all doing like these really like scathing reviews of the fucking Cool Cat movies, because like, which is like, you know, that was kind of like, that was what YouTube was at the time. Basically, it was just, you know, taking things completely seriously. So like Darman, kind of, almost. I would say Darman is actually higher production value, but Internet Historian is also good for the Sundance Reject videos about fan fiction plagiarizing articles about caves. Is only good for you. I don't know. My thing with Internet Historian is that he's just not funny. I think his videos are boring as shit. I just don't think he's funny. I could forgive the plagiarism if he was at least funny, but I don't think he's even funny. It's like, oh, what if I used the funny old man meme from 2015? And it's like, it's been like 10 years and we're still doing this. It's like, all right, that's real. Yeah, sure, dude.
It's not cool, cat, so get busy. You are being milked. You're being treated like you're a big fat cow is what you're doing. Get your own copy of the movie. It's only $9.99. My God, you can afford that. Baby, shotguns are really starting to escalate with women. Women, yeah, I think it's a great gun for a woman because you don't even have to know how to use it. Bam! Anyone who lies to you and deceives you, in my eyes, is a punk.
I have reason to believe Derek Savage impersonated a law firm and used fear tactics to try and scare me into taking down more videos.
I sincerely believe that you
It was like a rite of passage for movie reviewers on YouTube at the time to shit on Cool Cat. It really was. Anyways, the reason the Cool Cat thing became like a big deal was because like this guy, Derek Savage, the creator of Cool Cat, he saw all these like scathing reviews and would start like copyright striking him completely belligerently. Everybody was like, he's gay. I hate everything and I'm fucking gay.
Trying to fool anyone and that you're just genuinely mistaken about fair use.
My interview with Jason Johnson, lead actor of Cool Cat Save the Kids, was struck down by Derek Savage. There was none of Derek copyright content throughout the video.
I'm Cool Cat, and I'm gonna protect the kids!
Derek Savage, proof that the name Derek can even make a cool name like Savage sound lame, is the brains and brawn behind Cool Cat. A shining example of the American dream, Derek proves to us that with a little bit of cash, some elbow grease, and a can-do attitude, you too can create a subpar movie that gets endlessly ridiculed online. His website is a great time capsule of the 90s.
His My Immortal and Sonic the Hedgehog video, or Sonic High School videos were funny, mostly because of the material the videos were about. His regular content always bored me. Now, I mean, even those are kind of like, there's no like, he just reads them completely like blandly, and it makes them less funny. Like I think like a reading of My Immortal would be way funnier if it was being done by people like actually trying to like do it earnestly. You know what I mean? Like getting actual voice actors to play the characters and trying to do them completely like earnestly. Just to show the absurdity of it, or even just somebody reading it and just laughing between every sentence because it's that silly. But he just like has this like fucking borderline text-to-speech voice, and like will have a couple YouTuber cameos, and they don't really know the context they're getting into, so they just read the lines so fucking flatly because they don't care. That's the thing that bothers me about those videos. But where is he? He's dead.
Sort of like that Space Jam website that some sick bastards kept alive all this time. It's got it all. A cool time in background, fantastic use of tables, and even some spicy gifts, including a... Whew, is it getting a bit hot in here, or is it just me?
No!
It's actually really fucking hot under these lights. He also has this image of him on the cover of a singles newspaper, which I guess is kind of like Tinder, but for smelly people from the 80s. I don't know whether that's something you want to brag about or not. On one hand, you're a male model, but on the other hand, you're so single that they decided to make you the cover of the newspaper. Eventually, he decided that the pen is mightier than the karma, and took to writing a series of books and short stories. This includes classics such as A Sweet Revenge. After the Vipers street gang murder Brandon Swanson's family, he goes to the police, but the police are powerless against the hardened gang members. If someone kills your family, then it's sweet revenge time. Oh, but don't worry, the story has little to no profanity, with a message that white and black people can live in friendship and overcome adversities together. Bad Boy. James Hunt experiences another bad relationships.
It's just purely about gang violence. It was like, actually, whites and blacks.
So his best friend dares him to enter a male dancer contest to cheer his spirits. Which he does, and actually wins a part-time job at the club. Kind of like a really shitty, like, America's Next Top Model, but instead of winning like a several $100,000 modeling contract, you win a part-time job at a club. Bible Birdie, a Derek Savage faith-based story, with cover art by The Odd Ones Out, weirdly enough. The book consists of 5 chapters. Bible Birdie meets God. Oh, but like, he's fucking dead, alright? Eventually, he struck metaphorical gold by inventing an orange anthropomorphic cat wearing a t-shirt and naming it Cool Cat.
Cool Cat shaves
Cool
the
Cat's
kids.
sinister influence
Sorry, what?
spread to anything Derek thought he could turn a profit from books to t-shirts to keychains to designer drugs. Eventually he decided, as all talentless creators do, to take it to film. Derek initially filmed 3 short films. Cool Cat finds a gun, Cool Cat stops bullying, and Cool Cat runs over a vagrant on a quiet country road at 3 AM and isn't sure if he should go back and help or just keep driving. Thinking that if
You know what's crazy? I know that's a bit. However, that would not surprise me if that was real.
feature-length movie is much easier to commit to watching than 20 minutes short, he decided to stitch the 3 films together to create
Cool Cat saves the kids, baby, and this is when it started to hit for us.
Like the old saying goes, even a broken clock eventually creates a disastrous movie that gains an ironic cult following. And Cool Cat Saves the Kids was the flash in the pan that vindicated Derek and reaffirmed his belief that Cool Cat was a masterpiece. I'm not going to go too in depth on Cool Cat Saves the Kids, as you've probably seen the review from PewDiePie, or Your Movie Sucks, or I Hate Everything if you're watching this video here. And if you haven't, then go check them out because they'll explain it way better than I ever could. But to recap, it's a relatively harmless, so bad it's good movie that shows the scars of its human centipede-inspired creation, complete with some inconsistent messaging and a dash of cash grab mixed in. Parallels can be drawn between Derek and Tommy Wiseau, creator of The Room. Unlike Tommy, who embraced the negative reaction and rode it out to some strange sort of success, Derek is cocksure that Cool Cat is a masterpiece and refuses to let anyone say otherwise.
What if instead of Cool Cat, his name was Cool Fat? And it was just like a really morbidly obese guy. Hey, Unami's here. Hey, bust me the money! If you want to go inside guys with me, suck a penis, I am gay, please. Now suck me because I'm gay. Hey, I'm fucking gay and Unami. Hey, I'm gay, Unami. Anyways.
Your Movie Sucks, the popular movie review channel and great phrase to yell at film school students, was the first channel to cover Cool Cat Saves the Kids and his 2-part epic that's considered by many to be the Odyssey of bad movie reviews. His cover
I don't know about that. You know, can I complain about Your Movie Sucks? Can I complain about him for a second? I don't like him very much. I don't like Your Movie Sucks very much. I'm not a huge fan of YMS. Because I know how he criticizes things, and I don't like the way he criticizes things. Like, for example, he has 2 big videos about The Walking Dead. I think it's 2 videos. I think it's a multi-part video, but he's got 2 videos about The Walking Dead. And it's like, his criticisms of that show are so fucking lazy, it's insane. I'm sure he was only doing it just for, like, the money, which is, like, you know, fine, fair enough, you know, do whatever you gotta do. But, like, his criticisms of that show are really fucking bad. And I can't take any other criticism of his seriously. Because specifically of that video. Granted, I haven't seen very many other videos from him, but if that's any indication, I don't like the way he criticizes movies. Not a fan. Not a fan of YMS. Also, I'm fucking viscerally homophobic. In Minecraft. That's not true, actually. That's not true. I'm not homophobic. But he is gay. I know what I'm sitting next stream. Fuck! Actually, that could be good content. I could clip that.
coverage is what put Cool Cat on the cool mat and was many people's introduction to the world of Derek Savage, myself included. Despite being heavily critical of the movie and its smorgasbord of flaws, Daddy Derek took the review in his stride and even endorsed it. However, it's possible he didn't actually enjoy the review, but rather the multitude of DVD and merch sales that came about as a result of it.
First of all, congratulations, Mr. Derek Savage.
Hello, I like money.
How come you were fine with Adam's review, even though it was pretty critical of your film?
Money!
Unrelated, but how about you pick yourself up a brand new Cool Cat Saves the House, Cool Cat Saves the Meanwhile, I Hate Everything, popular movie review channel and great response to the question, what's your favourite rice gum video, did a similar review that was about as critical as the YMS one. For some strange deluded reason known only to Daddy Derek, he loathed this video with a passion and did the only reasonable thing when faced with critique. Illegally used copyright takedown notice.
YMS is so boring. I never got his appeal. That's how I feel. That's how I feel about YMS. That's also how I feel about Red Letter Media. Everybody's like, oh, Red Letter Media, they're like the best reviewers. they're like the best movie YouTubers, and I'm like, I tried watching one of the, I think it was a Half in the Bag review. I tried watching a fucking Red Letter Media video. It was just two fucking dweebs just talking about a fucking shitty movie. It was so fucking boring. I don't get the fucking appeal of them at all. YMS is in that same boat for me. At least YMS is like kind of fun. He can make a joke sometimes, but like Red Letter Media is like that's Red Letter Media for me. I cannot fucking stand them. They're so boring to me.
This is to silence your detractors. For those who aren't aware, a copyright strike is a means for a copyright holder to take down a video that they find to be infringing on their work. In theory, this should be used for instances such as channels that illegally upload full TV shows and movies. Of course, the line between copyright infringement and fair use can be hard to distinguish, especially when you're someone who thinks a feature-length film about a man in a cat costume teaching children about gun safety is a good idea. Receiving a copyright strike takes down the video and puts a strike against your channel. 3 strikes and your channel is permanently shut down. The worst part? The onus is on the channels themselves to prove their innocence, and not on the copyright holders to prove that they're being infringed upon, meaning Daddy Derek's allowed to run around handing out copyright strikes willy-nilly. Keep in mind that this is over a movie that has a strong anti-cyberbullying message, where Mr. Cat says, and I quote, "Just ignore him!" Of course, instead of ignoring it, Derek instead opts to threaten him with further legal action as a result of I Hate Everything setting his fans out to harass Derek and telling him to commit suicide. Except that didn't actually happen, lol. He then threatens that he's going to have other victims of I Hate Everything's viciously whimsical movie reviews to also send copyright strikes, effectively shutting down his channel. I Hate Everything responds with a reasonable request to sort this out like adults, and not like kids, or cats, which Derek calmly responds to by further threatening legal action.
Wasn't he the guy who called out in a video for saying that he doesn't need to finish a movie to review it, or was that another guy? No, I think that was YMS. Yeah, that was YMS. He's like, was it I think it was a tweet. He was like, yeah, I don't want to finish a movie to review it. Or he's like, I'll review movies that I didn't finish. It's like, dude, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. But yeah, I think that was YMS, I think. I don't remember. Whatever. Back to Cool Cat. Back to Cool Fap. What if his name was Cool Fap and he just fapped everywhere? That was pretty funny.
In typical
That'd be comedy
bully
right there.
fashion, he
That's
lies
comedy
and
right
says
there.
that he has
What?
I Hate Everything's IP address from his email, which is impossible because he uses Gmail. Of course, even if Derek did have his IP address, he probably wouldn't know how to backtrace it. So instead tries to bait him into giving
The
up his full name
consequences
and
will never
address.
be the
Possibly so he
same.
could send him a parcel of anthrax, or maybe just do a classic ding-dong ditch. Daddy Derek's deranged demands are demeaning at best, asking I Hate Everything to deliver a public apology to both him and Cool Cat, a fictional character, in addition to deleting all of his Cool Cat related videos. Realizing he either has no friends in Hollywood, or that they're unwilling to join him in illegally taking down an independent creator for criticizing his work, Derek realizes he's in the wrong, apologizes, and releases the copyright strike. No way, that
didn't happen.
Right. Sorry, I actually got my notes mixed up here. What I meant to say is that he allegedly impersonates a law firm that represents a producer who also made a movie that I Hate Everything had covered. Now, like, there's no actual concrete evidence that it was Derek who sent the email, but there are a couple of peculiar entities noticed. It's suspicious. First of all, why would you use an expensive lawyer to send a takedown notice when YouTube gives you free and obviously very easy to use services to do the exact same thing? Second of all, this very prestigious law firm uses a Yahoo email address, famously only used by 2 people, my mum and Derek Savage. Third, the email lacks both a
I was a Yahoo guy until recently. I'm gonna pull this up so I don't forget it. If this guy had blonde hair, he low-key looked like your Dark Souls character.
a physical address and a phone number. This LA-based law firm doesn't appear when you Google it, and finally the Smoking Barrel, the producer they allegedly represent, was actually contacted. Turns out they're based in Canada, not LA, and furthermore they've never heard of a Shapiro law firm or a Derek Savage. Probably realizing how badly he fucked up by trying to allegedly impersonate a lawyer, fictional or otherwise, he immediately flips and starts attempting to be reasonable, figuring you don't normally have the same person play both the good cop and the bad cop. It was around this time—
More like the good cock and the bad cock, am I right? Ayo! That's probably a porn. There's probably a porn title with that. It's like called like Good Cock, Bad Cock. And it's like a fucking police porn. One of my favorite underrated M&M bars is I forget the lead up to it is, but the punchline is like screaming "fuck the police" like cop porn. I'm like, that's kind of fire. If this guy had oh, I just read that already. I'm retarded. Yeah. He kind of does look like my Dark Souls character a little bit. My Dark Souls character looks a little bit more Mongoloid-esque. He looks like a little more like a Mongoloid. Oh, I almost fucking puked. All right.
That he put out a PR piece designed to get the Cool Cat community, known as Pussy Fiends, back onto his side. This was a...
Is that real that they actually called Pussy Fiends? That's fucking fire, dude. What up, Pussy Fiends? That's what EDP should have called his fucking subscribers. Before he was... Well, now they're called pedophiles, but, you know. It's Gayos. Gayos?
Bruh. Fascinating insight into how he thinks, and it showed us a couple things. How he says that it's very important to him that Adam from Your Movie Sucks loves Cool Cat.
You know, I like Adam, first of all. Adam's a good-hearted man, and I know for a fact that he loves Cool Cat, and that is extremely important to me right there.
Is it possible he went after I Hate Everything because he took his name literally and thought he actually hated Cool Cat? How the reviews and drama haven't hurt his sales at all, aka the reason you would be sending a copyright infringement notice, and that he's in fact been selling more copies than ever.
Over the past week, good Lord Almighty, I have sold more Cool Cat movies than I usually do in a month and a half period.
And an absolute myriad of classic lines.
I love doing it. I love making movies. And I'm damn good at it too. Praise God. That is not being a bully.
I love making movies, and I'm pretty good at it too. Praise God. The 4.7 is crazy. The 4.7 I think is probably generous. That reminded me of this bit I used to have with my friends back when I had friends. We had this bit where we would just do like an impression of a racist guy going, I don't understand what you're saying. Go back to your country. White power. And he would always, whatever he would say, he would always end it with white power. But he would say it really quick, so like white power. So he would say it like boomhauer. Boomhauer. White power. Or better yet, big bitch baby 75. What? Who?
And I got news for you.
Right there to any degree, stating a fact is a fact. And also on Twitter, I'm a very moralistic type man. In my eyes, there's right and there's wrong.
Only a Sith deals in absolutes.
Ignorant of the law is not an excuse. Associated Press versus Fairly. Carlo, is that Carlo? How do you pronounce it? I'm not sure. And this guy over here, some guy named Prince, he's a prince of thieves is what he is. He's a stinking thief. Claro, the artist who took this picture, Pharaoh.
Okay, you know, what's the deal with why does every commentary channel do this? Every commentary channel does this thing where they'll put the video, they'll do like the video they're critiquing, and they'll put it like, they'll shrink it down, and then everything around it will be just like some fancy little border that differs from YouTuber to YouTuber. Why do they all do this? That's really weird. I'm like just now noticing, I'm like, that was a weird trend that everybody does. That just everybody does that. I don't know. I guess that's just how commentary videos are made. I don't fucking know.
Oh, is it Parallel? Is this how you pronounce his name? Parallel, I think. Well, here, Parallel and Robin Thicke. Parallel and Robin Thicke.
On top of it all, he ends the video by saying to direct your hate towards I Hate Everything, which, to me, sounds like something a bully would do, and is also the thing that he accused I Hate Everything of doing to him.
And now you know who to direct your hate toward, and it's not Cool Cat, so get busy.
One way or another, the drama managed to sort itself out.
That doesn't sound very Christian of you. You're sending hate towards another person? That sounds a little bit anti-Christian to me, sir.
With I Hate Everything's Cool Cat review still up, along with all of his videos covering the drama, with not an apology video in sight. Luckily for I Had Everything, he had a relatively decent following at the time, and this allowed him to fight Derek's takedowns head on. Other creators were not
avoiding
as lucky.
copyright.
As mentioned in some of I Had Everything's videos,
We copy strike
several
him?
smaller YouTubers also had their critical reviews of Cool Cat taken down, seemingly out of the blue, and were then ignored when they emailed Derek to try and come to a resolution. You would think Derek would have learned his lesson after getting
treated like a little punk bitch
by I Hate
Even though it
Everything
won't
3
work,
years
trust
ago,
me, I
but as
tried. What the
recently as
fuck you
July of
talking about?
2019, he pulled the same tactic on Ryan Osirus's interview with Jason Johnson, the actor who played Cool Cat. Jason had recently cut ties with Derek for obvious reasons, and the King of Cats wasn't happy with Jason coughing up a furball of negative stories surrounding Derek. This is even more egregious.
It sounded like you said the N-word for a second. I got fucking scared. They'll always capture the visual that causes the copyright. Well, yeah, but that's not gonna... Like, even if you shrink it down, they're still gonna catch it. Because they look for that kind of shit. Yeah, we're talking about the border. And I was confused what you're talking about. And I'm like, oh, we're talking about the border thing. But no, they would still catch that. I very rarely deal with copyright shit these days, but like the key that I use is don't use any clip longer than like 10 seconds. Like 10 seconds max. Sometimes you can get away with it. Depends on what you're doing, what you're dealing with. But like, I very rarely run into those issues now. I don't know. I feel like a lot of the people who bitch about copyright bullshit these days are like, they're just people who don't understand how the copyright system works. You know what I mean? Because as somebody who's been doing this kind of shit for years, it's like, all right, it's really not that big of a deal. I got a copyright claim. Oh, well, I don't give a fuck. We'll fight it. Either fight it or fix it. It's not my fucking problem. Why are you making it everybody else's fucking problem? You know what I mean?
Than his previous attempts at silencing critics under the guise of copyright infringement, as Ryan's interview was simply that, an interview, containing none of Derek's copyrighted footage. Like the greasy chicken sandwich that he is, Derek doubled down and insisted that it was because Ryan used a picture of Cool Cat in the thumbnail. Ryan then did a second interview with Jason, making sure to omit Cool Cat from the thumbnail and again feature no footage throughout the video. Can you guess what happened?
Derek again struck down that video, leaving my channel with 2 community strikes, which means I cannot live stream on it, which was a major part of my channel, and has basically left me on an edge of a cliff, and him deciding whether or not he wants to push me over or not.
While it was fairly obvious that he was abusing the system in the past, it is possible that he thought they were genuine cases of copyright infringement and that shutting up his critics was just a nice bonus. But there is no excuse for taking down 2 videos that merely talk about the shitty things that you've done. Of course, all of this begs the question, will this video get taken down as well? I don't know, Derek. How about you fucking try me, cunt?
Based. By the way, he said cunt, so he guaranteed this video is demonetized.
After the hype around Cool Cat died out, Derek floundered around on the internet like a fish stuck in a storm drain. He had a brief stint as a gun safety expert for women.
You know, in San Bernardino, 14 people were killed there. I mean, they were at their work party.
But that didn't seem to quite gain the traction he was hoping for. So, how do you follow up a series of children's books and a feature-length film aimed at kids? The answer is simple. A marijuana-themed movie and music award ceremony named the 420 Awards.
Yeah.
In true Derek Savage fashion, he isn't limited to just cocking up movies and copyright law, as he can also add the terribly organised award show badge to his Boy Scout sash. The fact that he managed to organise an entire event is impressive, and at first glance it looks like he didn't do the worst job for a first-time organiser. Of course, when you actually sit down and watch it, it's a dumpster fire. A dumpster fire full of weed.
Ayo! Give me the marijuanas, dude.
Straight out of the
Give me
gate,
all the
the nominees
marijuanas.
aren't limited by year, despite his insistence that this is going to be an annual thing. That means awards such as Hottest Actor are implied to be the hottest actor of all time, unless next year he just picks a couple of other different nominees, I guess. Furthermore, voting for these nominees, which I believe Derek just pulled out of his ass, took place entirely on Twitter, meaning everyone already knew the winners before the event even started. Furthermore, he decided to have 5 nominees when Twitter polls only let you have 4 options. Derek's foolproof workaround was to have people reply to the tweet with the name of the 5th nominee. Unsurprisingly, anything that was voted for this way never came close to winning. Also, the voting for this weed-themed award show took place entirely on his Cool Cat Twitter, an account he insists is kid-friendly. The YouTube version of the award show has a large amount of applause added in post, which is...
I left you a video. I actually watched it this time, so it should be good, but what do I know? I'll be the judge of that. Look at this guy going to bed at fucking midnight. What are you, fucking gay? What are you, fucking pussy, dude? What are you, like a fucking pussy, dude? I'm gay. Alright, what are we doing? Cool cat? Cool fat?
Sad more than anything.
Welcome to the 420 Awards, and here's the producer of our show, Derek Savage.
Wow.
Marijuaners.
Man.
One of the main reasons he created this event is because he felt that award shows were getting too political these days, somehow missing the irony that making it marijuana themed is a political statement in itself.
I love award shows, but for the past few years, their ratings have been plummeting because they've been getting so political. Smash Mouth right now, my hat is off to them, seriously. They are in Turkey performing for the United States military. And so when I heard that, I just went, hey, God bless them. I didn't know they were the cool like that.
Shout out Smash Mouth. Oh, if I could suck my own dick, I'd never leave the house. Dude, I'll fucking murder your entire family. Real quotes from Steve Harwell, R.I.P. I like to suck dick. I'm gay because I penis out, and then I suck his mouth, and then I fuck his throat. I might as well be sucking all his cum. Might as well be drinking all his cum. So suck his dick, I'm gay, and suck his penis out. I like to drink his ass and drink his cock, I'm gay. Might as well be drinking all his cum. That's very nasty. Very nasty. It's the nasty patty, man. What are we doing?
I'm not entirely sure why he decided to go for the marijuana theme. While it's entirely possible that Old Mate is a budding weed fiend, the fact that he considers Incredibles 2 to be a nominee for Best Stoner Movie and Hurt by Johnny Cash to be a nominee for Best Stoner Music Video makes me think that maybe he doesn't smoke and he's just trying to cash in on a growing trend. Oh, and just in case you wanted another hypocritical strike against Derek, he uses a variety of clips from movies when introducing them as nominees, which is totally acceptable under fair use, but is the exact sort of thing that he would claim as copyright theft. YouTube must have given him grief for a few of the songs used in the clips, as some of them are dubbed over with Cool Cat music and a caption that says, "We respect copyright." Of course, he only seems to respect copyright on the songs that YouTube calls him out for, as he plays every other one without hesitation. Also, several of these clips are very obviously just filmed in someone's house, which is technically piracy if that's the case. It isn't a mini kudos video if we don't make fun of someone's stupid Twitter posts.
Hell yes.
And why would Daddy Derek's be any different? The Cool Cat Twitter is where the line between the Cool Cat cinematic universe and reality blurs, both online and in Derek's mind. While it's meant to be an in-character Twitter account from the point of view of the fictional character, I guess for all the 8-year-olds on Twitter, it's really just a flimsy proxy for Derek and his own views. This is especially obvious when he gets fired up and all pretenses drop. How about we see what Cool Cat, the furry Mr. Rogers, has to say to his fans and enemies. Some of these are worse than those Pokemon fan tweets, so I think I need to call in the big guns to help me with this one.
Internet
Look
historian.
at me. Everybody loves to boogie woogie with Cool Cat. Smiley face. I don't know what that other face is. Oh, the boogie woogie face. Yeah, right.
Bonsoir, bon journey.
So much fake on the internet. But if this is really you in these pictures, then you have a very pretty face.
Cool Cat's
You
horny,
could do
dude.
print work. Yeah, right. He's the knowledgeable expert. We just started production on Cool Cat Flips a House show yesterday. Look at me checking out the house. It was fun. And another picture of me on the net. Wow, look at me.
You're a king of cowards and sit on a throne of light.
That is an insane sentence. You're a king of cowards and sit on the throne of lies, Cool Cat. Now, there's an age-old rule on Twitter where it's like if you debate somebody enough on Twitter, eventually somebody is going to be in your mentions talking like Sephiroth. You know what I mean? Eventually somebody will start talking like Sephiroth. It will happen.
Cool Cat.
I love when people expose themselves as the haters they are. This way I will block you so you can't pollute the good kids here. Hi Trivian, I wanted to say hello and I sent you an email to see if Kanye West will be interested in a starring role in our new movie. Cool Cat stops a school shooting.
Cool Cat joins the Third Reich. And is Kanye's Hail Hitler song playing? This is true for YouTube comments as well. That's true. I mean, that's most comment sections in general. It's like if you anger somebody enough, they will start talking like Sephiroth. Now, like 2025, Kanye would absolutely do Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, but only if it has like Nazi propaganda in it.
I look forward to speaking with you, Catface. What's up, man? I love your movies. Your parents always show them to me because they say it's a great influence, and I totally agree. Thank you for making these funny movies, and I hope you can keep making them.
We will, and Cool Cat loves you.
You fool.
I love that text-to-speech voice. It's Captain Dickhead. I love Captain Dickhead from Sleepy Cabin. Sephiroth, more like suck him off. That's what I'm saying.
It was all bait, so I could tell you.
What does that sound? Oh, somebody's probably taking a fucking toilet shit. A toilet shit? I meant to say somebody's probably flushing the toilet, but I decided to say something. My brain, like, what I was thinking is somebody's flushing the toilet. What came out of my mouth is somebody's taking a toilet shit. As opposed to what? That is going in my daily vocabulary now. Whoops, I gotta take a toilet shit. Oh, that's fucking ridiculous. Anyways. Shout out to all the goats that take a toilet shit. Oh, God. I gotta go take a toilet shit. As opposed to what? Oh, my God. That was the closest I've come to, like, actually fucking cackling with genuine laughter on stream. I haven't laughed so hard that I couldn't breathe in a while. It's been a while since I've done that.
You're the king of cowards and sit on a throne of lies, Cool Cat. You have been told this before, Mr. Cat, and you have been told it again.
No, you're the fool because you're a liar and we don't like
My
liars.
name is Captain
So now you are
Dickhead.
blocked from all the fun on my site.
Abrams, 2020 is definitely on the table. Where did they find a chair that could hold her?
Yo,
Cool Cat,
bars.
why are you on the Lolita Express flight logs?
They got
And I'm Cool Cat, and I love all kids.
No, that was to pull you off the plane. What were you doing there? Thank God I was there to save you. Hey, beauty.
So you were there. What if that's true? What if that comes out? What if the flight logs come out? The Epstein flight logs finally get released for like the 5th time, except this time it's real for real. And Cool Cat is on there 733 times. More than any other person combined. Trump's on there, the Clintons are on there. Every government official you could think of, every wealthy elite you could think of, they're all on there multiple times. But Cool Cat is more than half the list.
Goodbye. Alex Jones was talking good things about you on this show. Dude, you are screwing up by not being in Cool Cat Kids Superhero. I'll write you a great role. Cool Cat loves
You know, maybe
to jump.
if this came out like maybe 3 years earlier, PewDiePie probably would have done that.
And fly. Cool Cat loves to watch
hentai.
Hentai. Happy
Shout out to
Easter.
hentai.
Yeah.
Shout out
My
hentai.
personal favourite tirade is against Huffington Post reporter Sebastian Murdoch.
Fuck you, Cool Cat. You call yourself a reporter? Wow, what a joke.
What a sick joke.
The at HuffPost senior reporter just tweeted, "Fuck you, Cool Cat. How How disgusting is this? To curse out a beloved kids character? Murdoch is a nasty bully. Should be fired. And HuffPost, ashamed. Fuck you, snitch. Oh my god, the state of today's news reporters. Well, it's HuffPost senior reporter, fake news idiot at HuffPost. Should be ashamed. Neither you nor the president could stop me, Mr. Cat. Mr. President at Real Donald Trump. This fake news HuffPost reporter.
I love that Trump's Twitter is at Real Donald Trump. Because apparently Donald Trump was already taken. And he couldn't fucking... He couldn't pay the original owner enough money to get the actual ad. So he's just at Real Donald Trump. I love that. I've never actually considered that before. That's really funny.
Has been cursing at a kid's character, and now he wants to take you and me on. Let's everybody ban the HuffPost at CNN, at MSNBC, fake news stations now. Turns out Cool Cat isn't cool at all, you fucking liar. Change your name. It looks like the fake news HuffPost senior cockroach reporter is running scared now. These fools need to learn, don't mess with kids' power.
Kids'
oh
power.
no,
What are we doing?
The light just got turned on, so you'd better go hide under the cabinets.
I wish your mother had been spayed.
You
That's
should know about
crazy.
that, since your mother does it with dogs. That's how a mutt like you is here. Bazinga.
I'm a dog.
If anybody
I'm a
took him
mutt.
seriously, this would all come off as quite mean, but nobody does, so... Oh well. Ever since the internet
Sorry,
discovered
I'm still reeling from toilet shit. It's so funny.
Yeah. The same way that the British discovered native tribes people, Derek has been fizzing to create a sequel. He's bounced around a few ideas, such as Cool Cat Stranger Danger, where Cool Cat shows you what to do when encountering stranger danger, what to do in the case of an abduction, and how to cook some easy meals that don't require parent supervision. However, Derek felt morally compelled to tackle an issue that was much more likely to result in views, and one that could be tastefully done by a pair of costumed furry characters. Cool Cat commits a school shooting. Wait. Sorry, Cool Cat stops the school shooting. Does that really make it any better? These school shootings are making me mad, and all I keep hearing is, "What am I gonna do?" Well,
Is that the BitConnect guy? What's up, BitConnect? That guy? Shout out to Bitcoin. All right, what are we doing?
I have a solution that could help with this tragic problem, and it's, oh, for fuck's sake, it's Cool Cat. Really? Can you imagine being a survivor of like Columbine or something, and this fucking idiot's trying to tell you that the solution to school shootings is Cool Cat? Derek's plan is to create a movie that tells kids what to do in the event of a school shooting. And what better way to do that than to have celebrity children's character Cool Cat show them what to do? Given Derek's strong support of the only way to stop an uncool cat with a gun is a cool cat with a gun mentality, the film will probably end with Cool Cat getting strapped up and trick-shotting the shooter. Oh, and in case the idea of a man in an orange cat suit showing kids what to do during a school shooting wasn't tasteless enough, the shooter's going to be played by a man in a dog costume, because according to Derek, he doesn't want to cast anyone of any specific nationality as the shooter, because the hate he would get for it would be overwhelming.
That's actually kind of smart. I will give him props for that. That is very smart. Because if you make like a how to stop a school shooting video and you make your shooter anything, you're gonna get shit for it. If it's a white kid, you're gonna get hate for it. If it's a black kid, you're gonna get hate for it. If it's a trans kid, you're gonna get hate for it. If it's a gay kid, if it doesn't matter what they are. Gay, trans, black, normal, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, you're gonna get shit. Cool Cat travels through time and accidentally starts the Holocaust. Look at all these Jews!
Sure that characterizing a school shooter as a cartoon dog is going to go over much smoother. It was around this time that PewDiePie did his own review of Cool Cat Saves the Kids, exposing Cool Cat to his immense following, and the same way you expose smallpox to a school of unvaccinated children. Eager to cash in on this renewal of interest, Derek offered Pewds a spot in his new flick as an international teacher, which he expressed interest to.
Now this is what happened. PewDiePie officially tweeted out that he's in, showing that he's interested. Okay, but if you want to be in the action, I'll give you some kung fu moves where you can fight the bad guy the whole 9 yards, dude.
This expression of
what is the context of these videos? Like, where is he posting these and why? He's just sitting.
It's certainly ironic, however, as Derek has made increasingly desperate attempts to get PewDiePie's attention, but to no avail. Also interesting that he decided not to copyright strike the second largest YouTuber for making fun of his film. Big Daddy D managed to crowdfund $7,000 out of the requested $25,000 to bring this project to life. Of course, he did this on Indiegogo, and we all know what that means. Flexible funding! The other beauty about crowdfunding? Absolutely no obligation to deliver the promised product. After receiving $7,000 from the sort of people who would pay to watch a train derail, he did a complete bait and switch and rebranded the entire campaign to instead be about Cool Cat's wet dream. I mean, Cool Cat's crazy dream. Cool Cat's crazy dream is essentially a bite-sized version of Cool Cat Saves the Kids. In the same way that Cool Cat Saves the Kids is a series of short films strung together, Cool Cat's Crazy Dream is like a series of outtakes strung together, right down to the part where they find themselves at a Hollywood party with a bunch of aging celebrities that no child today would recognise. Cool Cat's Crazy Dream makes even less of an attempt to try and string these different scenes together.
Cool Cat,
instead
the
framing it
JFK
as Cool Cat
assassination.
telling you about a crazy dream that he had.
He's Cool Cat is edited into like the Zapruder film, and he's like in the background on the grassy knoll with the fucking sniper. He's the second shooter. That's fucking awesome.
Hey kids, it's me, Cool Cat, and I got a great story to tell you. It's about a dream I had, but it was a super, super cool dream.
As I mentioned earlier, Jason Johnson, the actor who played Cool Cat, had a falling out with Derek. So how was this filmed? Well, it appears their falling out happened after it was already filmed, and so Derek went back and redubbed all of Jason's lines with his own voice out of spite. This leads to some surreal scenes where Derek is talking to himself as Cool Cat.
I got a call from the VIP celebrity convention, and they want me, Cool Cat, to be at the party. Wow.
He also scrubbed Jason's name from the credits entirely, despite him still being the actor in the suit. The voice of Mama Cat was also changed, possibly due to this incident here.
Why was Mama Cat's voice changed from the original cast? So why was she dubbed?
Oh my goodness. Story, what happens is the gal named April Berry, she told me that Derek had come on to her a couple of times and she had blown him off, and so that had
She also blew him.
Then one of the things that happened was after the last day of shooting on Cool Cat Saves the Kids, she lived across the street. She was like, hey, you want to come inside? You need to take a shower and stuff. And she was like, hey, I can open some wine and have a drink. I was like, yeah, that's awesome. That's cool. Thanks. So I was in the shower. All of a sudden, Derek busts open the house and just, thinking like that something was going on between she and I. And of course, nothing ever was. I mean, so that's why she was fired.
He's a pussy fiend.
Is Cool Cat a good movie? No. Is Derek Savage a good person? That I do not know. While I have shown to you a variety of points condemning him and showcasing some of his predatory behaviour, I don't know if I go so far as to say he's a bad person. A moron? Perhaps. Unable to take criticism? Absolutely. But evil? I'll leave that up for you to decide. I do believe he's brought a lot of joy into people's lives. However, through his malicious actions and inability to take critique, he has ultimately become the architect of his own downfall. Derek, if you are watching, you can still turn this around. Stop bullying people who don't like Cool Cat. Stop copyright striking critiques
I want to see
and
like
reviews that are clearly...
I want to see like a Bubsy 3D, not Bubsy 3D, but I want to see like a Bubsy type video game with Cool Cat in it. Cool Cat seems like he seems like he'd be like a 90s mascot type character. Give me like a Bubsy ass game with Cool Cat in it.
Fair you.
That'd be sick.
And stop being a fucking weirdo on Twitter. I can guarantee that there are people out there who want to give you money and fund your next project, but it's carry on such as this that turns them off. Anyway, eat my ass.
Anyway, eat my ass. That's a great way to fucking end a video. I'm curious why he didn't mention Mumkey Jones stops a school shooting. Oh, here we go. I'm not gonna watch the whole thing, but this basically came about when when Mumkey Jones was doing his honorary YouTube reviewer thing of reviewing Cool Cat, and he decided, oh, I'm gonna do Mumkey Jones stops a school shooting, and I'm gonna do it better.
Good morning, everyone!
Good morning, monkey!
Shut up, Monkey Jones. I love how that's the most clicked on thing is where they gay kiss. That's fucking awesome. Shout out Monkey Jones. Ah. Anyways. That's the tale of Cool Cat. I wonder if Cool Cat's done anything recently. I'm not gonna look it up because I don't want it in my search history. Well, that's interesting. All right, but anywho, let's move on. 8 dumbest decisions made by Walking Dead characters. And to celebrate, since this is a Walking Dead video, we haven't done a Walking Dead video in a while. We're hitting them with the peanut butter protein bar. Oh, Morgan Jones, and I know. I have the peanut butter protein bar. I know that's what it is. I know. You were supposed to. You said you would turn on your radio every day at dawn. Let's get it.
Hello, everyone.
Hello,
In this
I'm
video,
British.
I'm going to be
I'm
looking
gay.
at some of the worst decisions which have been made by characters on The Walking Dead, and rank them by what I deem to be the most stupid. This list will only be focusing on choices characters have made themselves, so I won't be looking at situations that characters have no control over. Obviously, there will be spoilers for the entire...
I feel like you should be a little more strict with that criteria, because, like, what qualifies as a dumb decision is entirely context dependent. Michonne did eat your last protein bar. There's hang on. Morgan Jones, peanut butter. I've looked this up recently. This might be the one.
We're eating this food now.
Matt said welcome.
Back when you were in that place, did you take one of my protein bars?
No.
Morgan, Michonne did steal that protein bar. Oh, I know.
I know. Anyways, the criteria for what is and is not considered a dumb decision is a little subjective, but we shall see.
show, so please don't watch this video if you aren't up to date. Anyway, without further ado, let's begin. The hunt for Carol's daughter Sophia was pretty much the main concern for many of the characters on The Walking Dead during the first half of the second season of the show. Now, whatever your opinion is regarding this season as a whole, I feel that ultimately the Sophia story arc did pay off, as it all culminated in a fantastic moment in which Sophia's dishevelled corpse emerged from the back of Herschel's barn. Whilst I very much like the conclusion to this narrative strand, I can't really say the same in respect to how it all started. After Rick's group narrowly avoids the walkers whilst on the highway, Sophia runs off scared into the woods. Rick immediately gives chase and notices that 2 walkers have followed the pair of them. Rick decides not to shoot the walkers as not to draw any more attention. Fine, okay, I can understand that, however what happens next just doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
I don't know if I'm going to agree with this. I'm probably going to have a big disagreement with this, but we'll see.
Instead of keeping Sophia at a relatively safe distance and taking care of the walkers, Rick instead carries her off to a creek bed, tells her to stay there, leaves her, and then goes back to kill the walkers. Of course, when he revisits the spot where he left Sophia, she's gone, never to be seen alive again. This wasn't really something that I noticed first time around, but after watching season 2 again, I picked up on just how odd Rick's decision was to leave a little girl alone in the woods. I am willing to give Rick some leeway, as this event did take place very early on into his post-apocalypse life, so you could argue that Rick simply didn't know how to...
I mean, I don't know. I feel like this could be qualified as like Rick doing what he thought was right at the time. Actually, I don't remember where I saw this. It was on Reddit. Well, not Reddit. It might have been on Reddit. But I saw like a really interesting piece of foreshadowing regarding this. Let's see if I can save it. Oh, let's see if I saved it somewhere, rather. I'm retarded, by the way. God. Oh, I guess I didn't save it. Could have sworn I saved it. Anyways, there's like a piece of foreshadowing or something where they say something about like don't leave that girl in the fucking. Somebody makes reference to like the thing that Rick leaves Sophia in. There's like a name for like that that overhang of like branches that he leaves her under. There's like a name for that. I forget what it is, but somebody makes mention of it, like say like earlier in the season, like, hey, don't do that. And then that's exactly what he does. I'm retarded. Sophia was stupid in this scene. She was a little silly.
To deal with walkers like he does now, and that his decision to place Sophia far away was what he felt at the time was the safest thing to do. Looking back on it now, however, it seems really out of character, and pretty naive on Rick's behalf to think that a young girl would not only be okay with waiting in a creepy lake on her own, but also be able to follow his directions if she did get herself into a state of panic. I'll admit that during my reviews covering the most recent season of The Walking Dead, I have at times made arguments for why various characters should spare their foes. For example, I certainly can see why Jesus doesn't agree to killing all the captured saviours that are currently up the hilltop. However, I do believe there does come a point whereby some people are simply too dangerous to be kept alive, or they simply don't deserve to live due to the horrible deeds they have already committed. The leader of the Wolves, Owen, was a guy who fit both of these criteria.
I literally didn't know this guy had a name until like 6 months ago. And I think I found out because there was a fucking somebody one of you guys sent another video. A different video. It was like, wait, this guy has a name? What fucking movie was that where it's like, Dad has a name? It was some kids movie, I think. I don't remember.
Yeah. During his first appearance on the show in the season 5 finale, he is introduced to viewers by holding Morgan hostage at gunpoint. He explains to Morgan how he and his group have killed and stolen from any settlement they could find and intend to do the same in the future. He also goes on to say that he will take everything from Morgan, including Morgan himself. I don't know about you, but if I was Morgan, this conversation would have raised some serious red flags. Anyway, to cut a long story short, Morgan ends up having an altercation with Owen and another member of his wolf clan, and ends up knocking them both out cold with relative ease. He then ties the pair of them up and places them in a car which he was staying in previously. Little did Morgan know that these two would later go on to Alexandria with the rest of the wolves, killing many residents and causing Rick to lose control of the walker herd, resulting in the wolves collapsing. If Morgan...
Okay, so far, both of the things he has listed as dumb decisions are things that are only dumb in hindsight. Like, was it dumb for Morgan to leave this guy alive? Yes, absolutely. But that's only because we know what ended up happening later. Morgan doesn't know that. If this were any other character but Morgan, that guy would have been fucking dead already. But it was Morgan, so no.
Hadn't have let these two live, arguably none of what I've just mentioned would have happened. I mean, if Rick was in a
No, I don't know about that. I think the wolves still would have found him. Might not have been at the exact right time, but they would have found him eventually.
Situation where a guy had threatened his life and boasted about the heinous things he had already done, given the chance Rick would have put his hatchet straight through his skull. He did a similar thing to Gareth as he knew he was simply too much of a risk keeping the cannibal alive. Some may argue, as I have done in the past, that at times Rick is a bit too gung-ho when it comes to dealing with people who oppose him, but I do believe he does have a great natural instinct when it comes to sniffing out danger, and he definitely knows when someone is too dangerous to be kept alive. Of course, Morgan didn't know the wolves would launch an assault on Alexandria, but he was extremely naive in keeping two men alive who had not only just tried to kill him, but described how they had killed others and would continue to do so.
I think we're also completely missing the point of why this matters. He didn't make this decision wasn't made like the reason he made that decision is to coincide with his character. Because his whole arc throughout season 6 is basically like, I'm the no-killing guy, and look where not killing has gotten everybody. Like, the show is directly commenting on the consequences of what he did in that moment. So, like, yes, that is a quote-unquote dumb decision, but, like, the show is having that happen specifically to comment on it. So I think that's a little unfair, but I guess logistically speaking, yes, it is kind of dumb. But yeah.
With entry number 6, we come to the subject of awful character deaths, with Sasha's departure, in my opinion, being one of the worst in the history of the entire show. However, it's not her death I'm going to be talking about specifically, rather the events that led up to it. When the news broke that the actress who played Sasha would be starring in Netflix's new Star Trek series, most Walking Dead fans had already figured out that her character would end up dying in order to make way for her new role. What most Walking Dead fans didn't figure out, however, was the ridiculous nature of her exit. Still pissed at the death of her ex-boyfriend.
Why even bring that up? Why even bring up the Star Trek thing? There's no reason to bring that up. Irrelevant.
And Abraham.
Where's Rice Gum at? Irrelevant.
Sasha, with the help of Rosita, decides to storm the Savior's HQ with the intention of killing Negan. As expected, things don't go to plan as Rosita and Sasha end up being separated, with Rosita heading home, while Sasha ends up in Negan's prison cell. After the scumbag David tries to rape her and is promptly killed by Negan, Negan hands Sasha a knife so she can kill his soon-to-be reanimated corpse. At this moment in time, Sasha is alone in a cell with Negan, the dude she wants to kill, and she has a knife in her hands. For some reason, unbeknownst to me, she doesn't even attempt to attack him. Rather, she just lets him walk out of her cell.
I like how you're completely ignoring the context of the conversation. Or he's like, he's literally saying, yeah, you got a knife in your hand, you could try to kill me right now. But if you do, it ain't gonna end well. And that whole bit in the comics where Negan takes Holly and confuses her thinking she was Andrea was a funny moment that I'm sad didn't make it into the show. Imagine Negan confusing Sasha for Michonne. That'd be fucking comedic, dude. You know what's funny? There's a part in they cut this out of the Negan lineup too, where before he does the eeny meeny miny mo thing in the comics, he does this. He's like, well, which one of you should I kill? Should I kill the Asian guy? He's like, oh no, that's racist. I don't want to be seen as a racist. They cut that out of the Negan lineup in the show, which I think would have been funny if they did that in some capacity, where it's like, I don't want to be a racist, but like, let's just find the black lady.
Seriously, what the hell? I thought the whole point of her being there was to kill him. Here she was presented with a golden opportunity only for her to completely bottle it. And I don't buy the explanation that she didn't want to kill Negan whilst in his cell due to the risk that someone could find out and kill her afterwards, because Sasha ends up taking a cyanide pill and killing herself anyway. So why not just kill Negan when she had the chance? Instead, she goes ahead with one of the most convoluted and ridiculous plans to kill Negan, which involves killing herself and hoping she will be able to get the jump on Negan in time to bite him when she gets turned. It really doesn't add up. Sasha wasn't a bad character by any stretch of the imagination, but it's clear that the showrunners had no idea how to give her a proper send-off. I mentioned in a previous video that one of the reasons I and many fans were so annoyed with The Walking Dead's decision to kill Carl is that he's been cut from the show when he finally seemed to be developing into a decent and likeable character. I think this same logic can also be applied to Beth Green. I know a lot of fans weren't too keen on Beth, however personally I never really had that much of an issue with her. Well, apart from her constant annoying singing.
Alright, if you don't think this is like, if you think this is annoying, you have no fucking taste at all. You suck. This guy sucks. This guy fucking sucks. You think your singing's annoying, dude? Nah, dude.
Shut up.
It's a little cringy with that music, but like that's endearing
a highlight
to me.
For the show, but I do believe that it did portray Beth in an interesting light and showed what she was capable of, which in turn helped.
She looks like she's shitting. Like, her face looks like she's taking a toilet shit right now. That's the face I make when I'm taking a toilet shit.
Why then it seemed like such a waste for her to die literally minutes after being reunited with Rick's group. It was a real sucker punch just to have to sit through the whole hospital storyline to just end up with Beth dead anyway. The nature of her death was also pretty stupid. Say what you like about her, I don't think she was particularly dumb. She certainly had her wits about her, which is why it seemed incredibly out of character to see Beth stab Dawn with a pair of scissors.
Oh my god, no, it's entirely in character for her to do that. You're missing the point of the scene entirely. The whole point of Beth's arc during that, that whole arc, the whole point of that arc is that Beth becomes like the person that Daryl thought she could be. She becomes like this fucking badass who will fight to get what she wants and fight to survive. So when she tells Dawn, like, oh, I get it now. She understands what Dawn was trying to teach her. Like, okay, like you gotta go hard in the paint here. All right, you can't just let other people take care of you the rest of your life in this fucking apocalypse. All right, you gotta fucking take charge. She's like, okay, all right, I get it now. Fucking kills her because she's like, I've wanted to kill you the whole fucking time, so I'm just gonna do what I want now. You told me to do what I fucking want, so that's what I'm gonna do. Singing moments in The Walking Dead are usually great, like Alden singing at Ken's funeral. That would be the example I would choose, but yeah, sure.
Understand that she was annoyed due to Dawn
I haven't
keeping
seen
Noah
that
at the
scene in a long time,
facility,
though, so
but
maybe
this
it's
move
fire,
was
I don't
just
know.
absolutely faultless. As if Beth dying wasn't bad enough, the guy who she essentially sacrificed herself for, Noah, was then killed himself 6 episodes later, making the whole thing seem even more pointless. Whilst I don't agree with the manner in which Beth died, the showrunners could have redeemed this creative choice somewhat by making Noah a meaningful character. Instead, they killed off one of the longest running characters on the show, in order to have Noah join Rick and then have himself die less than half a season later. Again, as previously mentioned, I understand that Beth wasn't universally liked, and I have no issue with the Walking Dead team killing her character. I just feel it shouldn't have been done in such an idiotic way.
No, I think the biggest thing the easiest thing to criticize with Beth's death bars is is like how did Dawn already have her gun out and in position to shoot her in the fucking head? Like, she was just standing there at, like, attention, basically. They're just face to face. And then she stabs her in the neck and immediately pulls her gun out. It's like, how are you that quick? Like, she was, like, the only way that could have happened is if she already had the gun pointed at her head. Or, like, was already holding the gun, which she clearly was not doing. And even if she's like slowly taking the gun out, like somebody would have noticed. So, like, that's the thing that bothers me in that fucking scene is that, like, how did she pull her gun out that fast? John Dory's got nothing on Dawn. John Bussey is killing it.
I don't want to go into too much detail regarding the number 4 entry on this list, as I did mention this example already in my video that I made regarding why I feel Daryl is becoming a bad character. However, I do still think this was a pretty silly move by the Wookiee hillbilly, which is why it places so high up on this list.
It's pretty silly. So far, the examples he's given are like, yeah, these are kind of stupid decisions, but they're also like all entirely in character. Like, yeah, Morgan wasn't gonna kill the wolf guy. Fucking, yeah, Beth was gonna stab this guy. Her arc was built, or this lady, her arc was building toward that. Like, yeah, Daryl is gonna punch Negan. Like, yeah, these things, like, these are all very in-character moments. So, like, are they stupid logistically? Absolutely. But they don't have, the characters in universe do not have hindsight like we do.
Briefly set the scene. Negan and his saviors have Rick and their crew surrounded on their knees. Negan had just finished bashing in poor Abe's skull and proceeded to do what Negan does best, and by that I mean act like a cocky shit. Daryl
He's a cocky shit,
and delivered a right hook to the savior leader. Of course, we all
Beth's death scene, but instead of Beth stabbing Dawn, an acorn falls nearby. I love that fucking video. Which one? All of them. That's fucking awesome. Shots fired! Shots fired!
Know what happened next. Negan became
Rick's
pissed
crew
that
on their
Rick's group
knees.
had
Hey,
ignored his
yo.
warnings against further outbursts, and proceeded to take his anger out on Glenn. The thing.
Wrong button.
Sex.
There's the sex button. I haven't used the sex button very often.
Sex. I
forgot I had that button.
Gaming.
I forgot I have a lot of these buttons.
What did he say?
Baba Booey. Baba Booey.
The thing I don't understand is what did Dow expect to gain from attacking Negan? Did he think he would punch him so hard it would cause him to change his mind? Did he think Negan would break down and apologise only to let everyone go? It was such a stupid decision, and unfortunately something that has now put a blight on his character.
Well, it's not supposed to. It's a stupid decision, but he was obviously not thinking logically in that moment. He just watched one of his best friends. I mean, not best friends, but he just watched one of his homies get fucking killed right in front of him, being able to do nothing about it. So, like, yeah, he's gonna act out of emotion and not logic in that moment. Like, what the fuck do you think is gonna happen?
Even if you're not particularly bothered by The Walking Dead's decision to kill off Carl.
Alright, this isn't even a decision. This isn't even a decision by a character. He's breaking his own rule.
Grimes, you have to admit the manner in which he received his soon-to-be fatal walker bite was absolutely brainless.
Oh, I mean, I agree with that. I agree it's stupid. It's very dumb. But it's not like a decision that he actively made.
If you're going to kill off Rick's son, at least give him a decent death. Have him go out standing up to the Saviours or heroically saving his sister. Instead, Carl is going to die when The Walking Dead resumes, due to sustaining a bite attempting to kill walkers that were no threat at all to him. The whole thing is pretty ridiculous. So, how did Carl get bitten? Well, to refresh your memories, during the episode The King, the Widow and Rick, Carl stumbles upon the loner Sadiq hiding in the woods. Sadiq explains to Carl that so far he has killed 237 walkers, and does so as to honour his mother, who believes that killing walkers allows their trapped souls to be set free. The next time we catch up with Sadiq and Carl, the pair of them are passing by some walkers who are feasting on the carcass of a dead animal. Now, not only are these walkers a safe distance from both characters, they are also distracted by the fact that they are happily indulging in a meal. Anyone with half a brain cell would just carry on past these walkers without approaching them. They weren't in a position to pose a threat to Carl or Sadiq, so common sense says just leave them be. However, Carl, for some bizarre reason,
they were actively out there trying to kill walkers because he wanted to free their souls, like Sadiq said. Are we really missing the point here?
decides he must help honour the mother of a guy he's known for about 5 minutes by exterminating the walkers.
Which is entirely in character for Carl, because he is a naive kid who, by this point in the story, has established that he really wants to build a better world. Especially in Season 8. Where he believes that there should be something more. Rick on his knees.
Why? Just why? Yes, I know Carl did some stupid shit on the show when he was younger, but the Carl we've seen of late just isn't stupid enough to needlessly attack walkers who are minding their own business.
Oh yeah, he's not stupid enough to do that. He's stupid enough to fucking stow away in a savior truck and try to gun them all down by himself. Yeah, that's real smart, dude.
Carl knows how to deal with walkers and also when to deal with them. This entire sequence makes Carl out to be a complete idiot and is possibly the dumbest method of getting rid of one of the show's central characters.
I mean, I'll agree with this. It's a stupid way for him to die, absolutely. But, like, if the decision in question was trying to kill these walkers when he could have walked away, if that's the decision in question, then that's not really much of a decision. Because it's like, yeah, that's very in character for him to do.
I mean, surely the showrunners could have thought of a better way to get rid of him. Like I said, or
like, okay, if I was in their position to kill Carl, I would obviously not have done this. I would have done I would have had it be Negan's fault somehow. Because obviously Carl is dying when they're firebombing Alexandria. So I'd have Carl take fucking shrapnel or something like that from a grenade or something like that. He just gets fatally injured during the firebombing of Alexandria. It has nothing to do with walkers. And then, therefore, boom, it's the Savior's fault. Therefore, Rick is now even more angry at the Saviors, even though he has really no reason to be more angry at them because he's already really angry at them. And I'm gay. That's the. Let's
Although
continue.
I don't agree with the show's decision to kill Carl, I think I would be more accepting of it if he went out in a meaningful way. However, as it stands, Carl is going to die due to helping some random dude fulfill his dead mother's odd religious beliefs. It really is a complete joke, and I can't believe that those associated with the show seemingly didn't learn anything from having Beth die in just as an idiotic way.
This guy's media literacy skills are like a fucking D+ at best.
I know that my number 2 entry will be a point of contention, as I have mentioned before.
Rick leads the walkers from the quarry. That's a stupid decision. Are you on fucking drugs? Do you pay attention to the shows you watch?
It does seem like many people disagree with me. However, I fully stand by the fact that I believe Rick's decision to lead a mass of walkers away from the quarry located behind Alexandria was one of the most retarded plans that Officer Friendly has come up with thus far. For those who have forgotten, the Season 6 premiere made it clear that the reason why Alexandria hadn't suffered any—
He's British, what did you expect? Hey, yo, bars.
That's called motherfucking bars, nigga! That's called motherfucking bars, nigga! You know nothing about that!
Major attacks from walkers was because they had all been conveniently falling into a quarry located behind the community. With said quarry now overflowing with the undead and the vehicles that were situated around the outside forming a blockade falling to pieces, Rick decided instead of trying to refortify the quarry that he would instead attempt to lead thousands and thousands of walkers away from Alexandria like some kind of zombie sheepdog.
No, this is fucking... It's retarded that you think this is stupid. The whole point of this scene is... Or not the scene, the whole point of this plotline is like, eventually... There were... Like, okay, like even if they did leave this be and they fortified it so that they wouldn't get out, eventually this would become a problem. Like, eventually, the walkers are gonna they're gonna make it out somehow. They're gonna break through the fortifications. Something's gonna go wrong, and it's gonna be their problem that they're not prepared for. It's in fact a lot smarter to just kind of fucking do it now, lead them away so they don't become a problem later. Since this entire they make it a point to point out that like, yeah, this whole thing is a ticking time bomb. The fact that it's lasted this long is honestly a miracle. And hell, even as we see, they only did the plan immediately instead of just doing the dry run because the walkers got out. Meaning, Rick was correct. The walkers were going to get out sooner or later, so might as well get ahead of it. Do you pay attention to the show, sir?
Anyone who has a semblance of intelligence should understand that this plan was destined to fail. There were so many factors which could occur that could cause the entire thing to go wrong.
And that's exactly what happened. And that's what makes interesting television. What, do you watch TV just to see the plan go off without a hitch? No. Listen, if you've seen any TV show ever, I don't care if it's fucking Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, all right? If you have seen any TV show ever, anytime a detailed plan is introduced into the narrative, that plan is always going to go off the rails 100% of the time. Every single time it will go off the rails. If a character's like, oh, okay, here's our plan. We're going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to do this. Something is going to go wrong every step of the way. Plans never go according to plan in TV shows, or movies for that matter. So did you really think that this plan wasn't going to have hitch? Because plans going wrong is what makes stories interesting. So, I don't know what the fuck you expected here.
And go wrong they most certainly did. I mean, even if
it's called Murphy's Law, learn about it.
Which led the
Whatever can go wrong will go wrong.
There were so many other things that could have jeopardized the whole mission. I mean, it only takes one walker to be distracted by another person or an animal for the rest of them to follow, potentially messing up everything. Yet, for some reason, Rick thought trying to direct thousands of walkers was worth the risk. Even if Rick decided...
And would you look at that, it turned out it was worth the risk, because after the fucking No Way Out, granted, some shit went down that wasn't exactly according to plan, but they did lead those walkers away.
Against strengthening the quarry, another option would have been to try and kill as many of the walkers as possible. Why couldn't Rick have just dosed the quarry in flammables and set the undead on fire? And before people say this is a dumb idea, remember this is pretty much what Daryl did anyway when he set the lake inside the walls on fire, killing most of the walkers that broke through Alexandria.
Okay, alright. If you're gonna, here's my question. How are you gonna get gasoline in the middle of a massive herd that's like a football field wide? How are you gonna get the gasoline in there? They have a helicopter I don't know about? An aeroplane? Perhaps even a drone. I like how his counter plan is just as retarded as the plan he claims is so retarded. What the the Mickey Mouse Gentleman's Clubhouse? Hell yes, dude.
Of course, I get that the writers wanted to have an epic moment in which Alexandria became overrun by a giant herd, but they could have gone about it in a more convincing and sensical way. In the comics, Rick's group engaged in a gun battle against a group called the Scavengers, not to be confused with the TV group of the same name, with the noise from said battle attracting a massive horde of zombies. Unfortunately, the show already used the idea of a herd being attracted by noise in the second season with the collapse of Herschel's farm, meaning what we ended up with was in my mind a much inferior version of this event being played out on TV.
I highly disagree. I highly disagree. I think the show handled that way better than the comic did. Because the way the comics handle it, it's like, alright, these fucking random guys show up to the gates of Alexandria, they shoot them all, and that attracts a bunch of walkers. That's really fucking lame. I like the idea of like, all right, we're gonna get rid of all these walkers. We got this whole plan, but then whoops, the wolves are here. They're here to take out Alexandria, and that plan goes wrong. So now there's multiple conflicts going on, and they weave together very well. I don't know. I think it's a lot better in the show. You would think a list like this would be more lenient toward characters having to think on the fly in the moment where there's a wrench in their plan or something out of their control happens. Yeah, it just reeks of somebody who has never watched a fucking TV show before. It's crazy. All right, so number 1.
So now we come to
Daryl sabotages Rick's war plan. What is this, season 8?
Number 1. And it may seem like I'm picking on Daryl, especially seeing as I've already made a video about him a couple of weeks ago, but I feel that purely in terms of the importance of the event, Daryl sabotaging Rick's war plan against the Saviors is the dumbest decision a character has made in the show. Think about it, in terms of everything Rick has been through, the war with Negan is the most significant.
Why did Walter White leave the book on the toilet type beat? Like, he was taking a toilet shit and he left the book there. Why'd he do that? Why did Walter White leave the book there? He's a very smart guy. He should have known better than to leave the book out in open where somebody can say it. I'm very intelligent. Fuck you. Walter White was taking a toilet shit. He was stroking his fucking member to what's his name? What's the guy's name? Gale. To Gale's fucking poems. He's like, Skylar, I'm beating my meat to Gale's poems. I am the one who busts. Then he comes.
Threat he and his people have ever faced, and the importance of winning cannot be understated. If Team Rick wins, Rick can lead Alexandria on his own terms, and the surrounding communities can rest easy knowing that they don't have to make any more offerings to the Saviors. On the other hand, if Rick loses and Negan wins, then not only potentially will the three leaders of Maggie, Ezekiel and Rick himself be publicly executed, but the free societies they serve will be forced to live under Negan's rule, contributing all towards a society that does nothing but take. The entire future hinges on the result of this ongoing war. I know that the kingdom has suffered some major losses, and that Rick and the Hilltop have lost a few people, but overall up until Daryl decided to ram a truck into the sanctuary, things were going pretty well for Rick and co. Rick had the Saviors exactly where he wanted them, surrounded at their headquarters with the undead clawing against the doors, and it was only a matter of time before they began to fight amongst one another and fall apart. For all intents and purposes, Rick's plan, although at times has left the various groups pretty fractured, wasn't a half bad one, and come towards the end of the opening half of Season 8 he had the Saviors firmly on the back foot. Cue Daryl then to completely mess shit up, by destroying the sanctuary walls, not only allowing walkers to enter into the building, but also the saviors to escape. I know it just wasn't Daryl who is responsible.
Are you fucking retarded? The whole point of Daryl doing that was, yes, to let the walkers in because he wanted the saviors to fucking die. He wanted to accelerate the plan. Now, granted, did his plan backfire? Absolutely. But he wanted to accelerate Rick's plan. He wanted more blood. Straight up.
Tara and Morgan also helped as well, but Daryl was the one who drove the truck into the sanctuary, so in my mind he shoulders most of the blame. If it weren't for Daryl, Tara and Morgan's actions, I highly doubt Negan would have been able to launch his counterattack against Alexandria. Not only that, Rick would still be on top when it comes to who is winning the war. As things stand, however, the status quo has been restored, and in fact you could argue that Negan actually has the upper hand now, as the residents of Alexandria have been forced to take shelter in the sewers below their homes. Unfortunately, it appears that Rick's greatest defeat from the war so far has been self-inflicted. So there you have it. This
guy's a fucking retard. Andrea not killing the governor, you could probably make a good point for that. Granted, I'm a little more lenient on that now than I was when I made the video, but like, there were a lot of people that had a chance to kill Negan and didn't. That is true. Should be Nine Dumb's decision. Rick shaves his beard. I really liked Beth, but I hated that episode where she wouldn't stop bugging Daryl to get some alcohol. See, this guy is no taste. No taste. A no-taste having motherfucker right here. May I also add Rosita's choice to shoot Negan, which failed and got Olivia killed. Well, no, that's not a stupid decision. That's a very smart decision by her to try to kill fucking Negan. Because if she killed Negan, they basically win. It's only a stupid decision because the consequences, which she could not have foreseen, ended up taking place. This is why I can't stand these motherfuckers. What happened to the smart walkers, like in Season 1, Morgan's wife trying to open door with the doorknob? I like how this has nothing to do with the video. This comment section is actual fucking AIDS. Alright. Check out this motherfucker. Check out this motherfucker. Alright. Firelord Ozai is misunderstood. Avatar: The Last Airbender, anal cis. Check out this motherfucker. I tell you what, check out this motherfucker. Alright. Let's find out, ladies and gentlemen, if Firelord Ozai is truly misunderstood.
Occurs to me that most people fundamentally misunderstand Firelord Ozai as a character. I think they deliberately wrote him as a confusing character so that it wasn't necessarily...
Hang on, I gotta fix my fucking headphones because they suck cock. Through a cock and ball straw. I'm white. Alright, let's continue.
Clear the question that I'm about to ask.
Didn't fix it at all, by the way. It still sounds like shit. Okay.
Was Firelord Ozai a bad dad? Now, first...
Yes. Next question.
First glance, one might think this seems like a pretty straightforward, cut and dry question that one need not look any further than this.
Yes! Exactly that!
And then one could
This guy is definitely gay. Listen, I wasn't gonna say it. I wasn't gonna say it.
Say that this man, this chiseled, firebending daddy here, is a bad father, as he is literally trying to kill his own son.
Yeah. I would consider that guy a bad father. I don't know about you. I don't know. I think the guy who tries to kill his own son, probably not the best father out there. Just a suggestion. That's why I said it. Listen.
Most wouldn't disagree with you, but I'm not most people. This scene
Yeah, you're apparently a fucking idiot. Let's continue.
is far more complex than the surface level, but we'll get there. The premise. To answer this question, we must do two things. One, we must define what it means to be a father.
Hey guys, I'm a video essayist. Let's start with definitions. Whoa! The stupidest person you know just started clapping like a fucking seal right now. After that daddy comment, he definitely takes it up the butt. Let's calm down. I got news for you.
That's gotta be wrong.
There's
no way.
And I got news for you.
That means you're gay.
Father. And two, we must understand what it means to be a member of the Fire Nation. Well, the easiest topic first. What is a dad? Being a
father was a gamer.
Black man with no father figures to speak of, I had to turn to the internet to get a definition. And according to the differences between.org, the differences between
differences.org. Apparently there's a difference between a father and a dad. This is retarded. It's the same fucking thing. There's no discrepancy. Not really. Unami's definitely clapping. He's fucking clapping like a seal watching this right now. Unami, if you're clapping like a seal watching this right now, comment down below that you are gay. Say, hello, my name is Unami and I'm gay. That's what you need to type in the comments down below.
Between a father and a dad is that, as opposed to a father, which is the creature that gave you DNA and aided in the creation of your life, a dad is someone who participates in the growth and development of a child. A dad fulfills all the responsibilities associated with the role, personal as well as societal and cultural. The dad may or may not be the biological father. He may be...
Oh my god, this is retarded. This is actually retarded. There's no fundamental difference. There's synonyms. This is like completely fucking arbitrary.
The adoptive father, the stepfather, or just a nurturing male figure in the child's life. Being a dad
Unami is a bottom even with a woman. Listen, say what you will about Unami. He crushes puss. I'll give him points for that. Say what you will about him. If what he says is true, he crushes puss. He ain't a player. He's not a player. He just crushes a lot. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a gay. I just suck his cock. Shut up, take what gay big pun. Call him big cum. I'm not a gay. I just suck his cock. They don't call it dadless behavior. Sure they do.
Means to participate in the child's growth and development. It means to provide them with the resources and ability to succeed in life and to give them the skills, qualities, and attributes that they will need in order to survive.
I already know the angle he's going to hit this from. I can already tell you the angle he's hitting it from. The angle he's going to hit this from is like, well, if the definition of a father is, or of a dad is to prepare your child for the world, then I think Firelord Ozai did a pretty good job, because even though his methods were very harsh and abusive, he did prepare his children to face the world that he had helped create. It's like, all right, I see what you're saying. You're still wrong and stupid. You are still wrong and dumb.
In their own society. So then, in order to determine if Ozai is a bad dad, we must let go of our ethnocentric interpretation of fatherdom and consider what it means.
This has nothing. Why is that ethnocentric? This guy's just throwing words around, hoping they make sense. For fuck's sake.
Means to be the Father Lord.
You mean the Fire Lord?
That's what I just said.
I honestly wonder if that was in the script. The Father Lord bit. We have to defeat the Father Lord. You mean the fire? Has anybody talked about that? I wonder if that's a I'm gonna look up Avatar Father Lord. Is there any trivia about that? I see there's trivia here. Okay. When Zuko, okay, let's see what the Avatar Wiki has to say about this. When Zuko and the gang are conferring with the Order of the White Lotus at the campsite, he refers to his father as the Father Lord instead of the Fire Lord. Toph even points out his mistake, but he does not acknowledge it. This verbal mistake is an actual psychological phenomenon called Freudian slip, which is thought to reveal unconscious conflict or issues of varied natures. That wasn't what I was hoping to see. I was hoping to get an actual answer as to if that was like actually written in the script or if that was like something they ad-libbed. And then they just decided to animate it. I could honestly, it should go either way. Ozai is Zuko's biological father. Iroh is the father that stepped up. Honestly, yeah.
Now, in order to gain an understanding of
You mean the
Ozai,
Cum
I
Lord?
need you to do
Yeah.
something for me. Forget about your life for a moment. Forget about the country, the year. You are now a person living in World War II era Nazi Germany. For years, you've been taught the superiority of your nation. That to this point, the world has been conspiring against you and trying to put you down. To an extent, these extremists are right. Your nation is the most technologically advanced on the planet, and you are utterly unified as a nation. Meanwhile, the three other great nations are completely divided. One, with northern snobs who look down upon the south. Another, a nation that's policing its own people and turning them in for thought crimes. While the last are just avoiding interaction altogether and live in complete isolation. If you lived on this planet, where the world is divided and cultures are devouring themselves, meanwhile, your own culture is unified, albeit in hatred, is making enormous leaps in...
He goes, I'm in Nazi Germany? This is kind of base. Let's relax.
Science, mathematics, and medicine, you could easily get swept up in the notion that your country is invading and taking control of the world for altruistic reasons, to bring peace, social quiet, and unity. Even if somehow you don't get swept up in the sense of xenophobic superiority, you could fool yourself into believing that if your country controlled the world, things truly would be better.
Okay. You know, it's fucking Jordan Peterson. Okay. All that is true. All right. Yeah. You know, if you grew up in that country, you would be very much indoctrinated. Even if you weren't completely racist, you would still think that your fucking, you know, your country was, you know, it was better or whatever. The thing is, Ozai is literally racist. He is literally xenophobic on every front. Was his plan on the day of Sozin's Comet not to commit a genocide against the Earth Kingdom? I don't know, dude. It sounds pretty fucking racist to me. Or maybe it would be Benderist, because he wanted nobody who he wanted to kill everybody who was not a firebender, basically. Hello, I'm Jordan Peterson. My cock and balls smell. Did you guys see that clip of Jordan Peterson on Jubilee? Where it was like Jordan Peterson versus 20 atheists or something. And he couldn't even entertain like a basic hypothetical. It's really fucking funny. So he's saying like the guy's like hypothetically, if you were in, let's say hypothetically if you were in Nazi Germany, would you have given up Anne Frank? And he's like, well, I wouldn't put myself in that situation to begin with. It's like, that's not the question. But I wouldn't put myself in that situation, bucko. Clean your room, bucko. I'm going to go back to writing my book, 10 Steps to Fucking Your Wife in the Ass. I'm Jordan Peterson, and I'm gay. What are we doing? I was spitting fire, though. Like, literally, yes, but, like, no.
Here's something you have to understand. If you were in Nazi Germany, the statistical probability is overwhelming that you would have been a perpetrator. Right? You think you would have rescued Anne Frank. It's like, think again. Those people are very, 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 very rare. They put their lives on the line to do that. They put their families' lives on the line to do that. You think you're one of those people? Really? It's like that. All that means is that you know nothing. You know nothing about yourself. You know.
The fucking Jordan Peterson clip is slaying me. Because apparently, I didn't even realize this clip was going to involve fucking Nazi Germany and Frank. Which is the exact hypothetical he was... Let me pull it. Actually, maybe I liked it on Twitter. It was probably Twitter. Hey, Twitter world. I don't even think I liked it. I don't want to fucking hunt down. I don't want to watch the full fucking Jubilee. Yeah, I don't think I liked it. This is an hour and a half. Imagine watching this. Is it this one? I think it's this one.
So I guess
How is that relevant to this claim?
You're basing a position of morality and purpose in some notion of God that isn't the same type of notion of God that typical Christians would prescribe. Your notion of God is
what typical Christians?
Yeah, typically when I talk to Christians, they say that they believe in an all-knowing.
How about Cardinal Newman, who defined God as conscience? He was a major influence on all of Catholic social theory. How about that Christian?
Sure. So do you believe in that?
Believe. That's what I mean by that. It isn't something.
So
how would you define belief? Something you say?
Okay, so I explain. I could believe it is the case that this pen exists, but if someone threatened my life, right, I would lie in order to be able to save my life, right? I think you would do that too. You wouldn't lie to save your life.
Don't be so sure.
He talks like a fucking villain, dude. Imagine thinking this guy isn't a fucking villain. Don't be so sure, bucko. Clean your room, bucko. Did they even give up Anne Frank? Yes, they did. Maybe they didn't. I don't remember. I don't know the lore. But Matt, the Fire Nation has a right to defend itself. Free the Earth Kingdom! What are we doing?
You wouldn't lie to save your life?
How much do you know about me? I didn't lie to save my career. I didn't lie to save my clinical practice.
Would you lie to save your children, your mom, your dad?
I don't think lying would save them.
Can there ever be a circumstance logically that lying could save someone?
Yeah, and if you're steeped in sin, you're likely to live in circumstances like that.
He's so fucking angry, it's insane. And if you're steeped in sin, bucko, you're destined to live in sin.
I'll give you an example. If you're in Nazi Germany, and it is the case that there's Jewish people in your attic and you're trying to protect them,
example.
Would you lie to the Nazis?
I would have done everything I bloody well could, so I wouldn't be in that situation to begin with. It's a hypothetical, and
it's a hypothetical. I can't entertain the hypothetical, but I will absolutely give you the hypothetical in this thing. He's so fucking retarded. Jordan, it's a miracle Jordan Peterson has gotten as far as he has with whatever grift he's doing. Because he's actually so fucking stupid, it's insane. He's like Elon Musk levels of stupid person's idea of a smart person.
Nothing about people. You know nothing about politics or economics or history. It's a harsh lesson.
You get the premise, right?
No, listen, okay. As much as I criticize Jordan Peterson for being gay and cringe, he was kind of correct in this last clip, in that clip right there. It's like, listen, yeah, if you grew up in Nazi Germany, you wouldn't stop. You wouldn't stop them. Because the just following orders thing, it's they were just following orders, but they could have stopped at any time. But it's would you have? If you were in that situation, you wouldn't. So I understand what he's saying. It's really cringe and gay that he uses fucking Jordan. This guy uses Jordan fucking Peterson as an example. But sure.
If you were a person in Nazi Germany in World War II, believe it or not, you would have been a Nazi. Your morality would have been defined by your culture. And if you taught your children to dissent and rebel against the culture, you would be a bad parent. You would be actively harming your country. And beyond that, you'd be actively making your child immoral, as morality in most cases is defined by our society. This is more or less the literal representation of Avatar: The Last Airbender and its world state. Though in truth,
I'd give up Anne Frank, not my problem. That's fucking crazy. That's actually crazy.
The Fire Nation, in a literal sense, was intended to be representative of Imperial Japan, who, if you weren't aware, were allied with the Germans and committed genocide on the Chinese, the Koreans, the Indonesian, and the Filipinos. In fact, by some estimates, more Asians and islanders were killed by Imperial Japan than any other group. But let's forget this real-world example and instead establish the world in which Ozai is set. History of the Fire Nation. In the years just prior to the reveal of Avatar Kyoshi, the Fire Nation had been experiencing a period of internal turmoil, as the great clans of the Fire Nation all vied
This is lore from the books, by the way.
for political power, undermining the power of the Fire Lord and of the Imperial throne by shifting power to themselves. This led to the Fire Lord devising a plan to crush them and secure the throne from outside forces.
This is crazy.
He invited the newly revealed Avatar Kyoshi to the Fire Nation in an effort to quell some of the dissent from outsiders. However, at the time, there had been another Avatar candidate whom the sages of the Fire Nation had been using to claim power and to manipulate the masses. This false Avatar, after years of manipulation, had become disillusioned with the sages and of the politicians who had been using him for their own gain, and so had come to the Fire Nation to exact his revenge on the politicians and the Avatar herself. His attack leading to the death of a prominent Fire Nation chancellor. Seizing this opportunity, the Fire Lord at the time put the blame of the chancellor's death on the noble families that had taken sides and deposed them. In the time that followed, the Fire Nation began to use...
This is kind of irrelevant, but like, why? Why mention all this? You better have a fucking point at the end for this. There better be a point at the end of this, so I have for me to tolerate this fucking plot slop.
Utilize its unique access to steel and steam power to build the most powerful naval force on the planet, and as a result were called upon by the Four Kingdoms to battle the so-called Fifth Nation pirates, a terroristic splinter cell that, as the name suggests, was composed of members from every major nation who had been terrorizing the seas for years. And so, with the pooling of power behind the Fire Lord and absent any political rivals, and his absolute domination of the seas, the Fire Nation experienced a period of unparalleled peace and prosperity. The culture that this instilled in the people and in the Fire Lord himself is that of might is right, for it was through newfound might that the Fire Lord eliminated the rivals that had destabilized their country, and through might that the Fire Lord had brought peace and free trade to the seas. With the ready access of machinery, and with their superior ships, the Fire Nation was at the heart of commerce for all nations, and brought wealth and prosperity to its people. This sentiment of might is right was passed down from father to son in both the nation, and especially in the unnamed Fire Lord and father of Sozin. He famously taught...
Father of Sozin. Okay, I guess he wasn't named. She's right.
His harsh lessons of the necessity of power.
Because what does it go? It's Sozin, Azulon, Ozai, and then Zuko, right? I feel like I'm missing one. I don't remember.
To his children Sozin and Zessen. Sozin, obviously being a powerful bender, on par and slightly superior firebender to Avatar Roku, and Zessen, his daughter, being a non-bender. You can imagine the sort of one-sided beatings that Sozin was taught to dish out, though his sister did eventually learn the art of chi blocking, so surely the beatings probably became a bit less one-sided, though not much. As the decades passed, and absent Avatar Roku, Sozin quashed the last of his political rivals that had been warring amongst themselves in the Fire Nation, and with complete control over the country and its resources, Sozin was able to elevate the poorest of his people to status and wealth through occupation in his refineries, as they required
more like Soizin. He's a soy boy.
A massive crew to build.
I'm Fire Lord Soizin. I love my Soylent Green. Please open my Soylent. I cannot. I have used my firebending to construct a robot to open up my Soylent.
Both the steel and the ships themselves. Though his resources became more and more scarce, Sozin turned his sights to the Earth Kingdom. And through these repeated political conflicts over resources, anti-Earth Kingdom sentiments became commonplace both organically through loss of jobs and likely through Fire Nation propagandized news sources. Sozin did make an effort to quash these tensions by creating colleges open to the Four Nations, with a secondary result of allowing them to gain access to technological advances foreign to the Fire Nation. However, this led to the theft of technologies and priceless meteorite ore, which only increased anti-foreigner feelings amongst the commoners and the politicians, and again sparked a need to regain the people's approval. Sozin achieved this through dragon hunts, as again the common sentiment amongst the people of the Fire Nation is that of might is right, and by proving themselves superior to the dragons, the nobles and elite generals could show their superiority and their power without the need to compete in Agni Kai, which already to this point were becoming increasingly common and increasingly brutal, as it was quickly becoming perceived as weakness to spare a person's life following a defeat. A side effect of these dragon hunts led to a rise in spirit attacks in the areas where they fell, As resources became more scarce, Sozin began claiming uninhabited islands in the seas between the nation, belonging in name alone to the Earth Kingdom and the Water Tribe. And none of the nations voiced their dissent openly. The Water Tribe couldn't get approval through its votes, and the Earth King only going so far as to send his warships.
We get the point. We get the idea. It's been 10 minutes. We get the point. The Fire Nation is very much imperialist. We understand. Not a lot to talk about Ozai being misunderstood. Granted, there is still 30 minutes left of the video. So remember, Unami watched this video. He pre-watched this. All right, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he spits some heat later. It's a long video.
On training exercises nearby in an attempt to goad Sozin into attacking his fleet and luring him into battle. Ultimately, it was truly a bloodless conquest. With the Earth Kingdom in decline and the rise of the Fire Nation's power, technology, and business, the Fire Nation's expansionism went completely unopposed. That is, until Avatar Roku caught word of the Fire Nation's quiet imperialism. The Avatar. To understand the series of events that transpire, you must know what the Avatar is. Assuming you didn't watch The Legend of Korra, skip to the timestamp on the screen. The Avatar is a living body of the spirit of light.
I know what fucking the Avatar is. If you're watching an Avatar video, if you're watching a video with the title Avatar: The Last Airbender Analysis, then yeah, you know what Avatar is. It's a waste of time. This is plot slop bullshit. I hate you.
Perceived to be out of line. This brings us then to Roku and Sozin. Having been best friends in their youth, Sozin likely never saw it coming that the Avatar, his best friend and best man for his wedding, would stand against him. His conquest was peaceful and merely a product of his might and his profound success in developing infrastructure. No one opposed him, and his conquest brought wealth and prosperity to his people and to all those who his people traded with. Now, this scene takes on a number of interpretations. For those who only watch the show and have no knowledge of the Fire Nation outside of their role as the villains, it would seem fair that the Avatar would storm into the Fire Lord's throne room and squash the Empire because we have knowledge of what the Fire Nation is in the present, but we fail to see that this is the moment that pushed the Fire Nation over the edge, and in actuality, when you consider it from the point of view of the people, this is very closely akin to divine intervention. The living body of God is standing before you. What had used to be your best friend and best man kicked down your door and threatened you with death. You used to beat up on this guy in your training days, and you even set him up with his wife, who he was too scared to talk to. But he goes away for a few years and then suddenly returns and is threatening both you and your kingdom. You've brought peace to your country. You've unified the seas and have created technologies that are sought the world over. You've even created schools to teach the people of other nations the methods of creating these machines and are single-handedly taking the world into the Industrial Revolution. And now you're being threatened with death if you don't stop. He tells you that you're upsetting the balance.
I like how you're skipping the part where he occupied Earth Kingdom territory illegally, which was simply just the first step in what would eventually have been a larger conflict. Did this video have to be over 40 minutes long? It really didn't. The Avatar isn't the living embodiment of God. They're supposed to keep the world in balance. Not quite. Yeah, their whole goal is to keep the world in balance, but they are basically a god. Because the Avatar is based on the avatars of Hindu mythology, which are often literally gods just taking human form, or they're gods being reincarnated into humans. So I think that's a fair enough comparison. That's a fair point to make.
And that the four nations are meant to be just that. Four. Kind of racist when you think about it, right? When you think about it this way, the fire blast is pretty justified. But then this god pins you to the ceiling and blows up your palace without...
The Avatar is basically Jesus. Maybe not Jesus. Aang is probably as close to Christ-like as you get. But even then, it's like,
Out regard for the people in it. You
Hello,
were
I'm
left
Jesus
humiliated in a
Christ.
pile
I'm
of
Jesus
rubble.
H.
You,
Christ.
the most powerful person in
Jesus
the nation,
Christ,
all your
Christian
life you
scholarship.
have been taught that might is right, and your life has been overwhelmingly successful based on that principle. Yet here you see that the boy you once knew is gone, and now a living God has taken his place, and you have no hope of defeating him. And because you were taught might is right, you must concede. You accept the terms he gave you in an act of mercy. You must stop your spread of wealth, of knowledge to the world, because to do otherwise means your death. Also, as a side note, I just want to mention Sozin most likely had to have his people build like a ladder or scaffolding. So he
I was
up there
also thinking about. I have always thought about it, like, how does he get down from there? How does he get down from that without hurting himself? There's just no way.
for hours, quite possibly a full day, just mauling in his shame for being inferior and utterly powerless by comparison to the Avatar. Anyways, Might is right, and no longer is Sozin at the top. This is the reality that he faced. This singular act of violence perpetrated by the Avatar is in all likelihood what led to the extermination of the air nomads, of the assault of the southern and northern water tribes, and of the occupation of the Earth Kingdom. Sozin was so outclassed, he, a king, the most powerful bender in the world, was made a fool of. If he, the leader of the most powerful nation on Earth, could not stop the Avatar, no one could. It is here that his plan begins, to end the Avatar cycle. Because if you really consider his actions, it's what he did. Sozin allowed Roku to die on that volcano, and then attempted to kill the Air Nation Avatar before the Avatar could gain its nigh unstoppable power by utilizing the comet. Likely because Sozin considered the possibility that even an unrealized Avatar could solo the Fire Nation unironically, even if the Avatar...
He's just saying words, dude. Like, yeah, that happened, but like, come on, dude. Are we really trying to rationalize their decisions? Like, yeah, you can rationalize what Sozin did. Like, he had reasons to do what he did. It doesn't make any of it right. When Roku was quad bending, was he farting really hard to create the air bending? Probably. That's the only way you could sustain it, because, you know, you only have so many limbs, right?
Avatar never took part in the battle. Had the Fire Nation invaded the air nomads on any other day with a geographic disadvantage, in that the airbenders having the high ground and buildings atop mountains over the ravines, the Fire Nation would have certainly lost the invasion. They couldn't roll in their tanks. Their lack of air mobility meant that even the slightest attack...
He's also forgetting they didn't even have the tanks back then. The tanks were a new invention by Aang's time.
Even from a novice airbender would have sent them cascading down the side of a mountain. It was only really possible to succeed in this invasion on the day of the comet. And even if the Fire Nation didn't seize the opportunity to win the fight in a single day, the Avatar would strike back with a vengeance, and no one would be able to stop them. As we see with Aang wiping out an entire Fire Nation fleet at the North Pole before even mastering...
Which, by the way, he was only able to do with the help of the ocean spirit. That wasn't all him.
Waterbending. A 12-year-old child Avatar is demonstrated to be by far the most powerful entity on the planet, easily exceeding the combined might of the world's militaries. To be clear, Sozin's fear of a full-powered Avatar led him to his plans on the day of...
He forgets the air nomads were pacifists. They were pacifists, but they would fight to defend themselves. That is something they would like. Being a pacifist means you refuse to fight, or that you choose. Or how do I word it? Being a pacifist means you would rather not fight, but if you were in a self-defense situation, you obviously would. I don't know. I'm retarded. Because Aang is objectively a pacifist. He describes himself as a pacifist, I'm pretty sure. But obviously he fights people. So, like, you know.
Of the comet, because when you shoot at the king, you can't miss. Following the extermination of the air nomads, we see that Sozin isn't actually interested in genocide. The reason the air nomads were treated this way in the first place is because of their power and the inability of the Fire Nation to ever hope of controlling them, let alone capturing them. As we see, Aang escapes an entire naval platoon on his own while bound. The support for this being that as Sozin set his sights on the Water Tribes and the Earth Kingdom respectively, as we see in the episode with the Puppet Master, and again in this episode with Lee in prison, that at this point in the war, the Fire Nation is not committing open extermination. Sozin instead singled out the Benders, capturing and imprisoning them in a place where they could not get access to other elemental masters. For
What does
all
this have to do
amongst
with
them
anything?
knew might was right, and everyone in the four corners of the world knew that the Avatar stood above all. This fear and hatred of the Avatar was passed down for generations, over 100 years, from Sozin's generation to that of Iroh and Ozai. We get this information in the Legacy of the Fire Nation extended lore, as it mentions the cruelty and immensely difficult training that Sozin put his son Firelord Aslan through to make him the most powerful Bender on the planet.
Why did he pronounce it that way? It's Azulan. Like Azula, but with an N. Azulan. Why is he calling it Aslan? What are you, fucking retarded? Clearly, because this video is fucking shit.
This, of course, out of sheer respect for the Avatar's power, and upon understanding that his own efforts to kill or capture the Avatar would be in vain. Sozin, of all people, would know exactly how strong he would need to make his son to have a hope of standing a chance against the Avatar. Having lost to one once before, and having seen the Avatar battle a violently erupting volcano on his own, while
He's a
still in
fake
the
fan,
Avatar
yeah,
state,
fake fan.
he could
Fake fan
easily compare
spotted.
his son Aslan's power output to that which he knew the Avatar could achieve. And in Iroh and Ozai's generation, this continual push for outward displays of power were a requirement. We know this is the case as Iroh sought
Hold on. The text refers to Ozai specifically revering Iroh for his might, as he treated him as a goal/rival. Ozai thus sought his own glory through Agni Kai, as Iroh killed the last dragon.
to demonstrate his supreme firebending through the defeating of a dragon, and Ozai through countless Agni Kai. Furthermore, the culture of the Fire Nation was single-minded in its support of the conquest of the other nations, as Iroh is referred to as the esteemed Dragon of the West, a war hero in a war that was largely predicated on the extermination and the imprisonment of other benders. And it's hard to be a war hero in a war of extermination without the support of the people. And amongst those people, his own younger brother, Ozai, would be around the age of 12 when he began hearing word of the power and might of his older brother, the Dragon of the West. This ideation of his
Agni
brother's
Kai, more like suck a guy. There you go.
might and of their
Bars.
long-standing history and competition likely being the reason Ozai himself sought power through Agni Kai, as Iroh had laid claim to killing the last firebending master. No one would ever be granted the rank of dragon again. Ozai was forced to prove himself in other ways. He even went on his own failed search to capture or kill the Avatar, as we see in Legacy of the Fire Nation, page 13. Ozai would later become disillusioned with his brother's might, and by extension, his right to rule, after Iroh crumpled and lost his will to fight upon the death of his son Lu Ten. But it wasn't just Ozai, but rather the people of their nation were divided on whether or not Iroh should be ridiculed for allowing his emotions to kill his aspirations for greatness. Section 8. Countering the culture. The people of the Fire Nation had gone through over 200 years of indoctrination of might is right. Many of them are fully on board with world conquest, thinking that if they beat a people in combat, then there is nothing wrong with killing them. This isn't just implied, but it's even shown on screen, as we see with the children and teachers in the Fire Nation not batting an eye at the idea that the entire Air Nation was wiped off the planet via open conflict. It is only when Aang suggests that the air nomads weren't warriors, that this combat was not upfront and honorable, that anyone in the series expresses discontent at the fact that they were exterminated. And, to an extent,
Well, no, I don't. That's not why they had a problem with it. They had a problem with it because they were taught a completely different story of events. Actually, the more I think about it, the more he's actually kind of right. Not gonna lie. Okay, I could believe that. Okay, that kind of makes sense.
the Fire Nation
I
is
spoke too
correct.
soon there.
Every single member of the Air Nation was a bender. This because of their deep spiritualism and connection to the spirit world, meaning every single member of the Air Nation could have been the Avatar, and could and would on the day of the invasion been fighting back. But further, the culture of the nation is apparent in the way that they are trained. I have mentioned the way that Sozin and Aslan were stated to have been trained in the extended content. But we also see this in the series for the characters we're discussing, Ozai. So let's look into how Ozai interacted with his children given the context of this world. Training. Now, many would look to the manner in which Azula and Zuko were trained, and there clearly was a favoritism for Azula, as we see when they presented themselves to Ozai. And obviously, Fire Lord Ozai would openly ridicule Zuko for his lack of skills when he was a child. However, this fact, in and of itself, means that Ozai was participating in Zuko's training. If
there's absolutely nothing that implies that. I don't even think... What? Okay, so like, the point he's making is that Ozai was very aware that Azula was talented and Zuko was not. All right, that much is clear. That much is clear from the show itself. But he's trying to extend that into like, oh, Ozai himself was the one training his kids. Like, he didn't have fucking time for that. Did he get fucking time for that? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. He's jumping the gun. He's making a couple assumptions I'm not a huge fan of.
If not as an instructor, simply as an observer. However, if you consider the way that others in the nation train weakness out of their children, this could have been worse. Zuko and Azula were never expressly forced to fight each other in the way that previous Fire Lords had made customary. And it's not that far off comparatively. Sozin was an extremely powerful firebender, and his sister was not a bender at all, and yet they were forced to fight. But at least she had chi blocking to level the field. Zuko, on the other hand, could barely stand on his own and would be horribly marred if he'd ever been forced to fight Azula on the regular.
Gee, I wonder if there was somebody who in the family who was stopping Ozai from forcing his kids to fight each other. Gee Willikers, who? I wonder who that could be. It's Zuko's mom, by the way. I'm referring to Zuko's mom because she was very clearly protective of him the entire time. She was the reason that Zuko had the childhood that he had, for the most part, up until obviously she disappeared and his childhood got significantly worse. But like, she was obviously protecting him from that kind of life, which is why he turned out the way that he did. Because as we've seen in the show, Ozai has zero qualms with forcing his kids to go against each other. Or even fighting his own kids himself. He fights Zuko himself and banishes him. Not to make him ready for the world, no, because he was being a dickhead. He pits Zuko and Azula against each other, more or less, by sending her after him. Because he didn't fucking trust him. He did not trust this kid. What are we even saying?
She's a psychopath with little regard for others. B. The cruelty. The cruel words that Ozai had for his son could easily be interpreted to be well-meaning truths. When Zuko defended a teacher who was weak-willed and had allowed Azula to bully him, Ozai lost his temper and told Zuko that his sister was born lucky, while he was lucky to be born. This statement, however, means more than what Zuko had believed. It doesn't mean that Zuko has no value. It means that he is going to have to earn everything in his life. He was not born with innate power, skill, or might. He would have to make himself that way if he wishes to survive. Because as we know, the culture dictates that might is right in the Fire Nation. And as the firstborn son of the Fire Lord, Zuko would inevitably lay claim to his birthright, and one day, Azula would claim that right through might. She could challenge Zuko to Agni Kai and simply take the throne. A second interesting note is that Zuko at this point had no firebending prowess to speak of. He was inept, yet he was willing to argue with his sister on the same topic which she had just assaulted a firebending master over, meaning that Zuko failed to understand his place here. Azula was stronger than her teacher, and is stronger than Zuko. So he, by a culture that they existed in, had no right to speak here. A mistake that will rear its head again in a few years in the war room. Zuko could not physically stop his sister from imposing her will, and neither could this teacher. So as the weaker people, it was not their place to speak out. As such, it was important that Zuko gain power. We see over the 2 years following his mother's banishment that Zuko does just that. Off-screen, he works hard and even gains a substantial amount of his father's approval. And this is where we get to perhaps the most defining moment in both Zuko and Ozai's relationship, Agni Kai. Zuko in the war room speaks out against a plan to
it.
sacrifice hundreds of soldiers as a distraction.
This didn't need to be 20 fucking minutes. You could have gotten this idea across in like 5 sentences.
While the Fire Nation mounted a more powerful
I hate
attack
fucking
from the
videos
rear.
like this. I really
Zuko
fucking
is
do.
not the first
I
person
feel
to
nothing
speak
but
out against
contempt
his
for
plan,
this fucking
but
horse
he
shit.
is the most vocal in his choice of words, and by far the
Did
least
Ozai pay
respected
this guy to
and
make this video?
weakest
Is Ozai
person in
propaganda?
the room. And in this action, he disrespected the general whose idea he challenged, and his father, who commanded the audience of the generals. In this culture of power, the only way to resolve this act of disrespect is Agni Kai. As we hear Zuko's crewmates finish Iroh's sentence, we can infer this is the common practice for resolving instances of disrespect. Zuko, in a display of arrogance, accepted that he was disrespectful and refused to rescind his position, instead accepting the Agni Kai, which he thought was against the older general. However, as we know, having spoken out of turn in his father's war room, it was his father that must handle the matter, lest he deferred to a lesser man.
This is a video you put on to have noise in the background when you play a game. Honestly, yeah. He's saying a lot, but not really saying much. You know what I mean? He's saying a lot while saying ultimately nothing. Like, we got the point fucking 20 minutes ago. We get it. Might makes right. That's the Fire Nation's whole philosophy. The point he's probably going to make in the next 20 minutes is like, oh, Ozai was hard on his kids and borderline abusive, but it made his kids stronger. You know what I'm saying? That's the exact point he's going to make, and he could have made it in fucking 5 minutes instead of 20.
The general, and Agni Kai can only end when one opponent burns the other. And with Zuko groveling for forgiveness and unwilling to fight for his beliefs, this fight could only end one way. However, this too is an act of mercy from Ozai. Whether Zuko was confident in his ability to beat the old man in a duel or not, the general was in all likelihood a fire-bending master and powerful in his own right, or he would not have his position. Zuko, with 3 years more training when we were introduced to him in the series.
Well, no, Ozai. The reason Ozai has his position is because he backstabbed his brother. Like, this is literally in the fucking show. He literally he goes up to Fire Lord Azulon. He's like, hey, yo, I know Iroh is next in line for the throne, but, like, he's kind of a bitch-made coward. I will kill one of my kids just to take the throne. And he's like, all right, bet. Do it, pussy. Then he does it. Or at least he tries to do it. And then fucking Ursa comes in and stops him. But that was not why he took the throne. He took the throne because he was a conniving bastard.
Was barely able to scrape a win out over a middle-aged admiral. If left to fight the general, the bout could and likely would have ended in Zuko's death, as at this point in time, sparing someone's life in an Agni Kai was considered a sign of weakness. And in all probability, killing a crowned prince of the Fire Nation in a duel would be a point of pride and reverence for anyone involved. Whereas, instead, Ozai ended the bout in a single blow and did not kill his son pointlessly. D. Banishment. This is yet another point of contention in people misunderstanding Ozai. They often think that Zuko was banished for speaking out of turn. It's understandable, as most of us saw the show as children, and Zuko himself said—
No, he was banished to teach him respect. This was blatantly stated. Nobody actually thinks it was for speaking out. The Agni Kai was for speaking out. He was banished to teach him a lesson.
Says this out loud in Season 3. However, both Iroh and Ozai present this situation differently. Iroh: it was hard for you when you believed your mother was gone, and I saw you struggle with your own firebending abilities, as slowly but surely your younger sister's bending skills surpassed your own. There may have been a time when the Agni Kai was a useful tool to settle disagreements between ancient firebenders, but in our world, I find it difficult to see as anything but a brutal and barbaric tradition. The Agni Kai tore you from your father, your nation, finally your own sister. It's easy to say that these wounds were tragic, but in my estimation, they were your passage into manhood, setting you on the path to become the good man and great leader I know you to be. That's Iroh. But ultimately, Zuko was banished for his refusal to fight. In a nation where a person can literally take the throne by winning a duel, Zuko displayed such a profound weakness in front of all the nobles, and by extension, the most powerful firebenders in the nation. and in so doing, he had damaged both his own reputation and the reputation of the throne. And as we've seen in the past, if the person who sits the throne is weak, the nobles will seize power for themselves. This is not me projecting on the show. Ozai says it himself. Zuko's weakness was shameful, and he must learn through suffering. He proclaimed this, and the only way Zuko could return and truly expect to claim his birthright is through a display of power in capturing or killing the elusive Avatar. Logically, it makes sense on a few fronts why this was Zuko's punishment. Zuko could not duel nobles to gain respect like Ozai had done before him and risk further tarnishing the throne. And, to Ozai's knowledge, there were no dragons left to conquer. Instead, the last great power in the world was his target, the Avatar. Some people take this to be a fool's errand that his father sent him on, as Admiral Zhao says. However, there was no evidence that the Avatar cycle had ended or that he'd been reincarnated. Any logical person would then assume that the Avatar was a 100-year-old airbender who likely never found any masters, as the Water Tribe was robbed of their masters and the Earth Kingdom has sealed its doors to the world. This meant that Ozai sent his son on a mission to capture or kill a 100-year-old master airbender with limited access to Avatar powers.
What the fuck are you saying? Listen. If the Avatar was if they did genuinely think that the Avatar was still alive and was a 100-year-old man who only had airbending, I think they'd have probably a little bit more evidence of that. There were Fire Nation spies at every fucking nation. Do you really think they wouldn't know that for sure if he was alive? Like, what the fuck are we saying? Like, this guy's making a lot of assumptions. A lot of fucking assumptions. He's really overcomplicating this too. Like, no, he sent his son on a literal, what he believed to be a pointless errand. They for all intents and purposes knew that the Avatar was gone. The Avatar was not around. And if he was nothing, basically. They knew that motherfucker wasn't there. He was sending him on a pointless mission. It was a literal wild goose chase. Well, not a literal wild goose chase, but it was a wild goose chase. You're way overcomplicating it. He was not sending him on a fucking quest for power by slaying the Avatar, because they didn't even think the Avatar was fucking alive. They didn't even think the Avatar had reincarnated ever. This is blatantly stated in the show. It was a wild goose chase, specifically to get Zuko out of his fucking hair.
Certainly, this was no small task he asked of him. However, with the prestige of an Avatar under his belt, who in the kingdom would ever question Zuko's might? Whether this took him a decade or two mattered not, as Ozai would rule until his death. But of course, Zuko did the unthinkable and found him in 3 years. And it's not until Iroh revealed himself to be a traitor to the Fire Nation that Ozai changed his mind in allowing Zuko to chase the Avatar himself. The chase. Another moment people point to suggest that Ozai...
And if that were the case, like this guy's claiming, why wouldn't it have been said in the show? Exactly. If they legitimately thought that the Avatar would still be alive, they would have said it. Now, granted, Zuko does mention, like, oh, he thinks that in the very first episode, Zuko mentions, like, oh, if the Avatar's alive, yeah, he's probably really old and has probably mastered all the elements by now. And he's probably going to beat my ass. He does say that. However, there's no indication that this is a widespread thing. Because, in fact, the exact opposite is said by other characters. Several characters mentioned, like, oh, I didn't know the Avatar was still around. Like, we thought the cycle had been over. And in fact, Zuko only thinks the Avatar's still around because he saw the light. If he didn't see that pillar of light when Aang got out of the iceberg, he would not have thought the Avatar was even alive. And honestly, deep down, I don't even think Zuko thought the Avatar was around for the 3 years he was at sea. I honestly think he knew this was a fool's errand, and he just kept telling himself, like, yeah, this motherfucker's alive, and I'm going to get him, just to keep himself going. I don't know, I guess there's a million interpretations of it, but, you know, whatever.
had no intention of repatriating his son is when Ozai seemingly goes back on his word following the events at the North Pole. However, when you consider the world state, Ozai's position makes more sense than simply trying to keep his son from coming home, even if that's how you or Zuko interpreted this act. The reason being, Ozai cannot risk the Avatar falling into Iroh's hands, as he has shown that his loyalty to the throne is less than that of his loyalty to the spirits. As he just found out, a youthful Avatar who has made his way to a waterbending master, and now with the potential of gaining access to a firebending master of Iroh's caliber, is an inconceivable threat. There can be no more mistakes. The Avatar must fall before he gains another master, as he is simply too great a threat already. Allowing Zuko to pursue the Avatar alone would be the greatest blunder possible. And given that Iroh is a traitor to the nation who has spent more than 3 years teaching Zuko, the safest assumption is that Zuko has turned as well. Bringing both Zuko and Iroh into custody would be the only logical choice to make. Accepting his son. We can clearly see that Zuko was never truly resented by his father, at least in the sense that he did not like his son. Merely, he didn't like the behaviors he was exhibiting. Ozai wanted Zuko to be powerful, cunning, and understanding of his status in the world. Upon his alleged defeating of the Avatar, Ozai welcomed Zuko with open arms. He even hosted a rally to present his son to the people as a war hero who slayed the Avatar. No longer the boy who couldn't even stand up to his own father, he was now a man that had slayed a god. He openly tells Zuko of his pride in him, for his power, for his cunning, and most of all, for his loyalty. Iroh, his uncle and master, had betrayed the Fire Nation, and yet...
But how much of that is legitimate, though? Because Ozai is a known manipulator and liar. How much of this is how much of that's legit? You know what I mean? Because, like, just a few months ago, he was like, oh, fucking Zuko, my fucking bitch-ass, dumbass son, who couldn't do shit right. Oh, yeah, fuck that guy. Oh, he killed the Avatar. Maybe he's got a little bit of sauce in him. Maybe I can manipulate him further. So, I don't know. I don't think that was genuine pride. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't know. I think there could be an argument. You could make an argument that was not. He did not feel genuine pride in his son in that moment. He was simply telling Zuko what he wanted to hear, specifically to keep him on his side.
Somehow Zuko had gone against his feelings of loyalty for the man who was always kind to him and did what he considered to be the right thing, what is best for his
only
people
sauce
and
Zuko
for his
has
nation.
is soy sauce.
Whether Ozai had doubts or
Zuko's
not is
sauce
irrelevant, though there is much to suggest he didn't, considering his surprise on the day of Black Sun. Ozai had presented Zuko to the nation. Any failings of Zuko would be perceived as Ozai failing as a leader. So the act of presenting him to the nation is demonstrative of his confidence in Zuko and his right to return as the crowned prince. The Day of Black Sun. On the Day of Black Sun is the most damning event in terms of Ozai's failed parenthood. The infamous and epic lightning redirection scene. Now, upon first glance, one could come to believe that Ozai is cruel and manipulative of Zuko, but...
Which, yes, he absolutely objectively fucking is. He burned his son's face, dude. You gonna tell me that wasn't cruel?
That's far too superficial.
No, it absolutely the fuck is not. That is by no means superficial. Let me ask you this, my guy. Would you burn your son's face to show him respect? No, you absolutely would not fucking do that because that is cruel. And it's literally it's child abuse. You could actually go to prison straight up for doing that if this were real life. That's normal for Asian parents. Yo!
That's gotta be racist. There's no way.
This guy says, yeah, all right, listen.
Upon Zuko's entrance, we see that Ozai is anticipating bad news from his son. News that Zuko might otherwise have been afraid to deliver if not for the eclipse. Yet he dismisses his guards to make Zuko more at ease. Or if you choose to believe, for privacy. Either way, Zuko explains that Azula lied about which one of them had killed the Avatar. And Ozai doesn't immediately jump to anger. Instead, he leans in and seeks to understand. Logically, he might have sincerely believed that Azula had lied in order to allow her brother to come home in some dramatic turn of character or some act of kindness. Zuko had battled Team Avatar for a year and was integral in their final confrontation Ba Sing Se. It would make sense that a normal sister would be willing to share the glory that she had not done the work for. Why would she take credit for an essay that she simply put a period on? And again, Ozai was not angry to this point. He seems to think that his son is coming clean about not earning his return home. Guilt over his failure and Azula's success, something most fathers would be proud of. Integrity. It isn't until Zuko confirms Ozai's worst fears that he becomes enraged. Ozai doesn't call his guards. He doesn't overtly threaten his son. He effectively tells him to go to his room. He says, "I'm so angry, I can't look at you."
Some parents whoop their kids with a belt. Ozai burns his son's face. Those two things are very much not comparable. But yeah, I ain't racist, but sometimes it is what it is. The copyright demons think they own this conversation. Get a job, you bums. You realize the copyright demons you speak of are Viacom and Nickelodeon themselves, right? They actually quite literally do own that conversation. But, you know, I wouldn't expect anything intelligent from a guy who's been babbling for 30 minutes about basically fucking nothing.
If you stay, my anger will overtake my judgment. Leave now. This is pretty reasonable. The last time the Avatar had come to the Fire Nation, he had quite famously walked into the throne room and dispatched the Fire Lord with no effort whatsoever. And Zuko, his son, who had been at his right hand for months, had neglected to tell him that this living god with a vendetta was walking his way over as they speak. His rage here is well deserved. Now, when Ozai does make a threat, it's only when Zuko is being what most fathers would consider blatantly disrespectful. Ozai had effectively ordered Zuko to go to his room, and he refused like a child who had just broken dishes and then stands there threatening to do it again. Ozai takes a step forward to make a show of force.
Oh my god. He is trying really hard to make Zuko seem like the asshole here. He is trying so hard to make Zuko the aggressor here. What the fuck are we doing? Like, I get it. He's trying to like point out Ozai's perspective. I get the point he's making. I don't think he actually thinks this, but like, there is absolutely zero interpretation of this scene in which Zuko comes out as the bad guy. Absolutely no way.
And instead, Zuko makes his own show of force, drawing his swords and commanding his father for the first time in his life. Now, I think Ozai was proud in this moment. We see his entire demeanor change. The animators make a show of Ozai's face relaxing from rage to a more mildly annoyed face, and his frown even becoming less pronounced. In the next moments, we get an explanation of Zuko's interpretation of his childhood, of his father who never gave him love in a way that was understandable. But in this scene, we see that Ozai really did mean for Zuko to learn something from the hardship. He said it all those years.
Yeah, he did, but he did it in the most backwards fucking way possible. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. The whole point is like, yeah, Ozai did what he did for a very specific reason. The problem is that reason and the methods by which he did so are fucking abusive and terrible, and you should not do. That's the whole point. This video is worded like Ozai making a post on r/amItheasshole. Ozai is a Redditor confirmed canon.
Years ago, and he says it here again. Suffering would be his teacher. And the fact that Zuko thinks he was banished for speaking out of turn, rather than for his refusal to fight for his beliefs, and at the end of it all, still thinks it was wrong for his father to show Zuko his place in the world. All of which spoke volumes to Ozai regarding his son's disposition and his understanding. As we see, Ozai clearly disagrees and says that Zuko didn't learn the lesson he was meant to have. Clearly, the lesson is that of power and of respect, of becoming a man of the Fire Nation. Surely it was a harsh lesson, effectively stating, don't disrespect someone you can't impose your will on. And if you disagree with me in this interpretation of the exile being a lesson to make Zuko a more worthy man, just know that Iroh thinks the same thing.
Hold on. In your own life, the Agni Kai tore you from your father, your nation, and finally your own Caesarea. It's easy to say that those wounds were tragic, but in my estimation, they were your passage into manhood, setting you on the path to becoming the good man and great leader I know you to be. Cracker! Iroh is not saying he agrees with Ozai. What the flying fuck are you saying? What Iroh is saying in this passage here is that, like, yeah, it's pretty fucked up what happened to you, but, like, in the end, you overcame it and you became a better person because of it. That's what he is saying. What he is not saying is like, oh, it's good that this happened to you. No, it's not. He's not saying that. It's not good that it happened to him. It's good that he overcame it. Those are two very different things.
He thinks what happened to Zuko could be viewed as a tragic act of brutality, but it was intended to make him a man and did, in fact, do exactly that thing. Zuko, as a 13-year-old...
Well, no, you know what? It also did this thing where, you know, you're also missing the how do I put this? There's completely different intentions. Because Ozai's goal with with banishing Zuko and all that was to make Zuko exactly like him, was to make him an angry, warmongering pile of fucking shit who fucking kills people and destroys cultures for profit and power. But what Zuko ended up learning was the exact opposite of that. That stuff was bad. And he became his own man, but he did not at all become the man that Ozai wanted him to be. Sure, he became strong and powerful, but he did so through compassion instead of assholery. Those two things are not even remotely equivalent. I don't know how you missed the point this badly.
Old boy in a war room was bold in that moment and arrogant until the moment the duel started. But in actuality, it was just that. Arrogance and bluff. He did not have the power to back up his words. Now, obviously, there was no way for him to ever hope of beating his father in a duel. But that was not the point. It was to show Zuko his arrogance and overconfidence in a meeting could and would result in Agni Kai, given the culture of the nation. That if he was ever to assume the throne, and he were to be challenged in the exact same way, what must be expected of him? And he failed to understand this. He failed to realize the ramifications of his weakness and of his lack of respect. Had he dueled the general, and had the general made a claim or a wager on the duel, would likely have ended in the prince's defeat and embarrassment twice over. First, as the general, who in all probability is a master firebender, defeated Zuko and burned him. And second, when the general made his wager on the Agni Kai, had the general made the wager that Zuko abdicate his throne, or say he must marry the general's daughter, then Zuko and Ozai by extension could and would have easily lost control of the throne, as the man would now be a general in the army, and his grandchildren heirs to the throne, or even worse, for Zuko at least, he could have died, as it's considered a sign of weakness and shame culturally to spare someone's life in an Agni Kai. Ozai's burning of Zuko was an act of mercy, and his banishment was a means of teaching him to strike out in the world and impose your will on it, and if you are weak, it will consume you. Now, when Zuko tells Ozai that he was a bad father, he laughs at the idea, meaning that he found the notion laughable. He had passed on the traits that he knew Zuko needed. He even mocks the idea that Iroh could be a better father than him. What fatherly traits could he inherit but the ways of tea and failure? There was not a trait he thought Iroh could pass on that would make someone successful, meaning Ozai thinks the opposite of himself. He really and truly believed he was a good father, and while he wasn't...
Well, yeah, he believed that. But he'd still be wrong. Listen, I could believe that I have a good hairline. That doesn't make it true.
Necessarily kind, he had done what he needed to make his son a man. Now, here in the scene where Ozai's rage flares up again, we see Zuko decide to walk away from the situation. Zuko is a master swordsman. He is in a position of power, and he thinks that his father needs to be dethroned. So why not save both of them the trouble and do it already? Why let the Avatar dethrone him when Zuko is right here and capable? While this could...
Well, I mean, dude, you're showing the fucking footage with the dialogue that disproves your fucking point. He did not believe taking down his father to be his own destiny. He believed that to be the Avatar's destiny. Because unlike his father, Zuko believes that taking the throne should not be done through violence, or at least not through familial violence. Iroh also states this in the finale, where, I can't fight Ozai, because even if even if I did fight him, and even if I won, which I don't know that I even can, but even if I did, history would simply look down upon it as a brother killing a brother for power and nothing more, which would not reflect well on the Fire Nation. That's why Zuko needed to be the one to step up and take the throne, but not through violence against his own father. Matt can try to claim he isn't attracted to Dick Dastardly. That doesn't make it true. Listen. All I'm saying is that was a pretty convincing female cop costume.
Would be interpreted as Ozai baiting Zuko into a fight that Zuko could lose. This interpretation is not at all likely. On the contrary, it's more likely that Zuko would sweep through the Royal Guard and Ozai both. He had demonstrated the skill to fight off a garrison of firebenders without firebending himself, and the capacity to defeat a platoon of earthbenders.
Hang on, I gotta fucking switch earbuds because my fucking things are yelling at me. Plus, these earbuds kind of suck anyways.
Benders and their captain.
Stop playing.
Again, without firebending at all. Ozai did not oppose Zuko when he commanded him to sit. He did not call for his guards to defend him or capture Zuko when he made his intentions clear. I think there are only two things this can mean. One, and this is the most likely, that he sincerely wanted nothing more than for his son to become a worthy successor to the throne, a character of unshaken will and power who would fight to the death for his beliefs, even if that meant killing the people he loved, even his own father. And two, that he thought he could stall Zuko long enough for his bending to return and kill him. Now, both of these are plausible. However, in this scene, we get very little to suggest this is his intention. He doesn't call for his guards, he doesn't make any aggressive advances to provoke a fight, and it's only when Zuko is leaving the room and proving his fears of Zuko's weakness true that he pulls out the psychological trump card to force Zuko's hand and fight his mother. But even his attempts to bait Zuko into staying point further to my position. Ozai tells Zuko a story of him and his mother plotting to kill his father, Fire Lord Azulon, to gain the throne, symbolically and literally telling his own son that if he wants something with all his heart, he needs to be willing to kill for it, just as he had done. But likely, to Ozai's disappointment, it doesn't cause Zuko to rage at the idea that his father had hidden his mother away from him for years. Instead, he cries and does nothing, sparking a rage in Ozai. And we see what many may consider the nail in the coffin of Ozai's fatherdom, his attempt on Zuko's life. Now, to many, this action is irredeemable. There is no circumstance in which they could justify the attempted murder of a child.
You really can't. You really can't justify that. But this cracker gonna do it anyways.
Let alone their own. But tell me this.
Ozai be like, that's why your mama dead. Dead as hell.
If your child was a school shooter, would you put them down?
Yes! Yes, the fuck I would! The difference is that Zuko is not a school shooter. In fact, you might even say he's the opposite of that. Spiritually speaking.
What if they just told you they were planning an act of terrorism to join ISIS? They already had a mission planned against your country. Would you let your child leave to bring death and despair to the other people you love? I sincerely hope that you wouldn't. Because this is a situation that Ozai was faced with here. His son was abandoning his nation and joining a known terrorist to the Fire Nation, the Avatar. Even unrealized, is a threat that could end the most powerful armies in the world. And the only thing left keeping Aang from being a nigh unstoppable god that he literally is was his lack of a firebending master to teach him. The Avatar had stopped the march of progress 100 years before and had set in motion the heinous act of the Air Nation genocide out of the fear of the Avatar returning. The Avatar was so powerful that the royal family had physically abused their children for generations to draw out their latent potential just to hope to stand a chance again.
I can justify it. What if they're being annoying on a plane? Yo, let's calm down.
Against him. The Avatar was a threat so great that the Fire Nation had turned to selective breeding to stop him, as Ozai himself was the product of deliberate breeding of Roku's children and Fire Lord Azulon's. Yet here was his own son saying that all this suffering and progress was for nothing, and that at the end of the day, he was going to help the Avatar take control of the world. Ozai was simply doing what he felt he must to defend his nation, his people, and when you really consider it, the world at large. The Avatar is an all-powerful entity with no oversight, capable of crushing the world's nations, of literally ripping continents apart. In a world where bows and arrows are still meaningful weapons in warfare, the Avatar is a nuclear warhead. The verdict. I think it would be foolish to say that Ozai was a great father. To my own culture's standards, he neglected his son's emotional needs, he physically harmed him, and forever marred his identity both literally and metaphorically.
So you agree he's a terrible father? Because there's really no excuse for any of that. Is there a rationalization for it? Yes. Is there a good... Is there a... What was the word? Can you rationalize it? Yes. Does that make it a good thing? Absolutely the fuck not. Listen, I could rationalize 9/11. That doesn't make it a good thing. Like, you could rationalize 9/11, like, yeah, you know, those Arabs were quite fed up with American imperialism. That doesn't mean it was a good thing that 3,000 people died. You know what I'm saying? Like, that Osama bin Laden. That Osama bin Laden over there, he really had it up to here with these Americans.
That said, Ozai was not objectively a bad dad. He taught...
No, I think he was. What are you talking about? I see what he's saying, but what he's saying is so fucking stupid. You know what I mean? Like, what he's saying makes sense, but it's also, like, so fucking... It's so disproportionately, like... I think it's the best word to describe it. It's very disproportionate. Like, yeah, you can rationalize Ozai's actions. Like, he did what he thought was right to make his kids stronger, to make his nation stronger, to do what, he did what he thought he had to do. The means by which he did that is still objectively fucking evil. And there's really no defense. Your Honor, how can Ozai be a bad father if he wasn't fatherly at all? Interesting concept.
His son lessons that he would need to find success in a world in which he was born, a society defined by one's physical power and the respect they could command. Zuko was born weak and could not achieve much success through coddling. As we see, he makes no progress in the presence of his mother. It was only through his suffering that he was made strong, and that he gained the courage and power to stand up for himself and the things he believed in. We see that when Zuko had falsely accepted credit for killing the Avatar, his father perceived this as Zuko having achieved an understanding of power and the pain of isolation caused by his powerlessness. He thought Zuko had learned his lesson. For now, in his father's eyes, his son was strong enough to slay an Avatar and so loyal to his people that he was willing to capture the man he loved most and turn him in for treason, which in most circumstances is a death sentence. This Zuko, who Ozai thought had come home, could be considered a great man in the Fire Nation. Powerful, loyal, respectful, and above all else, willing to make the hard choices. This Zuko Ozai believed had come home had all the attributes of a great leader and was treated as such, but it was all a farce. Ozai really and truly believed he'd gotten through to his son and taught him a lesson. The years of scouring the globe as an outcast without the support of his nation, without the overt love and care of his father or mother, Zuko at last comprehended the lessons Ozai was teaching him. Might is right, and if you want something, you have to be willing to fight for it. As we see with Zuko's confrontation of Ozai and his decision to, quote, take out Azula, Ozai really did foster an environment that would make his son into the man he needed to be. Of course, he was hoping Zuko would be the next Fire Lord, leading the nation of ultra-nationalists, but we can't judge Ozai for the morality of his nation. The things he did were not looked down upon by his society, but held up as the standard, and as such,
Yeah, they were, but that doesn't make them good. You should still criticize them.
it'd be difficult to say he is definitively a bad dad. As a husband, the worst. Fire Lord, pretty mid, but was he a bad dad?
Yes! In case you forgot why, there's a constant reminder on his son's face for you.
I can say definitively he was not. If any,
I just forgot I had a fucking new OBS thing.
he was a good one. But what do you think? I'm sure some of you disagree. If so,
I very much disagree. I think you're being way too charitable to Ozai.
comment below. I'm interested in your position and your reasoning, but for now, that's all I've got. My name's...
Okay. So this video, it's pretty bad. It raises some interesting points, I'm not going to lie. I do like the general interpretation that Ozai, through all of his cruelty, was genuinely trying to make his kids stronger and more prepared for the world he was creating. I understand, like that's a genuinely interesting point. Like in a fandom that does constantly misunderstand this character, yeah, that's an interesting interpretation for sure. However, in explaining so, he is also like completely missing the point of Zuko's arc. Because like I mentioned earlier, the point of Zuko's arc is that, like, even if you want to go with this interpretation that, like, yes, Ozai was, by doing all of this cruel shit to his son, was making him a stronger person and the person that he wanted him to be. In the end, that still didn't even matter because he didn't end up becoming the person he could be, or he thought he wanted him to be. Yeah, he did gain power and strength in a literal sense, but his ideology is completely opposed to him. Ozai wanted Zuko to be as cruel and ruthless and uncaring as he is because that's what he thinks you need to run this nation. But Zuko ended up becoming physically strong, yes, but also compassionate to others and you know, believing in hope and a better tomorrow. Completely antithetical to what he wanted him to be. So, like, even by that definition of, like, oh, was he a good father by preparing him for the world? No. Because he definitely didn't prepare him for the world that he wanted him to create. He ended up accidentally preparing him for an entirely different world that he didn't want at all. This guy left like a million comments, but these comments are pretty interesting. So this guy at the very end says, yes, he was a bad dad. You don't just teach your kid how to survive the world, but how to thrive in it, how to make them, and how to make than when the child enter it. I think he went how to make it better than when the child entered it. That is what is meant by kids being our future, not a sequel. The very beginning, yes, even if he had experienced the worst childhood trauma ever, yes, he is a bad dad. You can't exactly verbally abuse your son, burn half of his face off for saying something you didn't like, and then banish him and send him on an impossible mission, try to murder him like 4 times, not to mention manipulate your daughter until she becomes a monster, and not be labeled as a bad dad. In fact, bad dad is the understatement of this century. Ozai is perhaps the worst father in animation history. The only reason he isn't worse is because Avatar had to be appropriate for children. What does he have to say? Maybe, but it's Ozai never wanted to be a dad in the first place. He only married and had kids for power and legacy. Maybe, but it's really easy to not burn your child's face off and banish them. You just kind of don't do that. Ozai was right because he's kind of fire. I'm surprised people didn't know this. Ozai tried to find Aang, Azulon tried, Sozin also tried in the 20 years he had left. Zuko found him in 2.75 years. Ozai only wanted Zuko if he would turn... Ozai only wanted Zuko if he would turn into Ozai Jr. first, all ruthless from the abuse. He didn't want Zuko, he wanted another version of himself. However, something you misunderstood, Ozai never believed Aang was currently a true threat, save for the Avatar state. Roku was far more powerful because he had trained for 12 years, not some months. He thought his own kids could take the Avatar down, and although based on the comics, he knows that there may have been more potential than him as they grow up. As teens, he knows they are nowhere near his level. Roku one-shotted his Fire Lord without the Avatar state. Let's not get crazy. He absolutely used the Avatar state in that scene. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You were also wrong about Zuko and the Agni Kai. He was fully ready to fight the general he was addressing. The general has no feats or statements. Nothing. Feats is crazy. Talking about power scaling of this. Somehow turning this into power scaling is crazy. He was just a coward that made plans. I think Zhao is far above that random general, as much as Book 1 Zuko is above a 13-year-old Zuko. It is possible Zuko could have simply won. Alright, I don't care about your power scaling. I hope you get pissed on. I also personally believe that's why Ozai went himself. Like he went to the general and told the, nah, you'll lose this, sit down. Again, more power scaling, I don't care. Zuko didn't seem arrogant when waiting for the general, he seemed calm and prepared. The whole scene implies if it was the general, he could have probably had... Okay, you're still on the power scaling. My dude, even with the mental gymnastics and technicalities in the world, you cannot come to the conclusion that Ozai is somehow not a horrible father. Straight up, yeah. This might be one of the best Avatar analysis videos I've ever seen. I think you should probably be lobotomized if you're not already. It's amazing how many people were fucking convinced by this. It's actually insane. Like all right. I've already kind of said it. I'll try to say it a little more eloquently. This video ultimately has a very interesting premise, but the problem is that it also completely misses the fucking point. Enough about Ozai being a bad father. Was Ozai a good Fire Lord? Honestly, no. What the fuck has he done other than get his ass kicked by a 12-year-old? Alright. I think that's gonna be it for me. I gotta let the fucking dog out. What a dog doing? Alright, Shatheeds. I think we're gonna call it there. That is going to be it for this one. I probably won't be back on Saturday. I want to try it for Saturday. Probably won't be, but we'll see. If not, we'll definitely be back on Wednesday. Hit the Wednesday. We're going to be back on a Wednesday. I say, boy, he back on the Wednesday, boy. I'm black. All right, that's going to be it for this one. I'll be back probably Wednesday, maybe Saturday. Probably not Saturday, but maybe. There's like a 2% chance. Probably like a 0.2% chance. But anyway, that's going to be it for this one. I'm working on videos. Maybe I'll drop a main channel video at some point. I don't fucking know. I still have to work on gay parodies. I don't have fucking time for anything anymore. That's gonna be it for this one. If you are sucking dick, make sure. If you're not streaming on Saturday, I hope your hair falls out. Fuck you. If you're sucking dick, make sure you're getting paid. I'm Audi 5000.